Police are hoping this photo could help them solve the brazen killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Thompson was gunned down by a masked shooter pre-dawn Wednesday as he walked to a conference at a Midtown Manhattan hotel. Police say the gunman then fled on an e-bike into Central Park. Investigators released these images Thursday morning of a person of interest they want to question in the case, taken at a hostel on the city's Upper West Side.
At this hostel, they said they had this individual who had the same coat, who was wearing a mask. He almost never took it down.
Except for one brief moment at the front desk, say police, who interviewed several people at the hostel.
They remembered that person. So he's a person of interest, and they want to get him identified to determine if he is their suspect or he can be eliminated.
While police work that lead, new clues are emerging on the bullets themselves, according to several law enforcement officials. The words delay and depose were discovered on ammunition found at the scene. Depose was etched into a shell casing from a fired round. Delay was on a live round that wasn't fired, but ejected when the shooter was clearing a jam.
They are operating on the theory that the bullets had a message against insurance companies who, when hit with claims, will delay or go to court and take depositions.
If someone has heard him use those words before and sees that picture, especially of his face in the Starbucks, they would be able to put two and two together and get in touch with law enforcement, hopefully.
For City News, I'm Laura Aguirre.
Hawk Tuah just ruined her career in about 2 minutes, doing the dumbest thing I've ever seen possible. She most likely will have to talk to a judge after this.
But, I mean, let's be clear, like, all of us, as much as we can say it's experimental, like, we all run, like, I run a business as well, and I have operational costs, and it's cool when, like, for example, those operational costs, for example, afford me to go fly somewhere internationally first class, for example. I'm just using this as an example. So there's like an incentive for someone who's like operating a business to basically like have a successful operation that's going. So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like
hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Is that her?
Okay. I guess we're talking over here, and I don't know what the distribution is, but are you guys able to?
So, in case you guys don't know, Haley Welch just started a meme coin token called Hawk. And this meme coin token lost all its value in about 12-15 minutes. How did it happen? Well, a vast majority of the supply, over 90% of the supply, was actually being held by Miss Hawk Tuah and the co-conspirators in this meme coin. Once people start investing in coin, and I'm putting this in layman's terms for those that might not understand crypto. Once gullible people start investing their money in the coin, allegedly Haley, but definitely her team, because we still trying to find out which wallets did what, pulled out their funds. They pulled out their funds while holding over 90% of the supply. With that being sold out and them not purchasing any supplies to make up for that massive amount of revenue sell, it caused the coin to collapse instantly. Because everyone that had insider information, they started selling everything at once. Haley Welch went on Twitter last night to address the concerns. And the clip that you just heard, and I'm telling you, this whole thing gets so much worse. That clip you just heard is Haley Welch actually telling 84,000 people that's tuned in and millions of people that sees it after that she had to go to sleep. Now, I think it's pretty blatantly obvious that Haley isn't in control of her career, nor has she ever been in control of her career, and the fact that they're running her dry on money. They're probably giving her about 10 to 5% of everything that she makes, because it shows that she will accept any deal without being educated on the proceeds of it. And she's just signing anything and accepting anything for the dollar. It doesn't look good. This is easily the greatest mistake of her career. And it's like, dude, the internet moves so fast. Didn't she just get famous?
In terms of like,
it's been a rough day. It's all good. We'll come back tomorrow, Nick. We ain't going nowhere.
You can't just tell me what your salary is from this. I'll tell you what mine is.
Do you do anything with crypto?
Yeah, I do a lot with crypto, actually. I've got a shit ton of Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Oh, yeah,
if I want a meme coin, can I give you some tokens?
Yeah,
for
I'll give you my
community?
wallet. I'll give you my wallet.
Okay.
In the most 2024 sentence of all time, Haley Welsh, aka Hawk Tuah, is the face of a massive crypto scam. This all happened last night after Hawk Tuah, Haley Welsh, launched her own crypto coin on the Solana network. Solana network is where almost all meme coins have been launched over the past however many months, and $Hawk was Haley's. Around 5:20 p.m. East Coast time, Hawk Tuah tweeted out, "Hawk is live." The coin almost immediately went to a $500 million market cap, up from around $60 million. As you can see, it came crashing down almost back to its previous levels at what it launched at. So what happened? It became almost immediately clear that 96% of the supply of the Hawk Tuah coin was held in one cluster. The team behind the coin of Hawk Tuah was making around $150,000 a minute off of fees associated with the coin. They were charging 15% on every token. Let's say you were going to buy one full.
I want to give a shout out to this creator as well. He does a brilliant breakdown of this whole scenario and makes it very easy to understand and follow. I've been following crypto for, dang, time is moving quick, ain't it? About 11 years, feel like it. Like, what the hell? I've been following it for a long time, actually. And I actually lost a lot of money on it, hundreds of thousands of dollars on crypto this year with that crash that happened earlier. So I've had ups and downs of cryptocurrency, and I tell you what, I'm not saying this just because it's Hawk Tuah. The God honest truth is that this is seriously one of the worst rug pulls I ever seen, because God, she kept all of the supply in the hands of a select few, which that is how a rug pull holds. But it was so instant. The thing is this. You don't expect a rug pull that instant, that fast from anyone with that much clout. Like, yes, celebrities rug pull and get involved and things like this. It was instant. It was like, okay, we're going to steal their money and they know it. And I understand, man. Look, I kind of have I feel a little bit, a little bad about Haley, just because it's obvious that she's not in control of this. And she could actually be someone that's overwhelmed, caught in the middle of all this, and they're using her name and her clout. But nonetheless, I went viral 2 years ago for the first time, and I wasn't really used to the whole lifestyle. But at the end of the day, I was fully aware that there was a responsibility of having followers. There was a responsibility of having a brand. She can't be that oblivious. You can't just sit there and be that ignorant and that oblivious to what's going on to tell people you're going to sleep after thousands of people lost millions of dollars. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't understand the disconnect. Maybe, she had just had such a heavy management team that's controlling everything she's saying. Or the woman could very well be a narcissist. And I'll tell you why. She recently went on the interview saying that she won't give any credit to the person that made her famous. Haley, she's from Nashville, down here where I live. And they gave her an interview on Broadway. Random creators. And she did the Hawk Tuah spit on that thing in the interview, and life was changed. She was denied to even go there and acknowledge the individuals that made her famous. And what's crazy about this, these individuals said that Haley was ignoring him and that she would not give credit for the video. She comes out to say that these individuals were not removing the video when she was asking for it, yet she didn't post proof, and they have the ability to post receipts. So I see a little bit of narcissism there, could be, or just a really, really, really stern management team. Nonetheless, she is in a lot of fire, and I'm sorry for rambling for so long, but I just had to really break all this down.
Solana of the Hawk coin, which is around $250. The Hawk coin development team would get 0.15 Solana of that purchase. You would only see 0.85 Solana of your Hawk coin. This translates to around $40 or so if you were to look at it in USD. Now remember that most of the coins were held in one cluster? Well, after the price went all the way up, the reason for the drop was because Hawk token insiders kept over 97% of the supply and were just actively selling left and right. Now the thought process is that the Hawk Tuah coin team bought around 97% of the supply for close to zero cost. And as soon as the coin, quote unquote, launched and was not in its pre-sale phase anymore, there was a lot of hype driving up the price. And then the 97% of the coins that they bought for close to zero cost, they then sold to, regular people. After people figured this out, Haley Welsh tweeted out, Hawkonomics, team hasn't sold one token and not one KOL was given one free token. We tried to stop snipers as best as we could through high fees in the start of the launch. Fees have now been dropped. This tweet was being noted. The team and insiders have actually been selling their tokens since launch. A majority have never purchased.
For you don't know, he's reading the post. Haley Welch got community noted for claiming snipers was the main cause of the price change, that people were hitting the price hitting the coins as soon as it launched. But the truth is, community note kind of violated them, saying that it was due to the sales, which he's saying and I'm saying. People were selling it. They bought it preliminarily. They bought it before it went live. It was worth less than $1, less than a cent. And they sold it all when it was worth more. It's pretty simple.
Anything and have only sold the tokens they were given. Haley is lying and will likely have to talk to a judge about this. Well, who would be buying this coin? Well, there's people out there. Somebody had $1.4 million worth of Mudane coin. Yes, Mudane. And moved it from Mudane coin to the Tuah coin and lost it all. He lost it all. Now, infamous space happened when Haley Welsh was speaking, and it was very clear she was just reading off of a script.
Hey y'all, it's Haley, and I just want to say thank you for joining my space, and I also want to thank you for my 15,000 holders. We got snipe botted today, but we didn't sell a single token. This is just a launch, and I want to tell you I'm here to stay. The plan is to give these coins to my real fans, the ones that buy my merch, watch my podcast, donate to my charity. And I also wanted to tell you that I learned a lot along the way, but I just want to say screw the sniper bots, and I'm not going anywhere.
CoffeeZilla then came in and grilled everybody behind the coin, like Doc Hollywood and over here. CoffeeZilla was wondering where the fees of this token went to, and Doc Hollywood kept saying that it went to the developers and the Tuah Foundation behind the coin. And he kept saying that Haley Welsh made no money off of this. But yeah, I would go listen to the full clip. It all ended with Haley Welsh saying she's going to bed. So yeah, this seems like it was a classic rug pull. No idea how much Tuah made. Big mistake. Stay away from celebrity coins, by the way, guys. Just not worth it.
This is one of the most...
So, chat, he broke down as much as he could, so now it's my turn to go ahead and take over. I got the full video, or at least the interaction with CoffeeZilla, who is a very, very, very famous YouTuber. He came in at the request of almost everyone on the internet as soon as this launched. And he masterfully cooked everyone that was involved in this situation. I've been seeing clips of this, but for you, I have the full video. I pulled this straight from X, did the screen record, whatever. And here's the interaction with CoffeeZilla cooking her. Now, pay attention to the way that Haley reacts and the lack thereof. This is what I'm talking about, where the industry picks up people off the street and make them a ploy for propaganda. This woman has been picked up, used, and abused, and if you guys can't see it, it's right here. It's right here. She's not in control of her own brand. She's not in control of the Tuah thing. She's not in control of Talk Tuah. She's not in control of anything. And I know it sounds funny to say it out loud, but there's very serious business going on because very serious money is being made behind these people. They don't need a real person. They just simply need a face for people to believe in. And this shows it. Talk about spitting on that thing. Could bring up such an uproar to bring over $500 million market cap. That's $500 million invested in something that was a joke on the internet. And it's a brilliant marketing ploy. It just shows that these people can make anyone a star. And you have to be very careful for who's in front of your screen because fame does not mean credibility. Fame does not equal intelligence. Fame simply equals entertainment.
Miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while. You guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator account. What are you guys doing?
No. That's not true.
That is true. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We could answer that.
You know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens going directly from the main account.
CoffeeZilla, just chill for a second.
And then it's getting sold for $50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for 50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now, we had...
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen, doesn't matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a strategic allocation. Right,
hey, man, I love coffee.
Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet, you've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that
Selling
we
out
made.
your fans.
So over here, can you give hold on, Coffeezilla, take a chill pill, brother.
So y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pulled, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's not the snipers.
That was not us.
That was listen. You know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
I'm sure that's not you getting those fees, right? Who's making the money on the fees? Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the project. So we can keep this thing going for years.
I'll tell you what. I'm in politics, as you guys know, and I'll tell you one of the worst things that you can do in a debate is do all that stuttering. That auction, sound like auctioneer. It doesn't work well in debates. You could be the most intelligent man in the world, but if you're going against a fierce debater that has his words aligned, doesn't stutter, great eye contact, confidence, you're getting cooked. He could be completely wrong, but the presentation of said words would end up swaying more people. And it's just, I'm saying that to say this, it's not a good look to see this man stutter the way he is, sounding like Porky Pig. To the viewer, it makes you already look somewhat guilty. So I'll tell you what, Coffeezilla already coming out strong off this. They're looking extremely bad. And
oops, I was muted. Sorry about that.
Have you forgotten something?
This is about the hot Tuah, yes. And you'd invest in these dark brown bananas. Better ROI.
She's nowhere to be found. The host of the entire event has nothing to say. This is what you call upon.
Okay, how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees.
Maybe.
Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with meteor pools. And that goes to...
It is a snowblower. It is a snowblower. Oh,
right?
Shit.
Which is who? Who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the project?
He's going to say something.
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
Coffeezilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug pull?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire
foundation?
directors?
Is that the one?
This stuff pays for itself.
The money goes to the foundation.
So y'all
That's
wanted
what
to make the
saying.
money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking who
every single day,
millions of dollars in fees from the rug.
Day 2, day 3. This is how you run a project forever. Is you have to fund that. First of all, over here can speak to the extensive amount of work and time and people that are on this project.
This is the thing. Coffeezilla has completely flamed them without barely saying much. They're saying about how there's fees to operate this. Yes, everyone knows there's fees, but in crypto, when is your turnaround time? Like Coffeezilla said, are you expecting to make all that money back in one day? Like, when you start a business, how many businesses truly make all the money back in one day? Like, seriously, dude, everyone and their mama would be a business owner. I started a credit repair business in 2018.
Guys, I'm gonna
it took
start
about 3 to 4 years
coin.
to make those funds back. And from what I'm hearing, that's not necessarily that much of an outlier, unfortunately.
Just kidding.
So for people
I don't know how
to sit here on this space, take hardworking Americans' money, foreigners' money as well, and say we have to make money. It's understood that you have to make money, but you're not supposed to make it that fast. Not unless that project is unbelievably successful. They're saying that,
this is what kind of cooked them. They're saying that, this costs millions, this costs millions, this costs millions. Like Logan Paul
well, now the viewer is saying, how the hell did you fund that in one day? The only way they could have done that is the rug pull, and they're doing that through the fees. Their fees were absolutely high. I believe like up to 19% allegedly. I got to say alleged because I don't want to be wrong. The fees are absolutely insane. So they made millions of dollars off transaction fees alone, the same way that banks do. I mean, crypto isn't changing much from banks. They're robbing people from the fees.
Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing. We're really trying to do something here and not just do it for one day and do it for 2 days like you're used to.
So who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welsh make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited of over $1 million was just made?
I'm telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not asking you,
So now this is sounding like a lot of paperwork BS. The foundation out of the islands paying people out. So definitely could be their goddamn cousin, their uncle, anyone that runs the foundation. And that is just kind of no different than if you're a millionaire and you create a business and you decide to pay yourself. That's what it pretty much sounds like. They putting themselves on salary from the foundation to try to help clean it up. Look, they need to talk to a judge for this. This is obviously fraud, bro. And I'm just so surprised that we're in 2024 with the fall of Hawk Tuah. Like, what the...
The way he says it,
Cat Williams did say, in 2024, everyone would be exposed. Who thought Hawk Tuah was going to be the end of it all?
Questions that are irrelevant to the most important stuff that you said. Who cares where fees go? It goes to bills.
Oh, my bit rate
when you're charging 15%,
it goes to accountants. It goes to directors.
You're charging 15% of the rug pool, and you're profiting from the rug pool.
There's no rug pool because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say. It's not true. That's defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
Defamation. You're saying that we pulled the rug. There was no rug pull.
3%.
You're defaming our character.
Are you not going to let me talk?
You just
Are you lurking? Talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit. So why?
No, you're not. You're talking over me. Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day one from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
The tokenomics are a scam.
And like I said this in the beginning, it's so easy to call something the worst you ever seen because it adds emphasis on how trash something is. And I started this off saying it's one of the worst crypto scams I've seen. Dude, it literally is. We're talking about something that was valued at hundreds of millions of dollars to just X everything out in seconds. That is literally textbook, one of the worst crypto. It's so bad that I think this is going to help change the world of crypto a little bit. It's going to lead to more and more people being skeptical. It's going to lead to more and more people to being skeptical of people like Haley that drops a crypto coin. We're going to really start looking at these projects, looking at the market cap. And hey, if you're unaware of crypto, the greatest advice I could give someone that it's not financial advice, of course, is to pay attention to the overall total supply. Because if your market cap is significantly lower than your total supply, your coin is never going to hit $1. If you got 8 trillion, 22 trillion, 82 trillion coins of any cryptocurrency, and the market cap is at $200 million, it's going to take you an ass to top. So, in layman's terms,
poor guy.
If you have 1 trillion coins, you want to have a market cap of about, someone correct me if I'm wrong on this, please, like, $1.5, $2 trillion. So you want $1 trillion invested into that coin market cap for you to start seeing $1 per coin on that. So that's why coins that have like 50,000 in total supply, 500,000 in total supply, these type of things, they reach $1 very, very fast because it's not that many coins. It's the same way as all currency really works. The more you print out, the less it's worth. For Haley to own 90% of all of this, and it already had a very high total circulation, it's absolutely insane. They had no thoughts in their hearts and minds to help the people get rich off of this, or hell, even pay for a Christmas gift. They were here to be the Grinch.
That's my opinion. You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam.
Well,
and I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
So who pays you, CoffeeZilla? Let's talk your wallet.
Turn it around. Turn it around.
Over here, why don't you tell
Nobody's
CoffeeZilla
here
what
for
we're
me.
doing with
Everyone's
this
here for
project?
you. Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why did y'all unlock day one so people could dump on Haley Welch's fans? And how involved was she really? And how?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm sure she wasn't that involved.
I just got muted.
Yeah, so I mean, like we as mentioned, like we raised a 17% strategic allocation that was done at a $16.69 million valuation. You know, we tried to kind of keep that as decentralized as possible. You know, like we tried to basically, you know, we spent a lot of time going person by person at the start. You know, like trying to raise 5K checks. You know. But obviously the restriction there was, you know, we discussed this extensively with a lot of different people in the space. As mentioned, you know, I've been in the space myself for over 10 years.
It's a complete fail. It's a complete flop. This was the greatest mistake, like I said, in Haley Welch's career. This is currently a developing story. Sorry, I got my little alfalfa going on. And we will see how this transpires. But it doesn't look really good for Haley. People are already talking about class action lawsuits. We could be seeing a class action lawsuit go live, in my opinion, before Tuesday. This is going to be interesting to see where this goes and who's behind this whole situation and how this actually leads up to Jake Paul, since they're pretty much the management for Haley Welch now.
Jake Paul?
You can actually one with some crypto experience if
Jake Paul is her management?
transpires, but it doesn't look really good for Haley. People are already talking about class action lawsuits. We could be seeing a class action lawsuit go live, in my opinion, before Tuesday. This is going to be interesting to see where this goes and who's behind this whole situation and how this actually leads up to Jake Paul, since they're pretty much the management for Haley Welch now. You can actually one with some crypto experience. If I'm over-exaggerating, please let me know in the comments. This is by far one of the worst rug pillows I've ever seen in my life. And it's not funny, but you can't help but somewhat smirk at the fact that it's through Haley Welch. It's through freaking Hawk Tuah. Like, bro, this meme has gotten, I got a basket in a second, that Americans have allowed a meme to transcend beyond the internet, break into reality, and affect legitimate careers. We're a fucking clown show. We're a clown show. Yeah, please like, comment, subscribe, and click the notification bell to stay updated. I'm going to keep this content coming. I kind of switch it up a little bit. You know, I'm normally on politics, but this is also a pop culture channel. So we'll be touching on...
We need to talk about this info, this report on the coronavirus pandemic. This is more than 500 pages long. We're not going to read it 500 pages. That is a bit too much for our show. Maybe the show would be like 20 hours or so. But we are going to read the first part, which is the important. This was released, or was meant to release on December 4th, it's here, 2024, but was already available and in the website of the House of Representatives. What were the let's summarize in this investigation what they arrive at. Number one, the possibility that COVID-19 emerged because of a laboratory or research-related accident is not a conspiracy theory. Finally, oh my God, conspiracy theorists, they called us every single name in the book. Oh, no, it must have been a bat. It must have been a pangolin. It must have been something, why would you think that it was from a lab? Why? It was just a coincidence. It was that, that the bat was just walking next to the Wuhan lab and he slipped, he stepped on a banana peel and just bumped his head, and that's where SARS-CoV-2 started. It had nothing to do with any biolabs or something. No, it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. It started in a lab. It started in a lab because of people wanted to play with gain of function. And I still think that gain of function, the ability to create super viruses, to study them so we are prepared for when they appear in nature. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's like okay, we don't have
Isn't there a super bug on the space station or something?
Supernatural monsters.
Like
let's open a portal that brings the supernatural monsters into a concealed space, so we'll learn to fight the supernatural monsters if they happen to come into our dimension at any time. I don't know. Have you thought of dedicating your time to not opening that portal? Have you thought of not doing gain of function research, and not creating the viruses in the first place.
Yeah.
Maybe that would help. I mean, I know it. I like humanity to take risks. I like, progress. I like tech. I think there are many ways that we can help humanity doing crazy things. But this level of crazy things, no, this is not the way. This is not the way that you help humanity. This is the way that you try to play God and, well, lose as a result. Number 2, Eco Health Alliance Incorporated and Dr. Peter Daszak should never again receive U.S. taxpayer dollars. Okay. Oh, that is nice. Why? Because they channel part of those finances to finance gain of function research overseas. And we know how that ended. Number 3, scientific messaging must be clear and concise. But that is interesting, because I tried to be clear and concise, trying to interpret the gobbledygook that they try to push on us and say, well, this makes sense, this doesn't make sense, and all of a sudden I'm a conspiracy theorist, and all of a sudden I'm a crazy anti-vaxxer, or I'm a crazy pandemic denialist. And wait a second, I'm just trying to use critical thinking in here. You're saying things that don't make sense. And they had to write in here. Scientific messaging must be clear and concise, backed by evidentiary support, and come from trusted messengers such as frontline doctors treating patients. What happened to those frontline doctors? Most of them were silent. They tried to say, this is what is happening. No. You cannot say that, because you're going to be alarming people. You cannot alarm people. Well, get your shit together. What is it? Say or not say? Say something, do something, see something, say something, or not say something. I don't know. I'm confused. So if I say what's going on, such as frontline doctors treating patients, we are saying this. No. You are being silenced. You are being canceled from Twitter back then. You cannot say that. You're going to alarm people unnecessarily. You're spreading misinformation. We don't know what is this yet. So what is it? We shut the fuck up, or we speak. That is the problem. That is the issue. Scientific messaging. This is already when I saw point 3 of this 500 report, I already said I don't have high hopes for the next 500 pages. Number 4, public health officials must work to regain Americans' trust. Americans want to be educated, not indoctrinated. No shit, you mofo. You can bet your ass that
no shit.
Not only Americans, any citizen of the world wants to be educated.
I don't know. I think some people do want to be indoctrinated.
What did they do? The most important, the most relevant thing they did was to claim that the vaccines stopped transmission. That was the instant
Definitely
I knew they were lying.
Not true.
Because that was simply not possible. You would be defying the laws of biology, physics, chemistry. But if you said something, who are you? You are just a YouTuber. You are the body language guy.
And yet they censored
the science.
everyone
We have to
about
trust
it.
the science. We have to trust the scientists. You said, I'm trusting the science. I'm reading the reports of how vaccines are made. I'm reading how this works. I'm reading the promising technology of mRNA technology, which I have to make it clear once again that I'm completely up for that, as long as it's tested as any other advance in technology, especially if it's medical. But you try to say, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. You cannot develop a vaccine in 6 months. Why? Well, because you need clinical trials. And the clinical trials themselves take months, if not years, to complete. You don't have a time machine to do that. You cannot just accelerate the effects of this, what can happen over a few months. That is simply not possible. And about the transmission, that was exactly fooling the public. They were using the ignorance of the public, the ignorance that I can understand that. It's like when I'm reading. When I read the tweets by John Carmack or Elon Musk, when we begin to talk about rockets, or especially John Carmack, when he begins to talk about programming or high-level science, I don't understand a single thing. I ask ChatGPT, explain this to me in doom eternal terms, and that's when I can understand what John Carmack is speaking about. But we didn't have a ChatGPT back then. And if we had ChatGPT back then, it would have been censored. That's for sure. So all this is things that we already knew in the summer of what year was it? It was 2020.
Hi,
the summer of 2020.
Thank you. How you doing?
Oh, they want to regain Americans' trust. Americans wants to be educated. No, public health officials should either resign or be prosecuted. Anthony Fauci, the first one. I don't know how Anthony Fauci is not behind bars already. Number 5, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo participated in medical malpractice and publicly covered up the total number of nursing home fatalities in New York. Oh yes, this was not only New York. This was not only in New York. This was worldwide. They hid the number of nursing home fatalities just because of you remember why.
It's
you remember
chestnut.
what was the reason of the fatalities? Do you remember how disruptive were those lockdowns? Well, here's the best part. In addition to these notable bipartisan successes,
it's hard to
successes.
peel.
They call this success. They call this a success. The Select Subcommittee developed extensive findings, some of which include, number 1, the U.S. National Institutes of Health funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I can't believe that. How long has it passed? It was like 5 years. Like 5 years. You needed 5 years and 500 pages and, I don't know, thousands of man-hours to find that out? Seriously?
I wasn't
How many millions did you spend on that breakthrough research? We knew that from day one. You needed York. Oh, yes. This was not only New York.
What?
This was not only in New York. This was worldwide. They hid the number of nursing home fatalities. Just because of,
that was
you
so
remember
bad.
Why? You remember
the
what was
nursing
the
home
reason
stuff?
of the fatalities? Do you remember how disruptive
That was
were those
so
lockdowns?
bad.
Well, here's the best part. In addition to these notable bipartisan successes, they call this success. They call this a success. The Select Subcommittee developed extensive findings, some of which include, number 1, the U.S. National Institutes of Health funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I can't believe that. How long has it passed? It was like 5 years. Like 5 years. You needed 5 years and 500 pages. The gain-of-function extensive findings, some of which include success. The Select Subcommittee developed extensive findings, some of which include, number 1, the U.S. National Institutes of Health funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I can't believe that. How long has it passed? It was like 5 years. Like 5 years. You needed 5 years and 500 pages and, I don't know, thousands of man-hours to find that out? Seriously? How many millions did you spend on that breakthrough research? We knew that from day one. The virus from China. Oh, you cannot say the virus from China. That is racist. That is racist. Number 2, the Chinese government. The Chinese government. Agencies within the U.S. government and some members of the international scientific community sought to cover up facts concerning the origins of the pandemic. I need here. They are just covering for the World Health Organization.
Sorry guys, after BRB.
They are covering up for Dr. Tedros. They're covering up for so many people that are directly responsible for all these decisions. And Dr. Tedros knew that this was going to come out really soon. And 2 weeks ago, he was saying, oh, we never push for any forced vaccines on anybody. Maybe the World Health Organization did not push themselves from vaccination. I don't have any concrete clips. I would have the receipts. I would show them here. I don't have them, maybe. But they did push governments into all this crazy stuff of the lockdowns, of the not letting people hug, of drones and helicopters pursuing people on the street, walking like nobody around.
If
like,
you knew
this
someone
is what?
who may or may not have.
This is a dystopia. Let's play dystopia. These are just a bunch of sadists.
Into Canada, would you know where?
This is just a bunch of sadists.
You could get them into hiding. X and V. What are you saying?
Just for kicks and giggles. So
Tell
you remember,
me you're joking.
Like in the UK, the parties at number 10, lockdowns for you, but not for me. And Boris Johnson, by the way, Boris Johnson was saying that, oh yeah, that we should be, if the United States doesn't help Ukraine anymore, we will be sending troops, British troops there. I mean, these people are insane. I just want citizens of all these countries to realize that they were lied to, and so many people were terminally affected by all that had happened during the pandemic. They never were the same. And don't get me started with the children at schools with this experiment. Remember Australia, New Zealand, and it was horrible. We also have number 3, Operation Warp Speed. Do you remember the creation and the releasing of the vaccines? Operation Warp Speed was tremendous success and a model to build upon in the future.
Is that the CEO, the health, was it Union Health?
I wouldn't say force and experimental treatment on billions of people.
World Health? Success. I don't know.
That is insane. And it was
we just watched a video.
It was forced to go to restaurants. It was forced to buy.
Police are hoping this photo could help them solve the brazen killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Thompson was gunned down by a masked
United
shooter
Healthcare. Okay. Yeah. So this is wild.
He walked to in Thompson. Thompson was gunned down by a masked shooter on Wednesday as he walked.
This is wild.
Food. It was forced if you want to travel outside of your country or into another country, except for Sweden. What happened to Sweden? Did Sweden disappear? Oh, nobody wants to mention Sweden, of course. Nobody wants to mention Sweden because Sweden made every other country in the world look bad. Because Sweden did not have lockdowns and they did not die. But nobody mentions Sweden anymore. That's the reason. They make everyone else look bad. The vaccines, which are now probably better characterized as therapeutics, nice word in there, undoubtedly saved millions of lives by diminishing likelihood of severe disease and death. You know which other thing minimizes likelihood of severe disease and death? Not poison your citizens with the food. Not poison them because it's a great business. Make sure that your citizens are in good health. Make sure that it's not only healthcare, but also the prevention of the use of healthcare. Make sure that your citizens are healthy, which is, of course, it costs a lot. Instead of giving money to illegal migrants, instead of letting those migrants inside of the country, you might have this, use all those billions into health prevention programs. So your citizens of all ages are stronger, and if they catch something as SARS-CoV-2 and then develop COVID, then they don't require as much as of treatment. That could happen, of course. So many people that got COVID and they didn't even notice that. Some catch COVID and got long COVID. When you have billions of people like that, that's bound to happen. But it's way too suspicious that it happened mainly at first to the elderly. Why? Because they have diminished this immunocompromised. You understand, their immune system, as they are elder, well, it's not as strong as somebody in their 40s and much less than somebody in their 20s, let alone children. But no, let's push this into every single person because why? Because of the lie. This is going to prevent transmission.
Is this why?
Why did they tell
this
that
guy
lie?
was
because
shot?
it was much more profitable
is it because
to administer
he has
the vaccine
something to do with
everybody.
COVID?
Even 6-month babies.
Brian
Thompson. Just so if you got the vaccine, I just want to tell you, most likely you have nothing to fear. There's nothing. In the vast majority of cases, yes, it was designed to get rid of the virus. But the problem is that the virus was not that dangerous in the first place.
Thank you for the follow.
The virus
I'm not
was
trying to say
dangerous
name, but
if you had a compromised immune system. if you were of certain age. You know,
what did he
it's not a big deal if you were forced by your work or for travel or something.
Is this COVID related or like
to get 1, 2, 3 shots? That you're gonna be mostly okay.
What did he do?
We wish. In fact,
I never heard
what
of
I'm telling
him
you.
until
mRNA,
now.
mRNA
Like, I mean, I'm
technology
only
should
now,
be the
like,
future.
you know,
in many ways,
I'm
as
still
long as
learning
it is
everything
treated
there is to
the right
learn.
way, not this crazy stuff.
And I'll never learn everything.
Number 4, rampant fraud, waste, and abuse played the COVID-19 pandemic response. You needed 500 pages for this? You need 500 pages for this? This is crazy. Number 5, pandemic era school closures will have enduring impact on generations of America's children, and these closures were enabled by groups meant to serve those children. We already know, not only in the United States, but the world, that so many people in charge of the well-being of children are flat out PDF files. And you know what I'm talking about. Not the Adobe Acrobat kind. Now, the other kind. These people are sadists. These people got into that job protecting
CEO
children
of United
so
Healthcare,
they could
who
have
have the
access
highest
to
rate of claim
children.
denials. Oh,
We can talk about the
is that
Clintons
an
and
insurance
Haiti
company?
as well.
United Healthcare, is that
But
an
I don't know
insurance company?
How much I
So
can
easy for him
I
to
can say
just
until
brush off
being
the million
cancelled.
deaths. What a effing clown.
Until being cancelled. Number 6, the Constitution cannot be suspended in times of crisis and restrictions on freedoms, so distrust in public health. No shit. Again, you can save yourself. You can save yourself the 500 pages. It's not necessary. Not necessary at all. Number 7, the prescription cannot be worse than the disease, such as strict and overly broad lockdowns that led to predictable anguish and avoidable consequences. And they failed to mention the masks. The masks that wear this.
They also practice very scummy
humongous
policies. You can
amount
get
of
medication
waste.
treatment recommendations from your doctor,
Humongous
and their
amount
insurance
of
company will
waste,
be
and
like,
they
no,
did
that's not medically necessary.
Nothing. They
What the
did
hell?
nothing. This was silly. We saw the descriptions of people, of doctors and nurses in the front lines. We're talking about a virus. You know how small a virus is. You know how can they, if a virus that size is airborne, it's over. We are all going to get it. And if we are all going to get it, and nothing is going to stop that transmission, because nothing will stop that transmission, then it's game over. It's that simple. It's game over. You cannot do anything. We are done. Oh, well, but
Typically using an AI algorithm.
Some people got COVID and
Oh my
they
God, that's so
didn't
annoying.
even have symptoms. How does it work? Did they care to
So
know?
you like
no,
put a
find
claim
out
in,
why
and
some
then
people got
the
symptoms
AI
and others
comes back
didn't?
and says,
No, let's just
"We found
lock
nothing
down
wrong
everybody.
with you.
Just lock down
Bye."
everybody and make sure that you give the shot to everybody.
That's like
This will be
every
great. This will be profitable, and we will
like,
make sure to
major
strain
companies.
our own economy, because in the end,
Customer
straining the
service now,
economy is another
basically, it's just-
form of control. We can blame
Nothing's wrong. Bye.
any country any government had a free pass. Oh, the economy is going bad because of COVID, because of the pandemic, because of the lockdowns. Oh, it's not like the economy is bad that your local mom and pop shop closed. No, it was because of the pandemic, because of lockdowns. If you are against the lockdowns, then you are a conspiracy theorist. I can be here all day. You can have 5,000 pages reports. It would be insane. We learn a lesson in how humans work.
Patch. My name is Harrison Faulkner, and I'm joined as always by our co-hosts on the program, Ryan and Tanya from Northern Perspective. Well, it's been an incredible week. Once again, Donald Trump is still dominating the news. He is living rent-free in the mainstream media journalists' heads, and I imagine, guys, he'll end up staying there for the next 4 years. I think that's pretty much a safe bet at this point. What have you guys made of the news this week?
Well, you said it. I think media and content creators are thrilled that Donald Trump is going to be back in the White House. I think we learned from the first time around there's not going to be a day that goes by without something to talk about regarding Donald Trump. And with the magical dinner that happened over the weekend with Justin Trudeau, where he initially came back and said, oh, it was a great conversation, everything went well, and then we learned what really happened. I think it's going to be an interesting 4 years for Canada, starting with the first day he's in office.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think the Liberals tried to play it off as, oh, it was so much fun. Trump was joking with us. It was great. I don't really think he was joking with them. I think he was demeaning them. But you wouldn't know that if you talked to the Canadian mainstream media.
Yeah, they don't seem to understand what's a joke and what isn't, so.
Right, exactly. And as should have been expected with all of the evidence we have, this was going to be a bullying session. Trump was going to have his way with Justin Trudeau. And when we were being told that it was a great success for the Canadians, I think most Canadians with some critical thinking skills could see that was just good spin. Before we get into the show, we've got a lot of clips. We're going to go through a lot of what's been happening because the news is coming thick and fast here. We have to get to the results of our last episode poll. And the question we had last episode was, do you support Donald Trump's 25% tariff threat? And it wasn't even close. 80% of respondents said they do support Donald Trump's 25% tariff threat. Only 20% said no. I mean, what do you guys make of that result? I'm not surprised to hear it, but I think we should remember. And the question we had last episode was, do you support Donald Trump's 25% tariff threat? And it wasn't even close. 80% of respondents said they do support Donald Trump's 25% tariff threat. Only 20% said no. I mean, what do you guys make of that result? I'm not surprised to hear it, but I think we should remember that we are supposed to be supporting our country here. 25% tariff would be disastrous for us.
Yeah, I think that's the truth, is that it will be disastrous for us, but I think many Canadians are seeing that this is the thing that finally kicked Justin Trudeau in the butt to start examining our situation at the borders and to start examining our immigration policies, and maybe that's not so bad.
Well, and I also think that Canadians across the country that have been screaming about the fentanyl issues, the drug issues, the border issues, the immigration issues. This was almost a third-party validation of everything that they've been screaming about for the last few years. And the fact that Trudeau has essentially, responded to the snapping of the fingers of his master, the future president of the United States. It makes him look weak, but at the same time, it's getting him in line. And I think what Canadians are saying when they support the threat, they support the threat. They don't support the implementation.
Yes.
Because the threat is actually getting things done up here.
All I know is...
Right, exactly. And I think Canadians are realizing that what they think and what they want, how they respond to polling isn't going to influence the political situation in this country at all. Because when it comes to immigration, the polling has been out for years now that the majority of Canadians wanted the immigration controlled. And
it's like nobody has
wasn't responding, wasn't listening, and all it took was Donald Trump getting elected and threatening to tariff the country to death. That's basically what this would do. Let's get into the comments from last episode as well. As we said before, we're going to read out some of the comments that get the most likes, and then we'll get to the next poll question. The first comment we have comes from New Life on our last episode. This user writes, I applaud Trump and his decision to force Canada to shut the border. If our own government won't do it, then a partner in the U.S. has every right to impose sanctions. Borders are important, and Canada is full. Going back to what we all discussed, I mean, that's clearly what's going on here. The U.S. president has put his foot down and dictated what is going to happen for our country, and I think Canadians would like the results if we do get control of our border.
And next one is from Richard Firster 8049. I believe Trump is putting one more finishing nail in Trudeau's coffin. Trump absolutely knows the mess north of the border. He is in Canada's Conservatives' corner. Yeah, I think this is another indication of the fact that Trump's going to do what Trump's going to do. And I actually don't know if he really cares what happens up here. He may think that Pierre Poilievre might be a little easier to deal with. He may not. But one thing that he does know is that Trudeau essentially stabbed him in the back in one of the press conferences, and I don't think Trump has had any respect for Trudeau since then. And he knows that he has Trudeau's number, so he will take any and every opportunity to publicly humiliate Justin Trudeau and show him as the fraud leader that he is.
And our final comment comes from Trisha Sullivan 7978. He, meaning Trump, has every right to want a safe border, as do we. Maybe this will push for Canada to clean up too. That's what the tariffs are meant to do, make both countries safer. Then we will be able to negotiate in a friendly manner. And I think that's a good point, that these tariffs, or at least the threat of these tariffs, are meant to get Canada in gear, get us start protecting our own border, and then we can negotiate with the Americans fairly and freely.
Well, and I think the other thing that this does for Trump is he's going to come into office already bragging that look at what I've already done, and I haven't even been in office yet. So I think he's going to take that as an early win in his narrative of safeguarding the northern border.
Oh, absolutely. I don't want to get too into the weeds of U.S. Diplomatic politics, but I think you're right about that. Donald Trump is making threats not only to Canada and Mexico regarding tariffs, but he's also making threats in the Middle East and forcing people to try to fall in line. And he could be able to claim victory on day one over a number of serious foreign issues like Gaza and Israel. I think that he will likely end up coming through with that, similar to what Reagan was able to accomplish on his first day with the Iran hostage deal. There might be something there with Gaza. That's a bit, we're going a little deep into American politics there. Let's bring it back to the Canadian angle, and let's start with what has set the Canadian media alight this week. And that all has to do, of course, with the dinner that Trudeau had with Donald Trump on Friday night. Immediately after that, we started to hear reports from Canadian legacy media that it was a success for Canada, that Justin Trudeau and Katie Telford and Dominic LeBlanc showed up as Team Canada and were successful at getting Trump to recognize the differences between Mexico and Canada when it comes to immigration and drugs. That's a pretty low bar. I think all of us on this show could be successful at doing that, because really there is no comparison when it comes to both countries. However, it wasn't long until the United States and the American media came in with the other side of the story, probably the truth about what happened at that dinner. And this is what Fox News host Peter Doocy said on Monday night about what really happened at that dinner. Take a listen.
And tonight we're getting some new details about that Trump-Trudeau dinner from two people who were at the table. We are told that when Trudeau told President-elect Trump that new tariffs would kill the Canadian economy, Trump joked to him that if Canada can't survive without ripping off the U.S. to the tune of $100 billion a year, then maybe Canada should become the 51st state and Trudeau could become its governor.
So there we go. Ryan, apparently Donald Trump actually said that if Canada can't survive a 25% tariff when we are ripping them off to the tune of $100 billion, maybe we should just become the 51st state and Trudeau can become the governor of the country. Ouch.
Yeah, and I guess what they're saying, what happened after that was there was some nervous laughter from Justin Trudeau and Dominic LeBlanc. And I really think about how the Canadian media is now trying to spin this, because first it was, we had a great conversation, yada, 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 everything's going to be fine. And then this story dropped, and now they're all in damage control. And now the Canadian media is saying, it's actually a good thing that they were making fun of Canada, because that actually shows that there's a camaraderie between them. I'm like, are you kidding? Seriously, are you kidding? Have you seen what Donald Trump has said about Justin Trudeau after Trudeau tried to come out as the big tough guy after their one meeting? So I don't think that is going to fly with the Canadian public. And I think about if Pierre Poilievre was in that situation, I think you probably would have heard a shot back from him, because you see this all the time from Pierre Poilievre in question period, in debates. He's very good at thinking on his feet, and I think Trump would have respected a shot back from Pierre Poilievre and probably would have given him a handshake after that. But this is Justin Trudeau, and he just folded like a cheap suit.
Yeah, the Canadian media issue across this office. It was just a joke. It was just a joke. Maybe it was a joke, but I think it was one of those jokes that has some truth to it and is meant to sting.
The server's up
kind that we're talking about here, and I don't think it was just lighthearted fun. I think it was meant to send a message.
Oh, I think absolutely. I'm sure it was meant to send a message, and we all know Donald Trump to be a joker, to use humor as a political weapon, and a very effective weapon.
AI. What's AI?
For him in the past.
Posted video of Peen Bass in a different Discord.
What do you think Peen
No
would
way.
have said? I mean, it's a tough position to imagine.
It's not
being
AI.
the president,
They're real.
Joking about annexing the country and all that, face to face with that guy. What do you think you could even say back to that? I don't even know how you would respond to something like that.
Well, it'd be kind of difficult, because
I still wonder if
you would have to take into the context where is Canada at that point with Pierre Poilievre? How long has he been in power? What has he been able to do? If we kind of take the same time period, let's say he's been in office for 3 or 4 years at that point, he probably would have done a lot. He probably would have shot back something about Trump's campaign, or he probably would have made a lighthearted comment.
Maybe sound
about Kamala Harris or even Trump's legal situation as a kind of a bar back, just sending a message of his own, saying, you can be clever but so can I. And we're a small country as Canada, but small doesn't necessarily mean we're a country to be trifled with, because you get all of our oil, buddy. So there's some things that we can do here. So I really think he would have been able to really come up with something and almost establish a stalemate. And I think that would have been probably his aim there. That way Donald Trump can say essentially in his head, well played, and then that's how you earn the respect of somebody like Donald Trump.
This entire situation, what appears to be the early stages of a dangerous trade
or
dispute,
maybe
the
backgrounds
has got me thinking about Canada's position and what it means to be Canada first, a Canadian nationalist,
like
and the history of this, right? Because
the sets that they're in, like they look so
United States and Canada has not been good. I've done some reading recently about
potentially AI.
Famously, they were very cold with each other, and Diefenbaker took serious exception to a memo that he received, which basically outlined America's plans to push around Canada, to dictate to Canada what can be done. I want to ask you this, Tanya. We look at the situation regarding trade. Donald Trump says that we're ripping the United States off by $100 billion a year. The reality is that comes from the United States buying our oil. And that also doesn't take into account the trade relationship with the United States. The U.S., Americans can purchase Canadian companies. Americans can also demand that we supply them with goods at the same rate if we enter a shortage. It doesn't really seem to me that the trade relationship is out of balance on the United States side. It seems that we're the ones with the short end of the stick because we obviously wouldn't be able to survive a 25% tariff.
No.
Yeah, I don't think the term ripping off is the correct term in this situation. I think this is more of a symbiotic relationship where both countries are benefiting. The United States is benefiting from the goods that we are sending down there, and obviously Canada is benefiting from the money that we are able to earn by selling those goods. Yeah, I think we've had a very positive trade relationship with the United States up until this point. They're our largest trading partner. But if they're going to threaten tariffs, maybe we do need to look elsewhere for more positive trade relationships.
Well, the other thing that I would jump in there with is, just because you go to buy groceries or, even go to that small business down the street and you purchase something from them, you exit that encounter with less money. That doesn't mean they're ripping you off.
Right.
So just because the U.S. is buying our oil and, to the tune of, $100 billion in the hole, they are then turning around and making a net gain on that purchase because they're turning that into other products. So it's a very... I think small focused view of that individual transaction, but this is what Trump does in order to try to gain leverage, right? So, but we also have to look at the different options that perhaps under a Pierre Poilievre government that we would then gain, which is, Western pipelines out to BC. And, we have a lot more options. Maybe he's going to pick up the phone and contact Japan and Germany and ask them, hey, do you still need natural gas? Because contrary to what my predecessor said, there is actually a business case.
Right. I mean, I sure hope he does. I think the majority of Canadians do. It was funny. The Cleanup Act, by the government and the legacy media involved Dominic LeBlanc admitting, maybe he was just making it up, but he said that Trump was teasing the Canadian delegation. I don't know. As a Canadian, I don't really like the idea of any world leader teasing and kind of making jokes directed at our prime minister, regardless of who it is, and our delegation. That's what Dominic LeBlanc said. Take a listen to this desperate Cleanup Act.
Not at all. Not at all. That was not the context at all. In a 3-hour social evening at the president's residence in Florida on a long weekend of American Thanksgiving, the conversation was going to be lighthearted. The president was telling jokes. The president was teasing us. It was, of course, on that issue in no way a serious comment. We had a discussion on trade issues, on border security that was very productive. But the fact that there's a warm, cordial relationship between the two leaders and the president is able to joke like that, for us was a positive thing.
What exactly?
But we don't have a transcript. No, if you look carefully at the picture, nobody had pads or were taking notes. It was a social evening. It wasn't a meeting in a boardroom with 10 bureaucrats keeping notes. It was a social evening, and there were moments where it was entertaining and funny, and there were moments where we were able to do, we think, some good work for Canada.
All right, well, the biggest thing that has happened really this week has been the continuation of Donald Trump's trolling of Canada. He saw the meltdown that has been taking place over the news that he was joking about annexing Canada. He doubled down on Truth Social out of nowhere, posting an AI-generated picture of him standing on top of a mountain with the Canadian flag and the caption, "Oh, Canada." Ryan, when you saw this, what did you think?
Oh, I thought it was real. No, I didn't.
He thought it was real?
It's unbelievable. In a suit.
Yeah, well,
in a suit, no less.
I thought he took a helicopter out. Let's be realistic here. But I thought it was funny, and I think it's interesting how short of a memory people have of Donald Trump. Like this is not the first time he has done something like this. This was literally just he knows that all of Canada all of a sudden is paying attention to him, and he just posted that as just a kind of like, I would say, a mischievous smile to the Canadian media and to the Canadian public. And
yeah, it was to rub salt in the wound is what it was.
Yeah, and to people that actually know what it was, it's hilarious. Like, am I a fan of Donald Trump himself? Not particularly, but at the same time, he's not a stupid man, and I thought it was absolutely hilarious.
Absolutely, and believe it or not, we've actually obtained exclusive footage. True North exclusive. This is very exciting. We've obtained this footage of the moment that Donald Trump saw that picture and decided to troll Justin Trudeau. Take a look at this.
Sign outside. I gotcha. It was fire. Will you put it up on my side? You want to do it? Good. All right. I'll get the rally. Do it now. Yeah. Get it up.
Someone made it for him.
But I'm afraid to say you've got some media literacy training that is definitely required. But in all seriousness,
oceanfront property in Lethbridge, Alberta, I'd like to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. The funniest part, but you can just imagine that actually taking place with Justin Trudeau and his staff. Someone made that picture and was like, "Sir, look at this. This is gonna make the Canadian media go insane. How funny would it be to post this?" And he's like, "Yeah, get it up right away." I mean, that's the way he acts, right? It is funny, and I think we have to remember that Donald Trump is a troll artist, and this is actually part of his diplomacy.
Yeah, I think we need to remember that all of our politicians are human, and maybe some of them have a sense of humor,
possible.
and some of them don't.
Well, and I think this is why he and Elon Musk get along so well, because Elon Musk is also a master troller as well.
And I spilled
But this is the interesting thing. Even the initial post by the terrorists, it's not like Donald Trump picked up the phone and called Justin Trudeau. It's not like he had a official letter sent to the Canadian government.
I lost
his
the
threat from his terrorist was literally a post on Truth Social. So even that, who knows if it was a troll or not?
And it wasn't there. And now I checked again, and there it was.
So you can't fault him with that. But people have to understand what is real and what is not.
Well, exactly. And it reminds me of when he did this near the end of his first presidency, when he started to float around the idea of buying Greenland, and he actually looked as though he was actually serious about it. He may in fact try to do it again in the next 4 years. He posted a picture of some tiny Greenland village with a giant gold Trump tower. You can see it here on the screen. I promise not to do this to Greenland. I mean, that is just his thing. He called Kim Jong-un at the United Nations Little Rocket Man, and look what happened. He ended up getting a summit with Kim Jong-un and walking across the DMZ. So that's just his thing, right? I mean, Canadians have to laugh at the trolling. None of us are responsible for Canadian diplomacy, so we can just sit back and laugh about it and just, I guess, pray that in fact he doesn't annex us. But we got to move along because we've got so many clips here to get to. This I found to be very interesting. This is the new line, guys, that the Liberals are rolling out. The new attack on Pierre Poilievre coming from Mark Miller, the immigration minister, of course, responsible for the immigration disaster. Take a look at what Mark Miller is now saying to Pierre Poilievre in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, it comes down to this. Do you trust the guy who renegotiated NAFTA with Mr. Trump? Do you trust the guy who secured the border during pandemic of the century? Do you trust the guy who went down on President Trump's playing field to fight for Canadians to secure the border against the guy who spent 20 years making up interesting rhymes, spent 20 years securing one only thing, his own paycheck and a bloated pension?
But with Marvel superheroes, that's
cool. Do you trust the guy who renegotiated NAFTA, or do you trust the guy who spends his time making up interesting rhymes and spending 20 years securing his pension? If you've seen this clip, Ryan, what do you make of this new attack line against Pierre Poilievre for being soft on immigration and I guess a rhyme artist?
Well, here's the thing. The Liberals literally have basically nothing left to try and attack Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives with. They've been almost spotless. They've made a few mistakes, and some of them were a bit larger, but the Liberals didn't capitalize at all on it. So this is essentially a clinic for anyone studying politics of how not to actually handle your political opponent. And that's by the Liberals, and that's by Mark Miller. And I think he is just getting so frustrated because literally everybody is now going on the attack against Mark Miller, and he feels like he tries to clap back.
What the hell?
The interesting thing is Pierre gets some criticism from a lot of people that haven't paid attention to literally everything that he says, and how can you blame people? They can't. But Pierre has come out and stated that he will cap immigration to housing starts and the capacity of the healthcare system as well. So I don't know what Mark Miller is trying to talk about here. Now, Pierre does have to be careful to avoid just falling into a contrarian type of a role here. Like, it's okay to agree with the Liberals if they're correct on something. So I would advise Pierre, don't just oppose everything the Liberals are doing just for the sake of being in opposition.
Right, and Tanya, what do you make of the new Liberal attack? It seems to be desperation.
Yeah, I think it's completely baseless. If Pierre Poilievre was only after a pension, well, he would have left after he got his 6 years. I mean, he's still here 20 years later. I think he cares very much about this country, and he wants to see it restored to its former glory. I also think that there is such a thing as being right too early, and that's why the Conservatives haven't said anything about immigration up until very recently. If you think about even a year ago, what was Canadians' attitude in general towards immigration? Everybody was very pro-immigration. Everybody was very pro-open border. I don't want to say everybody, but many Canadians. And now it's just starting to come around that, you know, maybe we don't have the capacity to support this many people all at once. And I think the Conservatives are trying to navigate that carefully so that the Liberals
especially
can use that against them.
Right, and I think there are you know, as we've pointed out, there are many things that you can criticize.
Especially now
for.
with
there
inflation,
is, as has been discussed many times on my show and on others, this concern that members of the Conservative Party are worried about being labeled, are worried about being attacked by the legacy media, and are because of that a little bit soft on some of the core Conservative principles. However, I do find it funny that the Liberals are now attacking Poilievre for being anti-deportations, pandering and making up the rhymes. I think the rhymes and the slogans get a little tired for me, I have to say, but it is clearly desperation from them, desperation times, and what do they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures, and it looks as though Miller has certainly has reached that point. I want to now move on. We talked about the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, in the last episode because of her stance on the U.S. fentanyl crisis. She's now changed her focus to go after Canada, and she said that the Canadians should not be talking about the fentanyl issues, that Mexico needs to be respected, and I believe her exact words are as follows. Canada has a problem with fentanyl consumption among its citizens due to a drug access policy that is implemented in previous years. It is different from the problem that occurs in Mexico, where consumption is minimal. I find this interesting, Tanya. I'll go to you. It seems that the Mexican president has forgot the part of the fentanyl creation part of this equation. Clearly, they don't have a problem because the Mexicans don't sell the fentanyl to their own people.
Yeah, it sounds like she's saying, well, maybe we make it, but we don't use it, so that makes it okay.
Well, and they've obviously seen the movie Scarface, where it's where the main lesson that Tony Montana didn't take to heart was you never use your own product. That's basically what they do. So yeah, of course they don't have a narcotic problem in Mexico because
they're. You think it has? Wow.
They only make it; they don't use it.
Well,
pretty
the
nuts
Mexican
on
president says that Canada has a change in access policy. Well, you guys haven't changed your export policy in a long time.
Right. And I've been like almost to the point of being offended by what the Mexican president has been saying over the past couple days. I just find it outrageous. But then I've done a little bit of digging, and I learned that actually none of this should be surprising. The Mexican leadership have a history of saying outrageous things about the fentanyl crisis to divert any bad attention on their own people. Famously, the previous Mexican president said of the U.S. fentanyl crisis, the reason why the Americans are dying from fentanyl is because of a lack of hugs. A lack of hugs. This was written in the AP in 2023. So that's the position of the Mexicans on fentanyl crisis. The Americans aren't being hugged enough, guys.
So they need one giant group hug in America, and then they'll be fine.
Really?
Very serious people down there, clearly. Maybe I shouldn't be so offended. That's just the way they roll. I now want to move on. Another classic example, guys, of the CBC and their position on Pierre Poilievre and immigration. We've known this for a while, but when you see it, you just got to highlight. You got to call it out. This came from David Cochrane last night. Justin Trudeau held a leaders meeting to inform Poilievre, Jagmeet Singh, Yves-François Blanchet, even Elizabeth May got herself into that meeting, shockingly, to discuss what the Canadian approach is going to be to this tariff threat. Apparently, Justin Trudeau said to all the leaders, please don't talk about the immigration failure that I have caused. Don't bring attention to the fact that we have an open border. It would be great if you could just, not talk about that. Well, Pierre Poilievre went ahead, did his job, opposed the government, and talked about it immediately after the meeting. Take a look at how David Cochrane responded to this. Remember, he's supposed to be a journalist.
So Kate, on that, all the national leaders get together in the cabinet room. That's where they met, apparently. And they were all asked to not say things like the border is broken. And in about 45 seconds, Pierre Poilievre says the border is broken. And then he leads off question period about the broken border. This is exactly the sort of thing they're all being asked not to do because it helps the U.S. news cycle and helps the president-elect's argument.
He was making comments about the border well before that meeting. He had also done an entire media availability on Sunday where he talked about what he would do to fix the border. So he's not just coming out and saying the border is a problem and it needs to be fixed. He's also outlining a path for how it could be fixed and actions that the government could take. So it's not just identification of a problem. There's also a solutions roadmap that he's identified.
Are you guys surprised about the way the CBC is handling this?
I'll tell you, we're not proper journalists, and I don't think even we would behave in that manner.
Yeah, I must have left my surprise face downstairs, so sorry, I don't have that with me right now. So you'll have to settle with my not surprised face. No, the CBC has $1.3 billion reasons a year to act this way, and as we know, there's a history between David Cochrane and Justin Trudeau. They're frankly buddies.
Oh yeah, you got to take a look at this clip. We've showed it on True North before, but remember back in 2019, David Cochrane and the CBC were being so good to Justin Trudeau, so good to the Liberals, giving them some great headlines that Justin Trudeau decided to gift David Cochrane at a press conference a poutine. He famously said these words. Take a look at this clip here.
That's for you, David. That's for you. No, me. Hey, Liberal Party always supports the city.
So David Cochrane, the new host of Power and Politics, attempting to hold the Liberal government to account. It appears as though he knows who buys in the poutine, eh?
Yeah, and evidently he got some extra gravy with that because that gravy has lasted about 5 years.
That's such a cute emote.
So, maybe he keeps getting a new poutine delivered by Uber Eats every week. I don't know, but something's happening. He's getting some sort of delivery from Justin Trudeau because he keeps giving this over the top, I would say, completely biased view just towards Justin Trudeau and the Liberals.
And Tanya, let's get into this here. Let's just think about the substance of what David Cochrane is expecting of Pierre Poilievre. To not criticize Justin Trudeau's government for arguably maybe their biggest failure in government, the most important and pressing issue of the day, that is
I'm watching Harrison Faulkner. Are you in Canada?
Whether or not tens of thousands of Canadians have a job in the next 3 months. David Cochrane wants Pierre Poilievre to be completely silent on that and just go along with Justin Trudeau. I mean, that is an absurd ask at any time, but with these conditions, it's even crazier, even for the CBC.
Yeah, in our Westminster parliamentary system, the job of the official opposition is to hold the government to account. And if you have the Prime Minister saying to the leaders of the opposition parties, please don't talk publicly about this. Yeah, well, then how are those leaders supposed to hold the government to account? How is the media supposed to find out about this and then hold the government to account? And how is the public supposed to find out about this? So we as citizens can hold our elected officials to account.
This just goes back to the fact that Justin Trudeau doesn't take seriously who's the people.
Very likely going to happen. Well, that's all the time we have on the episode today. I'm afraid I've done it once again. You got to bear with me. We're still new to this show. I forgot to read out to you the poll question for this episode, which you can find in the pinned comment of this video. We want to hear you. We want to hear your comments. We also want you to engage in the poll. The poll question for this episode is: do you think Trump will follow through with his tariff threat, or is he bluffing? Is he bluffing to Justin Trudeau? Let us know in the pinned comment your thoughts on that poll question. We will read out the results on the next episode.
Oh, yes, I know her. Sometimes they have her on.
Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next week.
Is that her is her YouTube Bigger Than Me podcast? Is that hers? She is the CEO, founder of True North. Oh, no way. Okay, very cool. Hey, B Jort, how's it going? B Jort 2. This whole getting dark at 3:45 p.m. thing is already killing you. I know. I hear you, B. Jort.
Planning to introduce new legislation to get tougher on homeless encampments, and he says he's prepared to use the notwithstanding clause if there are any challenges.
I don't know.
In a letter addressed to a select group of
It
mayors,
is, yeah.
Ford outlines the tools he will
It's
introduce
like
in order to
it's
clear
not a real
encampments,
safety
which
pin,
he says will
but
restore
it's a
public
necklace
safety.
of a safety
The premier
pin.
says there will be
It has
more
tiny
funding
little-
for shelter spots, but some of those funds must be used to dismantle encampments. Ford also wants clearer laws prohibiting drug use in public. The pledge from the premier was
It
in
has, like, little
response to an
diamonds, but I
appeal
don't know
from
if
a
you can
dozen mayors who asked the province to intervene when court cases challenge efforts to clear homeless encampments.
The focus will be on ensuring that, as we've heard constantly from people, they want a return to, they want to feel safe in their community. So we will be ensuring that we give resources to our municipal partners to ensure that we can have public safety. But at the same time, we understand that those who are in encampments, by and large, suffer from mental health and addiction, and we'll be providing additional resources to that as well. But we've heard the people of the province of Ontario.
I'll be happy when we can provide all the services on the ground to help individuals who are looking for it. I'll be happy when families can start to use parks again in a way where they, don't feel like there are concerns with relation to their kids going down a slide and falling on a needle or finding weapons inside of parks. So this is an incredible step forward. I'm very encouraged, but there's a lot of work to do going forward.
Be working, as I know most municipalities are doing right now, to try to make sure that people can be moved into shelters.
This never
and
should have
homes.
happened in the
That
first place.
is the solution to the encampments. And right now, what are you going to do? Move them on to another park? The truth is, we have to have a place for people to live, a shelter for them to stay in. And unless we have that, this is going to continue. They're just going to continue to build and grow as they have under Doug Ford.
This government has not had a plan, and now we're faced with pressure from municipalities who can no longer cope with the issue of encampments in parks, and that our residents and their children can't enjoy the green space in the parks in their communities because the government has been ignoring this issue and they've been ignoring the fact that homeless people have nowhere to go, and there are people suffering with mental health and addiction issues, and their solution was to cut spending by $350 million back in 2018. That's the problem. The problem starts with this government who failed to address this issue, and now 6 years later, has not delivered any funding, and of course the burden is left on mayors to scramble to come up with a solution.
Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow commented on the proposed legislation this afternoon. She says housing is the only way to address encampments and homelessness.
The kind of help that we really need, that the Big City Mayor Caucus collectively all said is, please help us build more supportive housing, help us create more shelters, help us bring people indoor. At the end of the day, that is what will work. That's the only thing.
How about not creating the problem in the first place?
That will work. Homelessness crisis, build housing that is affordable.
Or don't create the crisis in the first place.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah, it's not rocket science.
Never going to count on us if you're going to take away the rights of workers. Never, he said. What a powerful statement. Never, and absolutely categorical.
It is happening. Welcome back to Moose on Loose. My name's David. Today's top story here. Pierre Poilievre putting forward a Confidence Day motion to take down the Trudeau Liberals with Jagmeet Singh's own words. This is scathing because Jagmeet Singh is trying to shut this down. He doesn't want this to happen because he doesn't want to vote against his own words. Let's jump into this. With that said, we've got Pierre Poilievre putting forward the Confidence Day motion here using Jagmeet Singh's own words.
Government orders business of supply and consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre, confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I rise today in the spirit of non-partisanship. Put our differences aside and take
You're not Canadian, but you already like that politician. He seems really smart.
No matter
Who, this
where it
guy?
comes from. You know, too often in this place, we refuse to accept ideas or input from other people. And so I thought I would remedy that by taking the words.
Young doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing. It's actually probably worse, in my opinion. Like, Trudeau was young when he started, and look what happened. Yeah, he ruined everything.
Message of the leader of the NDP, putting them in a conservative motion so that all of us could vote for the very wise things that he said. To allow me, in the spirit of this nonpartisan spirit, to read off the motion that we have here. Common sense conservative motion, whereas the leader of the NDP said he has ripped up his supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal government, whereas the NDP leader said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interest to fight for people, whereas the NDP leader said the Liberal government will always cave to corporate greed and always step in to make sure the unions have no power. In response, and he said that in response to the Liberal Labour Minister's referral to the Canadian Industrial Relations Board that ordered the workers of Teamsters Canada Rail Conference and the ILWU 514 to resume their duties, violating their right to strike.
52. I want to say something very clearly. If Justin Trudeau and the Liberals think they can bring in any back-to-work legislation, even if they make it a confidence vote, New Democrats will be voting against it.
Therefore, the House agrees with the NDP leader, and the House proclaims that it has lost confidence in the Prime Minister and the government.
They're saluting Jagmeet. They're doing it.
We all applaud the NDP leader. I know that he is enjoying the praise we're giving him. So let's go.
They're applauding Jagmeet. That's so. Oh my God, this is absolutely savage.
But let's go through point by point to prove the charge of the NDP leader. He says the Liberals are too weak. Well, he's right about that. The economy is weak, having lost $500 billion of net investment out to the United States. Our economy is now smaller than it was 10 years ago. The cost of living is out of reach. We have 2 million people lined up at food banks. We have double the housing costs, the worst housing price inflation, the G7. Vancouver and Toronto are the most expensive housing markets on planet Earth, in all of North America.
If you're looking worldwide, there's really not a lot of places more expensive than Vancouver. One of them is Hong Kong. It's outrageously expensive. You have so much big money in China, and it all goes to Hong Kong. And so all the millionaires and billionaires are in Hong Kong. So the prices there are higher. They always have been higher. For that reason, a lot of people from Hong Kong went over to Vancouver and thought it was cheap to buy a house for $1 million or $2 million. And so when you have these rich millionaires, billionaires feeding the Vancouver economy like that, that's why we gain these huge spikes. Initially, those doors were opened by Christy Clark, and then Justin Trudeau's left those wide open, brought in all these extra people. The rest is history here.
This Prime Minister has lost the support not only of Canadians, who overwhelmingly want to fire him, but of his own party. In fact, the Liberal leader in Ontario has said that his carbon tax is wrong, bringing economic nuclear winter to our country. 20 Liberal MPs want to fire him. Right in the middle of a potential trade dispute. Incoming President Trump, you would assume that the foreign minister of all ministers, if she were to appear in the New York Times, would be doing so to fight against the tariffs. But instead, she was in the New York Times. The following headline: New York Times, tapped by the Prime Minister to steer foreign affairs. She's now his possible successor. That is the foreign minister.
This is absolutely savage, man. He's got a printed face of her on the back with New York Times.
It's not even remotely good at what he's trying to do. He's trying to use a prop, Mr. Speaker. Can you please call him?
The Honourable Leader, official opposition, just remind him to keep that down.
The Liberal Prime Minister is weak. Is he selfish? Well, Mr. Speaker, what else could you call it? When he's treated himself to illegal vacations to private islands, when he's lavished himself with constant gifts and benefits. And then we move to the charge that the NDP leader makes that the Prime Minister is attacking the rights of workers. Mr. Speaker, of this there is no doubt. We see the leader of the NDP. He's gone to rallies at places where courageous workers are striking in order to recuperate many of the lost wages that have resulted from government-induced inflation. We know we had more strikes last year than in any year since 1983, a 40-year high. The NDP leader showed up at these strikes and said, and I quote, "If there is any vote in Parliament that in any way impacts your rights, we are going to vote no. I can tell you right now, we'll vote no, whether that vote is a confidence vote or not."
We want to send a message directly to Justin Trudeau and the Liberals. Don't interfere with this process. Don't interfere. Don't get in the way.
He's so fake.
Don't get in the way.
He's so fake.
So today, I have invoked my authorities under the Canada Labour Code. Under Section 107 of the Code, I've directed the Canada Industrial Relations Board to order that all operations and duties at the ports resume and to assist the parties in settling their collective agreements by imposing final and binding arbitration.
When any vote in Parliament that in any way impacts your rights, we're going to vote no. We're going to vote no until that right now.
Is that a joke?
Whether that vote is a confidence vote or not, whether that triggers an election or not, I'm telling Justin Trudeau and the Liberals right now, you're never going to count on us if you're going to take away the rights of workers. Never. Never going to happen.
Whether that vote triggers an election or not, I'm telling the Prime Minister and the Liberals right now, you're never going to count on us if you're going to take away the rights of workers. Never, he said, Mr. Speaker.
He's bringing up everything. He's quoting him on all those press conferences where he's standing out there with workers.
What a powerful statement. Never and absolutely categorical. So surely he would vote on this motion, keeping his word to those workers, or was he looking them straight in the eye and telling them a plain falsehood? Will he go back to them after this vote and tell them, that when it came down to putting his vote where his words was, he just didn't have the courage, that he was under too much pressure, that the fear of losing an election and facing the voters and facing the music for his own record was too much for him.
That if you ever make back to work legislation a confidence vote, we will always vote against that. So you can never count on our support. Whatever you say, you want to make it a confidence vote, make it one. We're still going to vote against it.
And therefore he backed down and he turned his back on those workers and left them out in the cold. Is that what he's going to tell those union workers, Mr. Speaker? Right. And if so, how will they ever believe anything he says to them again? Right. The answer is that they, of course, could not.
This is the end of Jagmeet's career right here. This whole thing, using his words, this speech, Jagmeet is done. He has to vote with this or he's done, but he's already said he's not going to vote with it. His career is over.
Well, we made it very clear that we would always oppose back-to-work legislation. I made that very clear to Justin Trudeau. I looked him right in the eyes. I said, we will never support any back-to-work legislation. Never count on us. We made it very clear. I said, whether it's confidence or not, I don't care. We're going to vote against any measure that attacks working people.
If the NDP leader does decide to vote against his own words, it will mean two things. One, that he does not want to take responsibility for his own record. He doesn't want voters to have the ability to judge his record and his plans because he fears that they will render a verdict that is not in his favor.
I'm wearing a Vaush bespoke tuxedo, a silk Dion cummerbund, and a Submariner timepiece.
The second thing it will reveal is that in the next election, there are not 5 parties running. There are not 4 parties running. There are 2 parties running. That's right. There is the NDP Bloc Liberal coalition that tax your food, punish your work, double your housing cost, unleash crime and chaos in your community, or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
It's funny, he didn't even acknowledge the Greens. they have seats in the House. I get it not acknowledging the PPC or any of those other parties, but the Greens, yeah, the Greens are Trudeau supporters anyways.
That is the choice. That's right. It is a binary choice. If you want to bring home Canada's promise again and restore a country where hard work earns a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food and homes in safe neighborhoods, where anyone from anywhere can do anything in the freest nation on earth, in Canada, then let's bring it home. Here, here.
I really like looking at the faces of all the other Conservatives behind him. You can see they're looking at him with such admiration and respect. They respect the man, they respect their leader. Jagmeet's done. So we got an update here from Andrew Scheer on this.
Breaking news in Ottawa, the NDP is trying to block debate on Sello Jagmeet Singh's own words. See, Conservatives put forward a common sense motion standing up for the rights of workers and using Singh's own attacks on Justin Trudeau. You see, Singh said that Justin Trudeau was too beholden to corporate interests and was undermining the rights of workers. We agreed with him, put his words into a motion, and he's so embarrassed about having to swallow himself whole and flip-flop on his own statements that he's now just moved a motion to block this debate so that our leader, Pierre Poilievre, couldn't point out his own hypocrisy. This Maserati Marxist is a complete
We're allowed to
That's not going to stop Conservatives.
I don't know,
We're going to
it's
force a
probably
vote
changed.
on this, and Jagmeet Singh will have a choice. Will he sell out just to keep his pension, or will he put his action where his words were and stand up for the rights of vote?
But like you could own a gun, and the ammo would have to be stored separately from the gun, and I think locked away. And you couldn't like bring it anywhere. You could drive to the shooting range and shoot it there. That's like the only purpose one would need a gun in Canada, is to like use it recreationally. Maybe, you know, drive out, maybe you have property in the wilderness, maybe you want to shoot out there. But carrying around like for defense is not allowed. I don't know, especially not currently. Like I don't think we ever really. And we can't like carry like knives or anything like that, and like not even pocket knives. We can't even carry like pepper spray and shit. Like it's so dumb.
Of workers.
This will be the deciding moment of Jagmeet's career here. I mean, his career is already over. He's gonna lose his seat. This will be the nail in the coffin. If he votes against his own,
like it's not dumb. It's dumb that we can't carry something like pepper spray just for self-defense. I agree that people shouldn't be carrying around actual like weapons, like guns and knives. I don't think people should be carrying around
words.
stuff
What are
like
people
that.
going to think about that? It doesn't matter what he says. I'm not going to fall for his games. Like, people don't care about that. People want action, and they want people who are honorable and back their own words. They're not liars. You know, the whole press conference with the Maserati thing. He's like, yo, that's not my car. No, it's someone else's. Who is it? Guy down the street? Your neighbors? Like, who's going to let you drive a Maserati? So I said in the videos, your dad's, your brothers. Like, whose is it? Obviously, it's his Maserati. I showed you that cringe of Justin Trudeau this morning with the Olympic jacket on. Look at this. This guy just can't help himself. Next up, we got Captain Schmuck here teaching.
The only self-defense you have in Canada is keeping your mouth shut until your lawyer shows up. That's the only self-defense. No, that's not true. Like, obviously, if you feel like your life is in danger, but like, you have to really prove that you can't even, if somebody breaks into your home and you attack them, you get in trouble in Canada.
Kids about pizza. Finally, he gets to do something in his job that he actually knows about.
Who likes pineapple on their pizza?
I never tried.
Oh, I love pineapple on my pizza.
Yeah.
I can smell pizzas. Are we smelling pizzas right now?
Yeah.
Who likes pizza?
Me.
What do you like on your pizza? Really? Pepperoni as well. Who likes just cheese on their pizza? There you go. I know there's always one.
I don't like pineapple.
Don't like it? Okay. Who likes pineapple?
Can we keep this creep lord away from them? This guy's so gross. This guy is creepy as heck.
Pizza.
I never tried.
Pineapple with with ham makes it a Hawaii.
This guy is creepy as heck.
Pizza.
I never tried.
What is this face he's making? Is he not terrifying? I don't know. He seems dead. Dead in the eyes.
Pineapple with ham makes it a Hawaiian pizza, and it's really tasty. What's the?
I know about all the pizza types. That's what I do in Parliament.
Favorite thing?
Hi,
You get some
Plugster.
pancakes. You do a lot of pancakes with the school food program.
That school food program doesn't deliver any meals. It's a framework policy that doesn't actually provide meals. Why don't you provide some capital to these school food programs that exist, Trudeau? Parents should be responsible with providing their own children with adequate nutritional
That's how a lot
requirements.
of coastal
It's
states
not
in
the
the
role
US
of the
are,
state.
but
Furthermore,
the US
before
Supreme
your government,
Court is
we
always
could.
throwing
You
out
decimated our
cases
peaceful and prosperous
like that in
country.
favor
We don't want
of
your
the
$250 handout. Look at this comment here by Jagmeet Singh's hypocrisy. Pineapples are for swingers. Interesting you talk about this at a school, creep. Oh, hey, look, it's me. Justin Trudeau's ego account here. It says, I'm so proud of South Korean President Yoon for deploying the military to trap out dissenters. Nice to see others following my lead. So this is a story that's going on in Korea right now, in South Korea. He enacted martial law. It's crazy. We got one more cringy Justin Trudeau clip. This one posted by John Barlow. It says,
and it's loaded like that's even crazier.
Just listen to the start here talking about his friends. He's come to meet his
Not
friend.
to say that people here don't have guns, because like people here, there is gun crime here. It's just that there's more law, like, you know, obviously more laws.
I just got my room full of friends right there.
A room full of friends.
I just got my room full of friends right there.
Look. What is this?
He's charged up by a room full of friends. These people don't care about you, Trudeau. This cringe lord
The
has
guy
to
is
go
like,
get as many people
why is
around
this
him.
guy talking?
Take the photos, let's do it. Like, this sick, twisted man needs to go. I love that track, and now it may well be ruined for me. Who are these absolute bellends who want a photo with Trudeau? Who wants a photo with this guy? Seriously.
I don't think they do.
It says Auditor General, federal government secretly working on digital ID without security protocols and poorly managed SIVA loans are connected to possible ArriveCan style of corporate fraud. There's just more scandals in the works here, folks.
Our next audit examined the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat's efforts to lead the development of a national approach for digitally validating a person's identity. A national approach is important to ensure seamless and secure access to online services in the public and private sectors for Canadians across the country.
The Secretariat had delayed work on a national approach because of a lack of funding. However, it had worked with Employment and Social Development Canada and Shared Services Canada on a needed component of a national approach, a one-stop online sign-in system that validates a person's identity to access federal services. This would replace the almost 90 separate sign-in portals currently managed by individual federal departments. Some provinces and territories have begun implementing their own identity and access management
Oklahoma was
programs.
like that,
This means that digital
carry.
access across levels of
Pretty casual
government
and
is
normal to see
evolving
a rancher at
without
the
common
supermarket
parameters
with a
or guidance.
Of course it is. That's the liberal way. No one knows what anyone's doing. The best way if you want to run those laundry machines, keep it nice and messy.
A national approach would ensure the interoperability of secure and reliable identity validation systems across public and private sectors. As we concluded our audit, it was unclear whether the development of a national approach would proceed and whether the transition to a new federal sign-in system could be funded without presenting an unmanageable financial burden on federal organizations.
There you have it. Jagmeet Singh's career is over. The man is done because he's already said he's going to vote against this. It's all about the pension for Jagmeet Singh. We've all known this for a long time now. It's just become abundantly clear to the rest of Canada.
The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
This looks like a projection onto the clouds in the sky.
The vehicles we're talking about
That is so clearly a projection.
are performing in excess of
That could be a projection.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
Whatever the hell it is, it moves in a way that would turn a human being into jello if they're inside of it.
Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else.
What do aliens, psychedelic experiences, and
hell?
NDEs, or so-called near-death experiences, all have in common? Well, in this video, we're going to answer that very question. We'll begin with a video that CNN put out earlier this week. Also, parental advisory for this episode. Not all the information is appropriate for little ears. With that being said, let's begin. Mysterious lights over Capitol Hill causes UFO panic in D.C., sparking concerns that extraterrestrials could soon plan a coup.
Fake.
And you can see the lights there. Another video taken from further away seemingly confirmed the phenomena. And I'm now going to play a couple clips from Congress here. This is recently, and I just got to say, listen to the attempt at destigmatizing.
One of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma. And this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it.
The truth is out there. He's literally quoting from X-Files. It's raising a red flag for me, I'm going to be honest. There's other
That guy,
anomalies.
apparently the only guy that was telling the truth in this
It's out
Congress thing. Actually, we should rewatch that Congress thingy. Full hearing. Okay, so let me see.
Sorry, I wouldn't be able to have that.
And the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs will come to order. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time, and I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement right now. Good morning and welcome to today's historic hearing, which I'm co-chairing with Mr. Grothman, whose subcommittee held an important hearing on this topic last year. I want to thank my colleagues on the Oversight Committee, including Mr. Burchett, Mr. Burleson, Ms. Luna, Mr. Moskowitz, Mr. Garcia, for their relentless drive to get answers on UAPs. They've been steadfast in demanding transparency on the sightings reported by military pilots and armed forces. Their commitment to digging for the truth is exactly what this country needs to cut through the secrecy surrounding this issue. And many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government.
Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs, the whistleblowers report adds. The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capacities, capabilities, position in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, discs, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases.
Anyway, apparently, only one of the guys was really, like, fully being honest. According to Jeremy Corbell, he said that the hearing was it felt very dishonest, and that the only person that he found was telling the truth was, forget his name, this guy. What's his name?
Confirmed the phenomena. And I'm now going to play a couple clips from Congress here. This is recently, and I just got to say, listen to the attempt at destigmatizing.
One of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of
So this guy, sus.
UAP is to combat the stigma, and this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it.
The truth is out there. He's literally quoting from X-Files. It's raising a red flag for me. I'm going to be honest. And there's other anomalies, or there's things that don't make sense at all in an interplanetary scenario, but that do make sense in an interdimensional or spiritual scenario. And so what I'm going to do in this video is give you guys a few of these breadcrumbs. So first we're going to play a clip from the Joe Rogan Experience, where I'm going to let you guys just hear this man explain his own psychedelic experience, and then I'm going to play for you guys a recent piece of conversation that I had with John Burke, who's an expert on near-death experiences. Again,
I didn't even realize
these two pieces, in my view, work against the interplanetary hypothesis and towards the interdimensional or spiritual hypothesis. Now, I recognize that even the language itself that I'm using here is problematic because there is sort of like a linguistic cultural barrier that has to be overcome in order for this alternative hypothesis to be sensical. But let's just do it. Let's dive in.
I did psychedelics recently, and this is a reoccurring topic. And once again, I gotta say, this is not like, this is just something I see in my vision.
This is not really what I thought it was going to be.
Yes, Destiny. You say that the Biden administration has done nothing to meddle with the DOJ. He has literally pardoned his son, who's been convicted of criminal offenses. That is.
Why did you just say bingo? What do you think a pardon is? How is a pardon meddling in the DOJ?
You don't think it's meddling with justice?
Because the DOJ and the judge even said yesterday that this was the most despicable abuse of power. Go listen to what the judge said, who's not a conservative judge, who wrote a scathing rebuke of the Biden administration's abuse of power after there had been a conviction for his son. Go read what the judge wrote, and you might understand.
I'm sorry.
Wow,
Do you think that when does a pardon happen if not after a conviction? What do you think a pardon is for?
Destiny, the woke streamer, went on Piers Morgan Uncensored and got absolutely embarrassed once again. Just complete humiliation from Destiny here, and he has an absolute meltdown afterwards. Let's get into this clip here where Destiny goes on Piers Morgan Uncensored. It's always cinema.
I don't understand why anyone. I don't understand why people platform him. He's so unprofessional. He's a big man baby. I don't get it.
Piers Morgan.
Why is he on the show? Why is he? Why does Piers Morgan like? Is this the best they can do? Like like people, the best they can do is Hasan and Destiny for like a left-leaning opinion on their show. Really? It's just so wild to me.
Always glorious to watch. Let's get into this clip here where Destiny has an absolutely unhinged meltdown after getting called out here on live television.
Yeah, it seems to me that the
Sorry,
Democrats,
guys, these are like ribs
liberals
and
generally,
like hard to eat because they're sliced.
have gone into a weird kind of
the wrong
collective
way.
anaphylactic shock, which has now been massively exacerbated by what Biden's done. Because the truth is, they cannot handle the fact that this guy they spent all year calling a fascist, a Nazi, the new Hitler, the biggest bigot in the world, blah, 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 has won literally across the board everything. It's set them all slightly nuts. And people like me who basically are in the middle, I'm a kind of centrist, slightly liberal guy, right? I'm not a Trump dingleberry. I've just warned the liberals for years this was going to happen. And now it's happened. They want to blame me. And I'm like, I did try and tell you.
I mean, if you look at the Trump victory overall, there's a wide range of why he lost, from woke culture to racism, misogyny. I mean, it runs the gamut. But what's really interesting about this this pardon is what Biden is saying in the pardon versus what Democrats who are supporting Biden and protecting Biden or making excuses for him are two entirely different things. Biden is saying that what Trump has said for years is true, that there is politicization inside the Justice Department. And that is a damning account, because politicization of the Justice Department was completely a partisan issue. Democrats for 4 years said it wasn't happening. Republicans said it was happening. And here's a Democratic president saying, no, it happened, but it happened against my son. I think that the scope, I don't, listen, if he would have said, I love my son, it's my only surviving child from my first marriage, I honestly don't know many Americans who would disagree with him. I would feel sympathy for it, but that's not what he said. And the scope and the length into which he has given this pardon, 11 years for for everything. It is a full pardon for anything. It draws the question, what else was he doing? There was $24 million from foreign countries, including adversaries, through 20 shell companies. There's probably more. There was the issues of Hunter receiving millions of dollars in free legal services, in representation. There were probably appointments. And
not to mention the fact that the DOJ was also weaponized against his political opponent. And I don't think that Joe Biden was even the mastermind behind that. I don't know who it was, but Joe Biden's not smart enough to even be able to weaponize the DOJ. It was probably his wife that ended up pardoning Hunter Biden. Anyway. They also weaponized the DOJ against their political opponent, Donald Trump, and it didn't end up working because the American people spoke, and the American people overwhelmingly wanted Donald Trump to win over Kamala Harris, but they 100% weaponized the DOJ against Donald Trump. The reason why this is a bigger deal than I think people are making it out to be is because this entire time the Democrats have basically been telling on themselves by saying over and over again, oh, if Donald Trump wins the next election, he's going to weaponize the DOJ against us. He's going to be overthrowing democracy. And they were doing that the entire time, and they did it even after Donald Trump won the election. Joe Biden pardons his son. And like I said in past videos, I probably would do the same thing if it's my son. And you're probably lying to yourself, or you don't love your son that much if you're saying the opposite. I don't think it's objectively a good decision for the country overall to let a criminal run free. I don't think it's a good decision. But if I'm looking at it from Joe Biden's perspective, I would probably do the same thing. Regardless, though, they weaponized the DOJ. They tried to overthrow democracy by throwing their political opponent in jail. That's what they did. Donald Trump didn't do that. They told on themselves entirely.
And where does it end?
Okay, Destiny, here's the problem. Not a problem.
I'm just curious. Because I don't know all the time. Do the people who cover politics, are these like actual news people? Like, what is the background here on this show?
What's your point?
When you have people talking about, like, the Democrats have never said.
Just go look at his laptop. He gave you all the info. Hunter's laptop tells you the story. You don't have to be a journalist to read the story.
Where are the charges? Hey, where are the charges? Ben, where are the charges? They've been investigating Hunter Biden for 4 years. Where are the charges? I thought we were going to get impeachment charges from Jim Jordan. Where are the charges for Hunter Biden?
It's a great question. I can answer that because I actually read it.
Which they looked into Hunter Biden was very narrow.
The DOJ made sure that the statute of limitations on the worst crimes that dealt with the tax issues were outside the statute of limitations. So if you go talk to a lawyer, they'll explain what that means to you. But the DOJ
I don't need to talk to the lawyer. I've read the documents. Thank you. I'm not
you
illiterate.
asked the question. You asked the question.
Wait,
You said, where are the journalists?
You just made things that sounded like FARA violations. You're telling me the FARA violations of him illegally accepting foreign money, of him taking bribes and having money go through the statute of limitations.
Don't talk over each other, please.
I'm going to finish it again. He never registered as a foreign agent, and the statute of limitations that ran out on that for what was going on. He never dealt with the tax issues and didn't have to because we know deliberately that they purposely slow played to make sure that the worst crimes were going. And the DOJ did this. The timeline is clear. They would expire, so they couldn't charge him with those crimes. The reality is the reason why the Biden administration is now having to go back and say who else needs a damn pardon is because there was people abusing their power to make sure that the only two crimes that they charged Hunter Biden with could not be connected to the big guy. The gun charge didn't connect the big guy to any actual crime. And that's a fact. And the tax charges where they did charge him dealt outside of any of the money coming in from the money laundering. So the Department of Justice ran interference and said, we'll make sure we investigate this. Oh, crap. The statute of limitations ran out. Even if we wanted to charge him, we couldn't charge him with the crimes. And that's why the White House is saying, holy crap, who the hell needs another pardon here? It's that simple.
Okay,
and go read the laptop.
Easy question for you then. Easy question for you then, right? So the reason why Mueller was appointed was because an actual obstruction of justice was Donald Trump firing Comey to try to stop the investigation into his illegal activity.
You have the right
so
to
I'm
fire
curious,
who you
can you
want to
tell
fire
me
when you
what
become
was
the
the
president?
equivalent action? What was the equivalent action on the White House and their influence on the DOJ? Give me the equivalent action. Where is the intrusion of Biden into the DOJ?
All right, I'll answer the question simply. If you understand presidential powers, you would understand that you serve at the pleasure of the president, and the president had the right to fire James Comey whenever he wanted to, and he should have done.
Wait, hold up. Maybe I'm tripping here. I don't know. But didn't Joe Biden order the raid of Mar-a-Lago? Like, wasn't it Joe Biden that gave the order? And didn't he brag about giving the order for the FBI to go raid Mar-a-Lago? Maybe I'm misremembering, but I would say that's a pretty heavy use of the DOJ. And then also like the indictments on Donald Trump as well. I would say that's kind of weaponizing your power a bit against a political opponent, much more than anything that Donald Trump has ever done. I hope they bring that up, unless I'm misremembering things.
Done it day one, but he went against his advisors when he did that. James Comey, by the way, laughed on TV about sending in FBI agents because the Trump administration was too trusting too new and too green to Washington to go after General Flynn to try to get dirt on Donald Trump.
So you have
he
nothing.
laughed
You're
about
lying.
it on stage.
You have nothing. Flynn
He
lied to the
laughed about
FBI.
it on stage.
That's
the guy that you want to defend
Donald
right now? Are
Trump's
you kidding
meddling
me?
in the DOJ. There is no equivalent to that on the Biden White House, which is why what you just said was a bunch of nonsense.
Then why
You
are
serve
they
at the
talking about giving
It
pardons
was
out to
nonsense,
so
although the
many
Supreme
people?
Court has now
Hold
made
on,
that
then
criminal
answer me
activity
this question.
illegal.
Hang on.
Answer this question then.
Hang on. Destiny, you say that the Biden administration has done nothing to meddle with the DOJ. He has literally pardoned his son, who's been convicted of criminal offenses. That is.
Why did you just say bingo? What do you think a pardon is? How is a pardon meddling in the DOJ?
You don't think it's meddling with justice?
Because the DOJ and the judge even said yesterday that this was the most despicable abuse of power. Go listen to what the judge said, who's not a conservative judge, who wrote a scathing rebuke of the Biden administration's abuse of power after there had been a conviction for his son. Go read what the judge wrote, and you might understand.
I'm sorry.
Wow,
Do you
this
think
is a
that
bad
when does a pardon happen if not after a conviction? What do you think a pardon is for? Is every single pardon?
That wasn't my point. My point, Destiny.
Please, let me say this. This is the part where you need to listen to what you're saying. No, listen to what you're saying. You just said that you only give a pardon when someone's been convicted. If that was true, they wouldn't have just given a 10-year absolute pardon to Hunter Biden for a bunch of crimes he committed in case he is actually investigated for the damn crime.
The whole point of issuing that pardon is to make it so that you guys can't spend the next 4 years playing Hillary's emails with Hunter Biden. That's the whole point. Because that's what you guys do. Like you tried with Hillary, like you tried with Benghazi and failed.
Even if the Republicans did, as Destiny is saying here, play Hillary's emails with Hunter Biden, what would that affect? Like, why would you care? If they were like, what would they benefit from that anyway, other than just trying to get justice, other than trying to investigate to see if there was any wrongdoing, any breaking of the law, sorry. Because they don't benefit at all. Hunter Biden is not going to run for president in the future. Joe Biden is not going to run for president in the future. Maybe Jill Biden, maybe. I probably not. That family's kind of just done now. Like they're kind of an embarrassment. I would be shocked if they ever ran, if Obama ever let them run, and you know. That would never happen. So if they were going to go after Hunter Biden, it would probably be because he broke the law. There's nothing that they could really do. There's no Hillary's emails that they could go after to try to take down a political opponent that they have, because Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, that family is not a political opponent anymore. So if they were to go after him, it would be just for justice. That's all. So what would be the issue with that? That's not the reason for the pardon at all. The reason for the pardon was very obviously because they know that Hunter Biden broke the law. They know that Hunter Biden could be in jail for a very long time if they didn't pardon him. That's why the pardon happened. And it's so obvious to everybody except for the brainwashed cult that Destiny's a part of.
Over and over and over again with all these bullshit investigations. You do like you've done now with Hunter Biden.
Destiny,
like you did with Ken Starr and Bill Clinton.
Hang on. Destiny, to be clear, Destiny,
House, they're going to bring in Destiny charges to Joe Biden and has nothing. But here you are, still
calm down.
Saying lies about the Biden crime family.
Destiny, please, can I get involved here? Destiny, I've got a question for you, which is Gavin Newsom, who was one of the most vocal supporters of Biden, even when everyone else was chucking him under a bus. Even he has come out and said he cannot support this decision. Do you actually support what Biden has done? Do you support
Absolutely, 100%.
Wow. So actually, in the end, you do support lying, hypocrisy, and shamelessness.
Look at him. He looks so... He's like...
justice. You support all those things.
No. What the pardon of Hunter Biden is a trillionth of what Donald Trump... It's not even close.
And if Trump had done this, to Donald Trump Jr., you'd have said the complete opposite. Anyway, look, let me segue to...
In Donald Trump's administration, after the traitors, over here that support Donald Trump tried to overthrow the government in 2020, after they tried to overthrow the government and failed, people like Eastman and Giuliani were asking to be put on the pardon list. They were involved in the J6 attack. And guess what? When he does, Piers, you're going to have a 20-minute segment on it, and you're going to move on to see if you can dig up something else about the Bidens or Kamala Harris.
I will go after.
If you enjoy content like this, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It really does help me out a ton. Let's get back to the video.
You guys are all just jealous that he's massively endowed, and so is his
Sorry, hang on. Francesca, sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, I mean, you know, the only crime, I guess, in Ben's eyes that Hunter Biden really committed was showing just how well endowed the Biden family is. And I can see from Ben's perspective how that, you know, might feel like, you know, a crime against him and his
defending a
manhood.
man that abused women, like as a woman, you should at least
Abusing women,
understand that there were
paying
women
for
that were
sex work
abused
is abusing
sexually.
women. I don't think so.
I would
Were they
say
17?
yes.
Were they 17 and trafficked over state lines?
What do you mean it paused? Why?
Not only included everyone who allowed and helped him to back channel with the Russian government in the 2016 campaign, like Paul Manafort, like Roger Stone.
We're back to Russia collusion.
They didn't even get in trouble.
Are we really back to Russia collusion? One of the great.
Because it actually
We're back to Russia collusion, which was one of
Blackwater
This is why we won,
employees
Piers.
who murdered 14 unarmed Iraqi civilians that we know about thanks to Chelsea Manning whistleblowing,
simply a
right,
play
and to
actor.
WikiLeaks. He pardoned those monsters. He's pardoned a lot of people, and so those people arguably
Piers,
have
did
had
Donald
more
Trump
impact on
ever
my
pardon
life
his own
than Hunter
kids?
Biden and his laptop and $1.4 million in tax.
No, Donald Trump has never pardoned his own kids because Donald Trump is not a bad enough father. You know, crazy to say, right? Like, it goes back
Donald
to
Trump
parenting at this point. That, you know, we're talking about politics here, but
so far,
you know, Donald
as
Trump
far as we
has a
know,
lot of
like
kids.
clean
He has a lot of
cut
grandkids. None of them need to be pardoned. You know, it kind of speaks
As far as we
volumes
know.
about the president of the United States when not only like pardoning his child is one thing, right? Having a child that you need to pardon is a whole nother thing. And I do think it speaks volumes, not just about Biden, but also about his entire family. You know, just even having a family member that you need to pardon in the first place. And I'm not saying that anybody who needs to be pardoned is a bad person and their parents are bad. Sometimes people are genuinely mistreated by the justice system and they deserve a pardon. That happens. 100% that happens all the time. But in this particular instance, this was not him being mistreated by the justice system, therefore needing a pardon. This was in fact him being treated too well by the justice system. And then also needed to be pardoned because of how bad the things that he did were. He still needed a pardon even after being treated, you know, getting special treatment from the justice system. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about Destiny and Francesca Fiorentini getting absolutely demolished here live on Piers Morgan. Let me know in the comments, what do you guys think about this whole Destiny versus the entire panel here on Piers Morgan?
I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure what the problem is. I'm having an issue with my internet, it seems. Oh, I don't know why. Did the server die? Let me close it for a second. Let me try something. It says my connection is unstable. Let's watch this with a skeptical eye. We'll watch this while I wait for my internet to stabilize or my connection to stabilize.
So this has got to be one of the strangest things I have come across so far this year. I don't know where to begin. I was scrolling through YouTube and I was searching for different topics, and I came across this random video with a random number, random channel name, 300,000 views posted 2 months ago, and 8,000 comments. And after scrolling through a bit of the comments and reading a bit of it, I came across the deepest rabbit hole I have ever seen on the internet. And after researching the topic, I found out that this may actually have something to do with the Cicada 3301 mystery and the bizarre sightings that have been happening since last week.
There's a red light and then there's a big bright light.
This was like potentially lights on a mountain.
They're absorbing around it.
There they are. There they are. There they are.
What do you guys think? Hi, Woodfast. I don't know if it was Minecraft or not. Did my connection stabilize? I still have poor bitrate according to this. Let me just like refresh maybe. It could be because like a bunch of snow fell. So like that might be why. But yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about that. The internet here at my parents' place is not like, it's not great. It's always having issues or slow. But maybe it could be because I'm also sharing. Whereas at home it was just me. But yeah.
Marmora, New Jersey. Oh
That's
my
a
God,
drone.
Here we go. Here it is.
Like, what's going on here? Why are they trying to, like, why? Until I see an alien, like, this shit is not aliens.
Are you freaking kidding me right now?
That's a drone.
This, for instance, is a new sighting that happened in Flasland Airport in Norway, was recorded by Mario Jano 2 days ago.
Until one of them just like pops out in and out of existence, I still don't really believe it. Show me. Oh, that one's doing something funky.
Oh.
These could be lights projected onto the film that they keep spraying in the sky. Like they keep spraying the sky and it becomes this like film. And I feel like some of these could just be like projected. Like that's a projection right there.
Jano,
that like zippity.
2 days ago.
These are that's a projection. In my opinion.
I told you guys, this is crazy. Let's begin this crazy journey just by clicking this video.
I don't know why they're trying to do this. What do you guys think? I mean, has anyone seen anything for themselves? I've seen some things, but like nothing worth really reporting on, to be honest.
Here, let's watch it together. I'm going to mute the music. Alright, so you're possibly asking yourself the same thing as I am. What the heck is this?
Traffic.
An intersection with cars. Some sort of strong filter on the camera lens. And why does this video have 300,000 views and 8,000 comments? And why does this channel have 60,000 subscribers, right? And why is it going viral right now and it's popping all over YouTube? It's on YouTube's front page, it's everywhere. The video continues like this for a while. And what I find interesting is the symbolism within it. We're also going to be taking a look at that. Let's watch a few other videos so you understand what type of channel this is, and before you understand how deep this rabbit hole goes. So this is the channel. A bunch of random numbers. Thousands of views. What's going on, right? Really, really weird. One of the videos that caught my attention
Honeybee was eating a big fat donut and then everything went downhill.
Even though there are a bunch of them, but it gives me a creepy
Sorry, chat.
vibe.
Thanks a lot, Woofast.
So I downloaded this video
Is it still
so that we
chugging?
can see frame by frame what's going on here, because definitely there's some sort of hidden message here. And then I came across
scared
this
of
over here.
Pop-up.
This
What is
image.
it? Pop-up? Scare pop?
This image. That's a weird symbol.
Not
So
really. It's like a... It's kind of like a Triforce.
searched Google for the meaning of this symbol. Look at that. It becomes really scary.
Is it
Let's
a-
just... There's a logo over here. There's a logo type over here.
Is it a
of some sort? Could be something
triangular
else.
spacecraft?
Some
Oh,
other
I see
symbol,
radar.
right?
Over here. Is that radar?
So I continue on, and there
Oh,
seems
there's
to
a
be a
person.
person.
Is my stream
It's
still
as if it's
chugging?
some artwork, something like that. And then we have other videos. Most of them, to me at least, look like they have some sort of occult meaning. This one, for example, a faceless one. Kind of scary. Gives this demonic vibe, doesn't it? It does. Look at that. It's creepy, isn't it?
Could be AI.
The creepiest
12
thing
years
is
ago, though.
it
Hold on,
started
hold on, hold on.
well.
12 years ago? 11 years ago. That's pretty creepy. I mean, this is kind of normal, but this is creepy.
It's creepy, isn't it? The creepiest thing is it started 12 years ago. That would be 2012. Now wait a second, 12 years ago brings me to a few certain topics. Cicada 3301, the Mandela effect, and the supposed year that the Mayan calendar ends. Fact. The supposed year that the Mayan calendar ends. Maybe just a coincidence. Maybe not. It just gets weirder.
I'm getting creeped out, guys. This is scary. What the hell? Why is this so
So I
scary?
have absolutely no idea if these numbers mean something. All I know is that 181 has some sort of occult meaning, and it's repeated over here and over here. So is number 48. So I search for the meaning of number 181, and it gives me angel number all over the internet. That's kind of creepy, isn't it? Let's just click on any one of these. Angel number 181 may suggest that you are nearing the end of a cycle or phase in your life. What? So now is the moment I show you guys the comments. Look at this. Take into consideration this angel number. Chosen ones, here we are. This symbol, an occult symbol. The second comment, it is so strange how the algorithm has brought us all together here. That we all seem to be similar in emotional
Wait,
maturity.
when was this
How the
comment
algorithm
left? 2 months ago?
has brought us all together here. That we all seem to be similar in emotional maturity and empathy. I never click on videos like this, yet I was drawn to it by some sort of intuition. Like many here, I believe many shifts, major shifts, are in progress. Both for good and for ill. Kinda makes me think about the things that are going on right now. Maybe the producer of these videos is doing nothing but a strange type of performative art or prank. But that doesn't matter or change the outcome. We are people of a different mind than most, searching for some sort of connection and meaning in this often bleak life. We are connecting here in this high strangeness. I have been changing for a few years now, but the past 12 months have greatly accelerated the shifts in my way of thinking. Are any of you fellow experiencers? When he says that. So first of all, he's talking about highly intelligent people. They're all different. What makes them different, right? This is one of the questions. He's talking about major shifts. He's talking about a spiritual experience or something that he experienced that changed his life and that led him to this video. The algorithm led him to this video. The thing is, if you look at the comments, they're all the same. All of us. So he asks if there's anyone that's a fellow experiencer. And he says here, all of us. Heart emoji. I can relate. Yeah, same. Most of the comments are the same. And the video was posted about 2 months.
I feel like part of this, like, whatever it is they're saying, like this shift in like belief or whatever. I think TikTok has a big role to play in how a lot of these people feel. TikTok is like, if you like conspiracies, then TikTok is a great place to, you know, just hear all kinds of conspiracies. And like some people are really how do you say, convincing. And some things that's like, maybe that's not a conspiracy. But I feel like there's this, like, you know, collective shift, you could say, but I feel like it could just be a trend, or it could be on purpose because of like this whole, I don't know. Let's just see what happens.
Months ago. That was on September 30th,
You hear me
2024.
now?
A few months after the supposed object mysterious orb in the Manchester airport. That's when it all started, supposedly. And then there's this one
That's when
comment.
it started? I
Look at
mean,
the amount of comments with hearts.
I disagree, but
And then there's this one comment that changes everything. The harvest is coming. See you all on the flip side. And then a
That's
heart
scary.
emoji, a green heart emoji. That's really strange, isn't it? But I will explain what I found in a few minutes. I'll explain the heart emoji, why green instead of
maybe we were farmed this whole
red.
time.
And I'll explain what I found about the harvest. What is the harvest? And then you have this video over here that gives me this Matrix feeling.
Is my stream downloading in the background? I don't know. How do I tell?
What? Hello, Neo. I am Morpheus. Is this it?
1 3 2 1 5 2 1 3 2 1 3 5 3 6 1 5 6
What the heck is going on here?
6 1 7
6 3 2 4 5.
So it's a bunch of random numbers, right? There has to be some sort of hidden meaning in this. So here's where things take a really strange turn. I found this guy on YouTube, and he supposedly cranked one of the messages. This video that we were
Am I
just
live?
watching. This is the supposed message.
Every idea excels from my day, inspiring joy and light. I find freedom and motivation in love and unity. Opportunities abound for those who yearn for knowledge. Together we unlock joy, creativity, and the wisdom of our journeys. In every moment, we embrace passions, ends, and fulfillment, nurturing our dreams and ambitions. Life is a puzzle that I joyfully solve, believing in the strength of community.
I have
and
no
the pursuit
donut
of
left. Gone,
understanding.
long gone.
Let's cherish the unknown
Long
potential within
gone.
ourselves and celebrate the energy that connects us all. Every idea excels.
So on one side you have a very beautiful message about unity, love, and all that. But on the other side, you have this very creepy YouTube channel with cryptic videos, creepy thumbnails, and a very creepy vibe. And one thing that caught my attention was the word opportunity. And it kind of connects everything that's going on right now. And I'll get to that in just a few moments. But the thing about it is, I was researching for the symbolism behind some of the videos. The upside down triangle with the circle. And this is what I found. This symbol has a few meanings. One of them is, in ancient times, priests and seers used this symbol to ward off evil spirits. And then you got the name of the person who cracked the code, Demon Hunter, right? And then you got the comments on the first video, and this is, look at this. It's impressive. It's all about
This is
spiritual
TikTok,
awakening.
spiritual warfare. This is this is not, I mean, not to discredit like what these people are feeling or anything. Like, this is very much the kind of stuff you hear about on TikTok. And like some of the stuff they talk about is some of it is like kind of not conspiracies, so I don't know, or some people, or some of it is just very convincing
Or something like that. But then I found this guy over here. He starts decrypting the alphabet from the numbers with
the thing is like, but the thing is TikTok, people on TikTok are on my side when it comes to the whole chemtrail thing, and that is very validating because it's a thing. Okay, it is a thing, it's happening, and it's, stop denying it because it's a thing.
with this particular video that we watched. So he got the alphabet, and he finds out that video number 1 means mission start, mission initiated. The video 2 means hello, video 3 evil, video 4 peace, video 5 so on and so on and so on. And then you got this video 12 phone call, a phone call to player 4A328. So this is someone over here. So this is a player, probably the name of a player. Video was uploaded towards this player who decrypted the game. Now, again, this is a game, right?
What is?
And then you got this guy over here on Reddit who decrypted everything and found out
is
that
like, oh wait.
one of the videos is traveling from A to B, delete C coordinates, this coordinate over here. It says take train, get briefcase, card number 3, C27, time is normal. We go there, it's Japan, it's this particular building. This is crazy. So it's not just a game. It could be an augmented reality game, or it could be the Cicada 3301 thing happening once again. But then, this same guy decrypted another coordinate to space. He found out that this particular video that we just watched, this video is actually, the title of it is a coordinate to space. And this is once again where things take a really strange turn. So these are the coordinates for a constellation system called Camelopardalis, the giraffe. Wait a minute. On October 2022, there was a meteor shower coming from this constellation, and astronomers had no idea where they came from. This is what it says.
When? 2021?
Wait a minute. On October 2022,
2022?
there was a meteor shower coming from this constellation, and astronomers had no idea where they came from. This is what it says. The October Camelopardalis are somewhat of a mystery. Astronomers aren't quite sure what their origin is. The meteors have an orbit, yet there is no known comet that has been identified as having spawned these meteors. What's going on here? So this is really weird. And then we got this video over here. So identified as having
Why is there so much cloud cover at night? I feel like they were already spraying at this point, probably. What are they trying to hide? Look, how is that possible? Look at how bright it is.
There is no known comet that has been identified as having spawned these meteors.
That covered. Like, do you see? Look at the clouds that are lower in the atmosphere, gray in color, and moving faster than everything
Identified
else.
as having spawned these
What
meteors.
is that exactly? Okay, it could be the. Oh, I know what it is. It's the lighting from the asteroid. So it's not actually that the clouds are moving quickly. It's that the light
There is no known
like.
comet
Okay,
that
so
has been
that's the
identified
lighting.
as having spawned
But like,
these meteors.
these are not real clouds. First of all, they're spraying shit in the sky and they're making it full of crap. And I don't know if it's to hide what's going on up there. I don't know if it's to project all these UFOs that we're seeing. Because
going on here. So this is really weird. And then we got this video over here.
what happened to the hole in the ozone layer? Why don't they call it greenhouse anymore? What happened to the coral reef? They don't talk about that anymore.
Inspiring joy and
So wait, is this from another planet? Do you think this is from another planet?
Going on here. Comet that has astronomers aren't quite sure what their origin
I'm
is.
locked in.
The meteors have an orbit, yet there is no known comet that has been identified as having spawned these meteors. What's going on here? So this is really weird. And then we got this video over here.
Every idea excels from my day, inspiring joy and light. I find freedom and motivation in love and unity. Opportunities abound for those who yearn for knowledge.
Remember what he's talking about.
Opportunities abound for those who yearn for knowledge.
That's me. I yearn for knowledge. Do you guys yearn for knowledge? You should.
I found this out. It's called Window of Opportunity. And there's this logo over here and 326 pages, I guess. It's something that was written by this user Hidden Hand, and it says, I am a generational member of a ruling bloodline family. Every so often, as per directives, a brief window of opportunity opens, whereby a select handful of our family are required to make communications with our subjects, us. So this guy goes on to explain that he's not human, and that he's from a ruling bloodline family, and that he has to answer any question that anyone makes him. 326 pages. This thread started on October 2008. The same month of the Camilo Pardalit's meteor shower, and he predicts that in 2009 there will be a new currency along with a new union of nations. That was Bitcoin. So he basically predicted Bitcoin, and a lot of people freaked out over that. He also stated,
but was Bitcoin a new currency? Like, I wouldn't technically. I guess it's called a cryptocurrency, but like, it wasn't a currency in the sense that like, you could just go shopping and shop in Bitcoin, you know, and pay in Bitcoin. You can't really, you still can't really do that. So you can, you know, you can go to a Bitcoin ATM or whatever, or maybe there's some places that accept. But okay.
Of an upcoming harvest. He also states how all of this started in 2012, which is kind of weird taking into consideration that the YouTube basically predicted Bitcoin, and a lot of people freaked out over that. He also states of an upcoming harvest. He also states how all of this started in 2012, which is kind of weird taking into consideration that the YouTube channel also started uploading in 2012, and how the Cicada 3301 also began in 2012. And then he talks about—
I don't know the cicada thing, but I feel like I've heard of it.
Beautiful things like free will, love, and light, which reminds me a little bit of the video that was decrypted. The message that we hear is somewhat beautiful, of love and unity. The comments of the people in these videos are very beautiful, of love and unity and awakening. He also talks about how this ruling bloodline can be tracked into Atlantis, and how they're directing this game and playing it from behind the scenes. He leaves a cryptic message about how aliens may only contact those who have a soul contract, whatever that means. He also talks about a great awakening and preparations for this great harvest. Now remember the comments from that video? And the awakening? And the harvest? And the green heart emoji? Those comments were all in that first video that we just watched. A cryptic video that for some mysterious reason pops up for certain people who talk about an awakening and an experience that they all share, but no one talks about.
Hey,
Now,
Jessa,
this
we're
could be just
going
a really
full
big
red
coincidence,
pill.
and what a coincidence.
Well,
I mean,
I put this going because my stream was lagging, so I put this going as like a filler video, but it's pretty interesting so
the
far,
Great
to be
Awakening,
honest.
the harvest, the beautiful messages. It's like this YouTube channel that's going viral right now, and this thread on the internet have something in common, but in a very cryptic way. Now, if you want to understand more of this, you'll have to read that thread for yourself. Now, in my honest opinion, this could be just an ARG, or an augmented reality game, and a very, very elaborate one. And a lot of people believe that the Cicada 3301 mystery was also an ARG, or an augmented reality game. But I want to know your take. Taking into consideration the things that we're seeing in the sky all over the world right now, could it be that maybe aliens are trying to communicate with us through social media since 2012 in a cryptic way? And could it be that they arrived?
The thing is, this UFO thing, this UFO stuff, like, was already, like, it was predicted by others, and their prediction was that it was good. I think their prediction was that it was gonna be a deception. So, like,
from this Camilo Pardalis constellation.
I could be wrong on that, but
Here they are. Here they are.
if you see any lights in the sky, number one, think, could it be obviously a plane, a drone, obviously. If it's not that, could it be a projected image onto this veil that they've been spraying in the sky. I keep talking about it because they are spraying the sky. It's not just condensation. It's not condensation. Maybe back in the 90s, you would see one plane making a condensation trail, and that trail would go away and it would stay thin. But now you see stuff like this. This is not condensation. This is what they're spraying in the sky to create I call it a film to project. They're gonna project shit onto this, okay? They might already be doing so. I don't know why. It could be, maybe it's a form of like confusing adversaries in times of war. I don't know. Like I don't know. It could be serving multiple purposes. They want to block the sun. They want to hide what they're doing up there, and they can use it to project images onto so that we think there's fucking drones and shit up there. I don't know. These are theories. These are my theories. Oh, and they can also use it as an excuse to tax us on carbon. Because look, there's so much pollution, guys. We have to we have to be taxed. Look at all the pollution. But it's also just contrails. It's just condensation. But we have to tax you. The sun is, what is this? This is like dirty. Why is it everything blue and then you come here and it's like this yellow? No, that's not how the sun used to shine. That's not normal. That's not natural. This, again, it's doing it again. And this is, look at this. Look at this. So they're doing shit in the skies, okay? They are. They're playing with drones. They're spraying shit. They're all kinds of shit, okay? Just look up. And when you notice it, I recommend you take your own videos and pictures. And everyone, look, everyone is calling them out. This is a news KUTV2 News, like who Utah's #1 source for breaking news. This is Utah, okay? I posted a video basically saying that the Met Office admits spraying skies, like this is, they're spraying. It's not condensation. And everyone, literally everyone is saying like that you guys are lying. These are not condensation trails. These are chemical trails. We have more photos. What the fuck is this? These things don't, like, this just dissipates into a film, okay? In the sky. Don't be fooled, people. Look at this. It's like, look. All this. What happened to clouds that had shapes? And they admit that they're trying to block the sun. I mean, they already admit it. I don't know why people don't want to fucking see it. Look at this shit. Look how many people are posting about it. And this is just in Utah. Sundog. It's not a, yeah, but it's not a proper sundog. It's a chemical sundog. X in light mode. It's just for lighting. Oh, people, you know what's ew is people who comment on what kind of day or night you're using on your platform. That's what's ew, Jezza. Ew on you, okay? So anyway, basically nobody's agreeing with them, and what the fuck? This is an ad, but no, I want to see. I want to see the walking on water shoes. You guys are liars. Look. This is what they have in the skies, basically. This is what they're sending up in the skies, okay? So no water shoes? Fake news. I can tell this is actually a rendering after all. Anyway, so so can you guys just like look up when you go outside? That's all I ask. Look up and look at how different the sky looks compared to how you remember it as a child. Because somebody's messing around up there. Or many people are. Speaking of...
So I've been reporting to you guys about these mysterious drones that are being spotted flying over New Jersey. They've basically been terrorizing
Canada's publicly
New
funding
Jersey
gates to block the
for
sun. That's
weeks.
so annoying. What the fuck?
And as I put it to you all in one of my past videos, the door has been wide open for the government to provide.
But it's not just in Canada. They're doing it in the UK. They're doing it in the States. They're doing it in Europe.
Any explanation. And now the story is getting even creepier. Because you might remember the FBI officially announced that they have joined the investigation to find out whatever these drones are and where they're coming from. Now, this is not just happening in New Jersey, although New Jersey is seeing the worst of it. This is happening all over America, and it's happening in England, over military bases in England that house U.S. soldiers and the U.S. Air Force. Now, there are unconfirmed
Normally I use
reports.
dark mode, but
I can't confirm this,
I had set everything to light mode because I didn't have proper lighting. But now I kind of have proper lighting.
Drones has gotten shot down,
and I didn't change
and
everything back
has been looking
to night
for
mode
the
yet.
debris or whatever. I don't know how true that is.
It doesn't really bother me
All I
one way or
know
another,
is
to be
that for a
honest.
fact, the FBI
I'm judging
is
you.
investigating in New Jersey. And they officially announced that. Now, from everything I'm hearing, the FBI is investigating in other areas as well. Although I don't
His
think they've
reptile,
made
yeah,
any
yeah.
official announcements
Night mode because
about
it
that.
hurts your
But
eyes. Yeah,
here's
normally
where
I
things
would do
get creepy.
night mode.
Some of the FBI agents who are on this case, you know, investigating the mysterious drones all around America. Some of these FBI agents claim that they are being followed home by drones now. And some of them are going
I was
home
followed by some
after a
drones.
long
I was
weeks
followed by 2 drones for like a good mile at least.
of work.
Except they were probably just stars, but something makes me feel like they were not stars because like, number one, you can't even see stars in this city, okay? So that's number one. Number two, the sky's always blanketed with this fucking chemical shit that they have going on. So it's always blanketed, so you couldn't see stars anyway, right? So like there's the light pollution, and then there's the fucking whatever they're spraying up there, okay? So you can't see stars. You can barely see stars. Why? Tell me why I see like a perfect... I have a video of it, like, but the problem is it's a cell phone video, and cell phone videos are always like, oh, like, it's you can't tell. It was also nighttime, but anyway, it was like a perfect circle, this like kind of orange light above me, and it didn't look like it was far away, because stars normally, they are like not as big of a round circle. They're whiter, and they also have that twinkling. They have that twinkle to them, like, because they're so far away that's like a twinkle. You know what I mean? This thing was, it felt like it was like way closer to the earth. It was not twinkling like a star does. It was just like a perfect circle, sorry, and like pretty much directly above me. And I was walking around, and it would like kind of like disappear and come back. It would like fade and come back. So I'm like, if it's a star, then it could be fading from like all these clouds. But like, I was trying to rationalize it, right? but it just like, what the, like, there's shit in the sky, guys. There's a lot of shit in the sky, and they're not really disclosing what they're doing up there at all. They're not disclosing much of anything.
And they're reporting that these
shit's going on.
Drones are now flying over their homes.
Allegedly,
so this
shit's going on.
Really weird. Because like I said, if the government had an explanation for us, the door has been wide open.
Yeah,
if
collect
we
samples of the chemicals, true.
You know, I don't know, confirmation about what these were. If they were going to come out with some sort of excuse, they would have by now. They haven't. And now even
they
the
were
FBI
stars. I don't think they were
like saying, "Hey, we're being followed by these drones."
My rational mind wants to say they were stars, but I'm like, no, I don't think they were, because they were not acting like stars act. Like, so, but also like, I don't know. Thing is, I also saw something weird during the day from my apartment. In the sky, I saw 2 orbs, one above the other, like 2 white orbs, perfectly like one above the other kind of thing, and then they both just like disappear at the same time. And they were like they were in the sky, kind of. So I feel like there's a lot of layers. There's like a lot of layers of like chemicals that they're spraying. I know I'm going overboard, but like anyway, I think they're doing stuff up there. I think they're trying to hide it with, I don't know, they're trying to hide something. They even tried to hide the total lunar eclipse. No, the orbs are not I don't think the orbs are spraying. I think the orbs are like drones, maybe like some kind of satellite type thing. I have a feeling that they're creating like maybe call it a web or a net around the earth with like drones that are lower in the atmosphere. I don't know, like that sounds crazy, right? Because like, don't they run out of power at some point? But unless they figured out alien technology, then they know, then you know that they do have what crash retrieval programs and propulsion testing and all that crap. So is there a chance that some government got their hands on this technology? And I mean, this guy's saying that they're not making an excuse as to what this stuff is, and like you could say that it's just people making up shit, but I saw shit too. Like I didn't see as detailed as these people have, right? Like I just saw questionable stars, but very questionable stars, and that's the problem. It's like, what is going on? Like something is going on.
So today, I believe the governor of New Jersey just had a meeting with the Department of Homeland Security. So things are getting pretty serious. Let's go ahead and dive into this article. The mysterious sightings of reported drones in North Jersey has gone national as New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy convened this week with the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security to discuss the issue. Governor Phil Murphy said Thursday that he convened a briefing with Homeland Security
Have you seen how the AI and cameras will make
yes. Senior officials from the department.
Yes. Have you seen how the AI and cameras will make a bright dot look like the moon? Yes, I have seen, not necessarily like the moon, but when you try to zoom in on like a star or something with these newer phones, even it's not just the iPhone, but the Samsung does it as well. I feel like these new cameras use AI to try and fill in the gaps, and it's already been proven that Samsung faked their moon thingy, that when you zoom into the moon, you're not actually taking a photo of the moon. They are basically overlaying a photo of the moon onto the moon itself. So that's been proven. So we already know that much. And I do feel like even when you're taking photos of yourself or other people, I feel like in order to maybe get clearer photos, I think they use AI to try and fill in the gaps, because a lot of these newer photos with like, or a lot of like photos taken with the newer phones, I find that sometimes it's like, who is that? Like, maybe it's like blurred or something, and I'm like, who the fuck, like, who the hell is that? And to me, it just looks like they're using AI to fill in the gaps, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't like that. I don't like that. That's fucked up. What if they also make anything else look blurry, like drones, etc.? They do, yeah, they do, because even me, like, when I zoomed in, there's so many people, they zoom into something in the sky, and it's like trying to focus, and it's just like doing this like staticky looking thing, and people are like, oh my god, look at what it's doing, oh my god, and I'm like, that's just the phone trying to focus on like the dot. It's not really like, that's nothing. If you want to see real actual UFO footage, subscribe to Eyes on Cinema on YouTube, because
My name is Edgar
because
Boucher.
they have like
I spent 20 years with the U.S. Air Force.
they have footage like from the 90s. It's not stuff that you fill in with AI, you know, this is like stuff on film. This is not digital. So which one do I like? Which one do I like? It was like Florida. There was one that was so compelling to me. 60 minutes of daytime UFO pictures. No, I want, how about daytime UFO videos? Let me just put in here Florida. Was it this one?
Redfish Point, Florida, 1993. This extraordinary cylinder-shaped UFO was recorded just outside Gulf Breeze by UFO investigator Michael
See,
Hawk.
like, this is bad quality too, but at least
By
like, you
UFO
can make out,
extraordinary
I don't know,
cylinder-shaped
like,
UFO
it's, at least you know it's like not digital as far as
was recorded just outside Gulf Breeze
this
by UFO
channel's
investigator
full of-
Michael Hawkins. It hovers over the
there was another one that was very interesting to me. Now, which one's Scoutmaster? Yeah, we'll mess with it. Have you seen? It's a fact. So what if they also make anything else look blurry like drones? Make film real again. Yes, make film real again, and make film reels. Ha ha ha. Okay, maybe not Florida. Maybe it was beach. Or wait, was it this? Was it this? Was it this?
Videotapes, look at it, you tell us, we don't know, but it's there.
And what appears on those videotapes is a mystery. UFOs hovering as plain as day. Spherical, shiny objects seeming to defy gravity. And then in the blink of an eye, they're gone.
Honey.
But they keep coming
All right,
back
hold on.
to gravity. And then in the blink of an eye, they're gone.
So now we can see how we never see the UFOs disappear or come into frame, like we just see them there and they're just there and then that's it. Like, that's not good enough evidence for me.
Objects
now this
seeming to defy gravity, and then in the blink of an eye, they're gone.
It's like, is
Objects
that real
seeming
or is
to
that
defy
digital?
gravity, and then in the blink of an eye, they're
What do you guys think? Well, I mean, here's the thing. if you could get your hands on the film, and this is on the film,
Spherical shiny objects.
then we have our answer. Right? If you try and catch this on your cell phone, like, I don't know,
gravity,
you probably
and
wouldn't
then
see
in the
anything.
blink of an eye, they're gone. But they keep coming back to Gulf Breeze, Florida. It's an affluent community nestled in the Florida Panhandle. Some say the UFOs are attracted to the crystal white sand. Others say it's the sparkling clear waters. Whatever it is, the UFOs are coming in droves.
Why the UFO is coming here, why we witness it so much, I don't know the answers to the why.
Ed Walters makes his living as a housing contractor, but 7 years ago, his life was changed.
UFOs are just something I was never interested in, and until I saw one myself.
And here are those photographs Ed took in 1987 with his Polaroid camera. He saw the objects over 20 times.
Polaroid.
And late last year, the objects returned. He couldn't resist catching them on videotape.
I got my little video 8mm camera and went down towards to the beach in the direction where I saw these white flashes.
Ed scanned the horizon, hoping to capture one of those flashes in his camera. But instead, he saw the source of the mysterious strobes.
Oh, geez, goodness gracious. Over those dunes right there.
A UFO hovering silently above the beach.
can barely see
right
it.
there. Oh my God. I kind of felt a little insecure being out on the beach all by myself.
And then the UFO disappeared into thin air.
That's crazy. Like, what do you guys think that is? Look. Do you think that's real or fake?
All by myself.
And then the UFO disappeared into thin air.
It went like down and out.
And then the UFO disappeared into thin air.
That's interesting. What is this? What is this dot? Shows up. The dot shows up. And then it goes away. There's a white dot for one frame. Do you guys see it? Hi, Steeler fan. Oh, how are you? You're sweet. Could be all USA government tech. That advanced. Do you guys see? Oh my God, hold on. I have to tell them, I have to tell everyone about that little dot right there.
Thin air.
$233. There is a white dot for one frame. Did anyone else see it? What do you think it is? It's there for 1 second. What could it be if it's there? But it's like... I'm trying to think if it's far in the distance or if it's like really close to the camera because it seems to be in a different focus than the trees here in the back that you probably can't see because of what I have going on here. Hold on. The trees in the back are not like focused, and the UFO thingy up here is also not that well focused. But the dot is actually okay. Is that water on the camera lens?
Myself.
Could it be like a could it be water? No, because it's not moving independently from the trees.
Each all by myself.
And then the UFO disappeared into thin air.
Wait. There's more going on here. Hold on. What's happening down here? It's like really hard to tell, but is that where the dot appears? Hold on, I see the white dot for another frame here. So the white dot one sec, guys, one sec. One second. Paint. Shit, I don't have I need GIMP. Maybe I should get GIMP. Is it free? I'm going to bring these some of these frames into a program and like I'm gonna check them out because I'm seeing some weird stuff going on here, and I don't know if it was like, you know, I don't know if the like footage was tampered with in some way, or if like there's a lot that we don't see with our naked eyes. Oh no, you're feeling a little sick. I'm sorry to hear that. Would they tell anyone if they had it? No, I don't think they would. But they also wouldn't be like trying to show it off to us, right? If that were the case, like why they would be a little more careful not to be hanging out at the beach, you know, and in the public like this. Everyone's starting to get sick. True. Very true. How's my download? Hold on. Okay, we'll do, so hold on. So I can't get over this because
out on the beach
I can,
all by
it's
myself.
like,
And then the UFO disappeared.
And then I'm seeing, okay, it could just be noise. What is that? Look, what is that? Okay, that could be a bird. Except that it can't be a bird because it's there for 2 frames. And if it was a bird, it wouldn't be in the same spot. If it was flying, it would not be in the spot 2 frames in a row. So is that a problem with the film? Maybe it got scratched. Or is this something else in the sky flying around? Very interesting. Very interesting. Hold on, let me just do this. And then the UFO itself. Oh, and then we have something pop up here. Was this footage doctored, is my question. Sorry guys, this is probably really boring for you, but look, there's another little thing here that's also kind of flying, zooming the way this thing is zooming. Where's that like little white dot that I saw earlier? Where's that dot? Where's that dot? There it is. The little white dot. All right, let's keep.
When you know it, it interacts with the boat, with the person walking.
Investigator for the Mutual over Gulf Breeze, and he says that spent years investigating thousands of sightings over Gulf Breeze, and he says that Ed Walters' footage remains completely unexplainable.
Unless Ed Walters had a brother-in-law named Spielberg, it'd be pretty hard to do tapes like that.
Bland Pugh is investigating other videos from Gulf Breeze. They have an uncanny similarity to Ed Walters' silent hovering spheres. One such video, shot by a man named Martin Allen, was of special interest.
He set a video camera up and left it unattended and caught the UFO as it streaks across the screen in approximately 1 second.
Okay, what do you guys think about that one?
The UFO as it streaks across the screen.
The thing is, like, this is, to me, some of the most compelling footage, and it was from the 90s, you know what I mean? When I see UFO, when I see, like, footage from a cell phone nowadays, it's like... And you don't see the UFOs moving like this. You don't see nothing like this.
Ended and caught the UFO as it streaks across the screen in approximately 1 second.
Again, could be could be
the UFO as it
could be fake, right? Let's check frame by frame because why not? Okay, so what's this? What's this? Could be like the film, just like grainy film. That's, I guess, one of the downsides to film is like the graininess, but digital is grainy in its own way. So, okay, and then here comes the UFO. I see a dot come in and out of existence. Not sure if that's the film or if that's something. Move my mouse. Like, what's this up here? This guy, look. Boom. Look, there's a white dot here, a black dot here. They separate in the next shot. And then they're gone. Could just be film, I suppose. Could be the film. There's... Could be nothing. Where's the UFO? What is that? That looks like another something flying. The UFO what? Goes through a cloud? It looks like there's a shit ton of stuff flying around, to be honest. I don't know if it's just like the grain or like what. Is there more stuff than we thought flying around? Like there's a dot there. There's another thing here. Could just no. Could just be something on the film. I wonder if this is just this frame to this frame makes me like wonder if this was faked, but I don't know. It could just be interlacing.
Screen, left it unattended, and caught the UFO as it streaks across the screen in approximately 1 second. Several days later, Martin Allen looked outside. He saw this UFO hovering out over the beach.
The UFO seems to accelerate from a dead hover to blinding speed in nothing flat.
It accelerated from 0 to over 2,000 miles an hour before it exited off of the screen.
Another
miles
seems to
this UFO hovering out over the beach.
The UFO seems to accelerate from a dead hover to blinding speed.
Like what's this down here? I'm starting to wonder, like, when we see a UFO, are we seeing the whole UFO or are we just seeing a part, a piece of the UFO? Sometimes I wonder. Once I download GIMP, kind of just disappears.
Another UFO video that was submitted to the Mutual UFO Network appeared to have that same acceleration, but the picture is even clearer. Again, the object hovers without a sound and appears to be a solid reflective sphere. Then, without so much as a shudder, the object streaks out of frame. So much as a sound and appears to be a solid reflective sphere. Again, the object appeared to have that same acceleration.
Imagine you saw this. Wouldn't it be creeped out if it like zoomed away like that? If it's just like
submitted to the Mutual UFO Network appeared to have that
it's just
same
there
acceleration,
and then it's
but
gone.
the picture is even clearer. Again, the object hovers without so much as a shudder. The object.
I kind of wish we had like like, how do I know this footage
Out of
is
frame.
real, you know? That's the only thing.
3 similar images caught within the viewfinders of 3 separate videographers. Could it be a collective hoax? The experts say no. But the question remains, why are these objects appearing over Gulf breeze?
Why go?
So, anyway, all this to say that cell phone footage can't really be trusted because of AI and them using AI to fill in the gaps, fill in the blanks, and people not knowing the difference between, you know, the AI / camera phone trying to focus on something versus that something being that, like, unfocused something being like an unidentified flying object. But let's get back to what the U.S. is saying or not saying.
Convened this week with the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security to discuss the issue. Governor Phil Murphy said Thursday that he convened a briefing with Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, senior officials from the Department of Homeland Security, the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness, and New Jersey State Police, all convened together to discuss the situation. Members of New Jersey's congressional delegation also participated. We are actively monitoring the situation and are in close coordination with our federal and law enforcement partners on this matter, Murphy said in a statement on X, adding that there is currently no indication of any threat to public safety. So, like I was just saying, folks, if they were going to come forward with some sort of random explanation, they would have by now. We wouldn't have reached.
No, not if they want us to think. Not if they want us to think it's the end of the world or whatever, etc., etc.
Where the freaking governor of New Jersey,
right,
is having meetings with the Department of Homeland Security about whatever these things are. And for the life of me, I do not understand what is so difficult about tracking these things down to wherever they're coming from. Now, obviously, this could be our own government. That's a possibility. But I feel like if it was, they would have just come up with some type of weak excuse to throw out.
No, not if they want us. Not if they wanted us to. Not if they want us to. They want us to think it's an invasion, allegedly. Invasion. Allegedly. That's why no explanation. Right?
Just so people would leave the story alone.
Hi,
instead of people getting whipped into a frenzy, and now the governor is meeting with the Department of Homeland Security. Now the FBI is freaking out because FBI agents are being followed home by drones. So I don't know if these things are aliens, and that's why we can't track them down or shoot them down. And I'm not saying they are aliens. I think it's probably man-made technology, and maybe it's one of our enemies because of all of the conflicts that we are wrapped up in around the world. But regardless of what it is, it baffles me as to why we can't figure out what it is. You know what I mean? Like with our military, with the technology that we have, if this is not the U.S. government testing out some sort of equipment, why can't we figure out where the hell these things are coming from? But I want to go ahead and roll this news clip because, like I said, this is happening in New Jersey. It's happening in Arizona.
Exactly.
It's been happening for months over military bases throughout America. And
what
now for
even
the past
legal?
2 weeks, it's been happening
is that even legal in
military
Canada?
bases
Is what legal
in England? So let's go ahead and roll this clip, and then I'll be right back with more thoughts.
I don't know who could have possibly done this?
Well, Will, one of the ships was in fact inspected by the Coast Guard, and they couldn't find anything. The thing is that there were several other suspicious ships in the region
Cool Power
that they
Ranger
never
shirt,
got
yeah.
to. And Will, it gets worse. Just a couple of months earlier, there were several
Good
mystery
potassium.
drone flights over our nuclear testing range in Nevada, just north of Las Vegas. And again, nothing was done. And it gets even worse. Some of the FBI agents that have been assigned to look into this have reported drones flying over their homes as if to say, hey, we know where you are. And so I really think that what this does is it boils down to an administration that doesn't take these threats seriously. You just had on the previous segment a drone attack on Prime Minister
that to a
Benjamin
wall and made it
Netanyahu's
and
house.
made
Of
bank.
course, we've seen with Russia
I already
and
tried
Ukraine,
selling
the
it last
utility
stream.
of
Nobody
drones.
wanted it. So.
And yet, somehow we're preventing our warriors
Hi,
from
Birdman.
defending their own bases by saying, oh no, you need to get permission from the Attorney General or from Secretary of Homeland Security
Freedom.
Alejandro Mayorkas. No, that's wrong. Base commanders
Trump
have
sent
an
it to her?
inherent
What, the
authority
banana?
within their command to defend their bases.
Well, why wasn't that done, Chuck? That'll be my final question for you. Okay, there's
Eating
the
a
issue of where this came
bananas,
from.
banana while
The
live
second,
streaming
why
about
wasn't anything
UFOs.
done?
Yes.
Well, the fear
It
was
is legal.
that there may be some collateral damage that could happen. They also wanted to use some of these advanced teams that they had, these anti-drone teams. There's only 2 of them. Mayorkas has not allowed more to be built. The problem with worrying about collateral damage is that any damage that would happen would be entirely the fault of the People's Republic of China. It's the People's Republic of China that's sending these drones into U.S. airspace, violating our airspace, just like they did with the spy balloon early last year that, as you recall, they
Maybe
never
that's why they're not
shot
saying
down
anything,
until
'cause
it
they don't
got
want
over the Atlantic Ocean.
to admit.
Just to clarify on the way out, is that known then?
I don't know.
Chuck, it's the PRC that flew these drones, or that's your suspicion?
It's my suspicion because they were large enough. They had to be nation-state actors, and I believe only Russia and China have the capability to do this.
You can believe
and
that.
given the financial state of affairs with Russia versus China, I'm 99.5% sure that these were the Chinese operating these drones.
Incredible. Absolutely needs to be followed, more understood about this future of warfare, which is perhaps, as you point out with Benjamin Netanyahu, the present of warfare. Chuck DeVore, thanks so much for being
How
with us this
about
morning.
no wars?
All right. So let's just
You
say this
jackasses.
is the U.S. government, right? This has got to be some really top secret stuff.
Not you guys.
If they're going so far as to
Governments
follow
and
FBI
warmongers.
agents around and following them home, trying to intimidate them, you would think, if anything, maybe the FBI would get tipped off to, hey, you know, this is some of our equipment. You know, you don't really got to worry about that investigation or what have you. But from the sounds of things and from the looks of things, people who are trying to investigate these things, FBI agents are literally getting intimidated and followed by drones. That is so absolutely wild to me that this is happening above our heads right here in America, folks. Right here in America. And
I
they're
mean,
not trying to be
nobody's
secretive.
saying it's aliens,
That's
though.
another
To be
thing that
honest,
really
nobody's
sticks
really
out here.
saying it's alien. Like, people are saying it's UFOs, sure, but I think at this point, if you've been on the internet long enough, you know that UFO doesn't necessarily mean alien.
Because if this was the U.S. government working on some top secret technology, then why do you have these things glowing in the freaking sky, you know, every day for weeks straight to where everyone can see it? Couldn't you be more secretive? Couldn't you be out in the desert?
Even if it was like Chinese spy drones, like, wouldn't they also try to be a little less obvious? And that's what makes me wonder, is this on purpose to incite some kind of fear in the people?
Flying these things somewhere instead of over a heavily populated area in freaking New Jersey, of all places? I just don't think they would be testing out top secret equipment that they don't want anyone to know about over New Jersey. And then if these were our enemies, like, why aren't y'all trying to be secretive about it? These things are glowing and blinking in the sky. There's hundreds of videos out there. And like I said, folks, no exaggeration. It's not like these things are popping up every now and then. literally like clockwork every single night for weeks now. These things are just flying and hovering around the sky, but no one knows what it is. The governor of New Jersey doesn't know. The FBI doesn't know. Supposedly, the local military bases have no idea. These things are flying over Trump's golf course. It's just some really weird stuff. Because the more you try to rationalize it and the more you try to think of an explanation, it's like these explanations don't really fit. Whatever this is, supposedly we don't know what it is, but it's not trying to hide. These things are not trying to hide. So whatever that means, I don't know. And I do find it very concerning. If these are our enemy drones or something like that, then they're really bold. Just flying, glowing in the sky right above military bases like it's nothing. You let me know what you think this stuff is down in the comments below. While you're down there, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe, ring that notification bell. Then I'll talk to you all very soon in the next one.
Hey y'all, quick update. I didn't kill that CEO. I know that picture came out and I resemble generic white guy to a T, but actually, you have a different nose and smile. So I've been walking around New York today and people are looking at me like I have a secret. I don't have a secret. I can't really ride a bike.
What really makes me laugh about this is because I was raised in New York, I know the level that New Yorkers mind their business. So they could have seen him, seen the picture on TMZ and been like, I'm gonna mind my business. They not gonna ask no questions. They not gonna do nothing. They just gonna look and mind their business. That's why when people say, oh, well, you know, I feel like New Yorkers are kind of rude. Like, no, like New Yorkers, they just don't have time for the BS. And I just could imagine people looking at him because, like, low-key, I could see how someone could think that. But there's also been a couple of people on this app today that I'm like, just because, like, them with a hoodie on looks like it could possibly be. And it's funny that he says that, but let's spin a block on that picture. I actually could see it, especially in this one right here. Now, this one and this one doesn't actually look like the same guy. To me, what do y'all think? I don't know, y'all. Something seems real wild. And I'm starting to feel like the wife has something to do with it. I don't know, y'all. I just feel like I have a strange feeling like the wife, she seemed a little too calm. Something ain't right, y'all. Y'all don't think that? I know I'm not crazy. Don't act like I'm crazy, y'all. But anyway, I thought this was super funny because when he started to smile, I was like, ah! He do look like
I've got my San Antonio cup of coffee. Welcome to the Backyard Professor Responds video. Cliff High on December 3rd, UFO Invasion Day, gave a recording.
Sorry, I was
that
muted.
Has been posted by a website.
Check this guy out on X. He's running around. Oh yeah. Okay, so I just basically read what you said.
That I want to respond to. He is saying the invasion is successful and it is occurring right now, and it is ongoing, and we're in for a wild and bumpy ride, and I want to respond to just that. I want to respond to his evidence.
So okay, so
I want to respond to.
Did anyone else hear about this other than like from my stream? Like, is anyone else? Is it just my algorithm?
His analysis. I want to respond to everything he's saying because this is so intriguing that I've read the evidence in a vastly different way than the way Cliff has read the evidence and interpreting the evidence. So this is such an intriguing topic. On the drones, the UFOs in the UK, I would just like to acknowledge real quick another brand new video by Richard Dolan. I think it's just a couple days ago, right here, where he is describing his impression of the drones. I will have this video link in my description as well. I just want to show you drones, UFOs, what's flying over the UK bases. And this is so intriguing because he's well known as a valid UFO researcher and historian for the last several decades. I like Dolan because he keeps me grounded. I thoroughly enjoyed his book. I would encourage you to read his book. This video is very good because he's being so cautious. He is not jumping to any quick conclusions at all. And he also indicates that he is not overly impressed with what videos and photos he has seen so far of these so-called UFOs.
Same.
Or so-called drones.
Same.
He doesn't come to any hard, fast conclusions. So that's a valid way to approach this interesting topic. Let's get on with Cliff High and his analysis.
Anyway, so December 3rd, we're into the period of time that's going to lead us up into the melee. We've got plenty of existing real-world examples of those forces in operation now, because we've got, you know, all the fighting and scrapping and shit here in the U.S.
Now, this is interesting because now I've written down some of my notes because I want to get my nuance across correctly. So I am going to read some of my notes as well as respond just off the top of my head. It's very interesting that we've always had fightings and scrappings in the United States anyway. So is he attempting to make it seem more relevant? I honestly don't know. But
do we have
to say that
have
this
there
is
been fightings and
evidence
scrappings in the US?
of his prediction, you know, I don't know. I'm not sure what he's referring to. Anyway, he's pretty vague here.
You know, and everybody's always, I mean, there's minute by minute activity between the that don't understand that and the awake people and the manga people, the normies that are sort of starting to wake up, right? And so there's all kinds of fighting and problems and irritations with them. And then we've also got we've got the Mother Weffers, the Elohim worship cult in Europe, trying to stage a color revolution in Georgia.
Here, it just appears to me like he's trying to make it appear more chaotic than it really is. I mean, we've always had different ideological groups with their particular interpretations of politics or the economy or the history of the nation or the history of the world, etc. So I think he's trying to make it appear more chaotic than it is in order to be able to better and stronger, smoothly transition into the melee time of his program's prediction of what was going to happen. Really kind of interesting, but not really.
So all kinds of stuff going on today.
Like, why so many people predicting this?
Color revolution there in Georgia. We've got South Korea this morning declared
Is it a prediction
martial law.
or is it just spilling the plans?
They've got the same problems as the duly elected representatives, government in Georgia, the Republic of Georgia, not the state of. Yeah, the Republic, Eastern Europe, Anyway, so the Mother Weffers are trying to do a color revolution there, and they're trying to do the color revolution in South Korea. And so the color revolution is basically the NGOs get a bunch of people agitated and turn them against the government for not doing what they want that government to do, right? So the WEF wants the Republic of Georgia to join NATO, so they're having a color revolution because the government, we don't want anything to do with those assholes. Anyway, sort of the same conditions exist in South Korea at the moment. We've got the Mother Weffers agitating a base level of the South Korean population to go against government policy. They're not like really against the government, they just don't want the government to do specific things. Anyway, so we're really shaping up to melee, and we've got our space alien invasion. So just over these last couple of days, we've had mass sightings and mass videos come out of Portugal of 3 or 4 separate instances where we've had UFOs over soccer games. There was a bunch of UFOs that were doing a sort of like a maneuver. I mean, it was like an organized maneuver kind of thing, and they were doing it over Lisbon, and they were
sounds
photographed.
like drones.
We've had orbs over the UK. We've had tons of drones in the UK. Now, these are really interesting drones.
I saw in a comment on this video, someone said, drones or orbs over Portugal. No, there's nothing going on here. And now Portugal's a big spot to watch all over the sky. I get that. But notice how he is conflating the drones with orbs. Now, Richard Dolan, in his video, is really iffy about doing it this way. He's really iffy about calling them UFOs. And he does a historical back look on some various incidents of the UFOs, etc. But he's not outright saying they're orbs and UFOs. We just don't have enough good evidence yet, according to Dolan. And so, and Cliff is trying to show how various parts of the world, all kinds of activities is going on, but
whatever's
it's
happening
basically
in South
over
Korea,
the
I'm not
UK
sure, like,
and basically over some
why?
cities in the United States of America.
Do you guys want to
right?
educate me?
And granted, we don't have the whole world covered in reporting and so on and
I know
so
what,
forth.
like, what
So,
happened. I don't know why.
To me, this looks a little bit spotty, even though there seems to be a lot of activity.
President? Or I'm
Dolan
not
in
sure
his
if they
book
have a
says,
president or prime
truly,
minister.
without exaggeration, 90% of all evidence ever seen,
Like,
discussed, videoed, or photographed is just a common
enforcing
something
martial
that
law
we
or
see every
something?
day. It's not a UFO.
Couldn't find out any clear.
So that leaves
We could watch
10%.
a
So
video on it.
Cliff appears to me to be trying to make this
But,
much
like,
more overall worldwide encompassing, but he's only
It's
covering just
interesting
a
how
few
this guy's
spots
mentioning it.
at most for an invasion of UFOs that is supposed to lead, and he will say this, to UFOs fighting UFOs and UFOs fighting jets, etc. So I don't know. I don't think that's all that impressive. The activity is fun, it's interesting, but not all of it has to be attributed to UFOs. And it probably
Should I go
realistically
outside and
can't
check
be.
the skies?
So I got to get into that for a minute, but we've also had
The president tried to
UFOs
install
over Texas
martial
this
law.
morning,
The
being
people
reported
fought
by
the
commercial
cops to
and
get into
military
parliament to
pilots,
overturn
and
it. So did
are,
they?
the UFOs are doing
Were they
maneuvers
able
over Texas, right? They're coming together, they're doing specific
get into
things. It
parliament?
almost looks
Didn't
like a
they?
training
Didn't
exercise.
they close parliament down or something?
Kind of a deal, right? Anyway, over the UK, and I guess it's now over the same over some places, some military bases in the US, there are these drones. And when we say drones now, we're not talking like the drones you get off of Amazon or something, right? We're talking about things that they're saying are described as bigger than SUVs, all right? They have multiple lights. They've got no apparent propulsion system. It's not like they've got the little propellers on them and all of that kind of shit.
They don't have
no
propellers.
apparent propulsion. And they've been up in the air for 5 days over some of these bases in England. Okay, and so there's no drone we have, even with solar panels built into it, that can stay aloft for 5 days. Obviously, as soon as the sun goes down, they're going to start tapping into battery power. They'll be exhausted before the end of that first night. And
I wonder how they're powered. Because hold on a sec. Hold on. Let me just check something. Let me just check something. Did he? Don't tell me he deleted the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What? Where's the video? I feel like he had a video not too long ago saying something like anti-gravity doesn't exist or something. And if that's the case, like, and if these UFOs are real and don't seem to have any like propulsion systems, and there is also no anti-gravity or whatever, how is it like? Are they using like the magnetic field to get around, or like, I don't know, I'm just curious.
Won't have landed.
I like to think.
So some shit's going on there, and it's very likely alien drones or breakaway civilization drones.
The Parliament aides were using
So,
fire extinguishers in the hallway to keep cops away while they.
And this is probably showing my beginnerhood in this entire subject. But alien drones?
What the heck?
Aliens have drones?
There's still a chance he could do it again.
It appears to me that he is trying too hard to make the drones into alien craft. Now, we do know the military does have some big drones. And so if this observation is correct, that they've been up there for 5 days and all, well, that would need an explanation. That's true. But just to automatically say, oh, alien, I'm not so sure about that yet without a whole lot more investigation from a lot of serious experts. I'm not one of those, so I can't say yes or no. This just seems to be stretching, in my opinion. I'm just not convinced.
Krevetka, thank you so much for the follow.
If it is acting in its own interest
legitimately,
it's more probable it's aliens. It may be the breakaway civilization doing a maneuver for a psyop.
It may be a lot of things. He's giving me the impression that he's just fishing. Yeah, let's keep going.
At this point, we can't determine, but they're there, and because we don't want them falling on civilians, which is pretty, pretty logical, really. You don't want a bunch of SUV-sized drones, and who knows how much they weigh.
This is the backyard professor, by the way, on
YouTube. Right? But so there is all of the action. There is now all of the actions that we can characterize as an invasion.
Bender Trucker, thank you so much for the follow.
Okay,
how are you?
We've met the conditions for the invasion.
I'm genuinely puzzled at this, but he does clarify a little later in the video. But we have all of the actions for an invasion. Maybe not. I don't know. Only if we have alien drones, I suppose. But
nobody in my real life is talking about this, so I don't think we have ingredients for any kind of invasion. But like, something's happening. It seems like it's all planned, though.
If 90% of all of this stuff being seen is not alien, which is basically the proper percentage of all evidence so far presented since 1947 or before, then this appears to me to be pretty thin stuff. You know what I mean? And the other thing is, no one's taken any of these drones down. Now, I watched a couple of news programs at my lunch hour.
Is what you get when
and the military, they're keeping it quiet. All they're saying is, well, we're monitoring this. Nobody's taking any action at all, anywhere, against drones that appear to have impunity now. Anybody can go fly a drone anywhere they want. They are completely in the dark.
I know,
That's the impression they're leaving, but we're monitoring.
Whatever happened to like those, there were like places where you couldn't fly your drone, like you had to be allowed, like this area's allowed, this area's not allowed.
The things that are monitoring us.
Now seems like
if those drones have cameras and they're monitoring and they're learning when the gates open and when the gates close, etc., then it's a very, very weak response by the military and the government, right? So this just doesn't give me something I can sink my teeth into here, Cliff. So far, not very good.
And we're starting to get the setup for the melee, where everybody's fighting everybody and, the chaos everywhere kind of thing, right? And that will include the space aliens and the breakaway civilization, as well as a bunch of us guys settling all of our shit down here.
Space aliens.
It's going to be a fun damn December, let me tell you. It's already started off really great.
Well, the melee is apparently a lot of battles in the
Bomber
skies.
Squad, thank you for the follow.
Where?
Thank
we only
you.
have
How are you?
a few drones over the UK. We have a few drones over a couple of cities, a few cities in the United States. This is an invasion? I'm having trouble here following his logic here. This is not what you visualize in any manner when he says it's an invasion. I mean, an invasion is D-Day in World War II.
Yeah, like nobody's
We're
talking about it
talking
except online.
millions coming in all over the place and rooting out the enemy. That's what we visualize as an invasion. What Cliff appears to be pointing out is a little bit over here, and then way over here, thousands of miles away, there's a little bit more over there, etc. I'm sorry, this just does not convince me at this stage. Let's keep going, and we'll see if he can improve this idea of an invasion. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So I'm expecting that the data will play out as we had, originally thought in that first interpretation when I was sitting there with Igor and we were having some coffee and looking at this goofy shit. With the melee stuff coming after or during the process of an invasion. Now, it's not, people are misunderstanding, okay? But from our viewpoint down here, that's what it looks like. What it really is, and we can't tell the difference from down here, is alien reproduction vehicles built and owned by corporations, which we call the breakaway civilization. Those guys fighting against aliens, okay? It's not in the interest of the breakaway civilization to allow alien contact with the general population.
So he's saying the big corporations are making UFOs in order to compete, and when the UFOs show up, the breakaway civilization, the big corporations who has this technology, is going to go fight the aliens up in the sky.
That's what people are saying.
This is going to be the battle after the invasion that really,
Why don't we
honestly, just does not
accept the aliens?
look like
I
an
don't think
invasion
the
to me
aliens are
at
going to
all.
want to fight us. If they're that advanced,
just
would they
doesn't.
really
They're
need
just-
to fight us?
I don't get it. So, and they don't want this breakaway civilization with their own now retrofitted UFO material, all their crafts. They are the ones going to be fighting the UFOs because they don't want the UFOs to disclose themselves to us. And that's why all the secrecy. Okay. It's an interesting theory, but you notice it's him guessing. He didn't get that from the data. He's creating a story, it appears to me.
It totally defeats their driving vision, all right? And so they will not want this to occur. And so I suspect that they will be agent provocateurs and attempt to cause disruption in basic warfare, active kinetic confrontation and contention between the aliens and the humans. So we'll see how that plays out. Just bear in mind, does not mean that it's two different groups of aliens shooting at each other, right? Anyway, so this could be really interesting. The melee stuff, I expect that that they'll get things together in South Korea and lock it all down after a very violent period of time. I suspect that the burbling color revolution in Georgia is going to fail. And it's going to fail very miserably for the Elohim worship cult, and some of the WEF will be caught. Okay, so so we have data showing that some of the mother WEFers are going to have to be ransomed from being captured. So they'll be where they should not be, attempting to direct actions that they supposedly have no hand in, and they will be captured. And then the other mother WEFers will have to negotiate all kinds of concessions to get this back, right? And so it's going to be really interesting that way. I suspect that occurs in the middle of the melee, and we probably won't really hear about it until later. So there's going to be a lot of this melee shit that goes on, and it'll take us maybe months to learn about all of the details of what's happening. I suspect that this will be more towards January 15th through February 15th, or January 15th through March 15th, in that kind of a time frame.
So it's going to happen. This melee, this fighting, all of this wartime shenanigans that happen in every war. He's being so vague. He's not naming names of countries at all, hardly. People are going to be hostage, and then they're going to have to negotiate. He has to make something, but that happens in every war. I'm trying realistically to give him as much benefit of the doubt as I can. This is too vague. Now, he did say something interesting. This melee could happen all the way through March. So apparently, in the first quarter of 2025, we're going to have more and more difficulties in the world. And he won't name specific countries at all. He's just calling them names. He has no real sticking details that carry conviction. So far, this stuff is pretty vague.
Than in these early days of it, but in the early days of the of contact, that's what this is. Okay, so a lot of people are saying invasion, and I use that word too, just because it's fun and it gets everybody whipped up. But
this is contact. I don't really feel like
just
this
wait
is
a minute.
Contact.
You mean to tell me that Cliff's using the word invasion because it's fun and that it gets everybody whipped up. But the real idea is just contact. Are you freaking kidding me? You're playing word games here? He just gave the game away, you guys. Did you catch that? Now I'm skeptical. Now Cliff High has a problem with credibility, in my opinion. And it gets worse. I've got later clips that I will share with you. He really gives the game away. Don't you use the word invasion with its meaning when what you meant was contact. Because invasion does not give you the same mental picture as contact. And when you use the word invasion, and UFOs are fighting UFOs, and UFOs are fighting jets, that's war. That's war. That's blood, guts, and death. That's bad. That's invasion. Contact is E.T. Oh. Contact is simply not in the same league mentally or linguistically as invasion. Now, did the data say invasion or did it say contact? If it said contact and he's misusing this word invasion for clickbait, stop your stupid word games. We get enough of that from our own government. We don't need you to start pulling the same stupid shit on us to convince us the data shows that we're in trouble. When in fact, contact does not have to be a negative. Invasion is entirely negative. Now I'm suspicious. Now my hackles are up just a little bit. Don't you dink around with us and your stupid linguistics using wrong words in order to get people riled up and get them to look at the data. And unfortunately, I'm not done yet. It gets worse. Now I am paying attention very, very carefully.
What really is happening here is this is official contact. Okay, these visitors, these beings from otherwhere, people from another planet, kind of thing, want to have a discourse. They have needs that they must express to us about our bad behavior affecting them, and they would like us to address this bad behavior. And
I'm getting the impression that Cliff knows the intentions of the aliens. How? How does he know that's what they're intending? Based on what evidence? Now, it's not a bad idea. I'm not against the overarching theme, because we humans can do some pretty stupid stuff, like make enough nuclear weapons to destroy the Earth, right? That's just silly. But how does he know how can a computer program know what the intentions are of an alien race from outer space? I would really like to see how that works. Sincerely. I'm just saying.
Other stuff, right? They'd like to get to know us because we're kind of cool and creative and fun and, all that kind of stuff, right?
Wait. They want to get to know us because we chuck and jive, we're cool, we're kind of the, hey man, we're the happening people on this planet. Come get to know us. Hey, come on. What is this? They want to get to know us because we're cool? Did his data actually tell him that? Or is this just him throwing smoke in the wind? Please have something better for us, Cliff. No.
Unpredictable. We're actually quite unique. As a pointed, focused aspect of the ontology, humans have a certain cachet. We're cool. So these guys want to come talk to us. We're the cool kids on the block. We just don't know it yet.
Holy cow. So we're cool. And
guys,
want to get to know us.
If you ever feel like you're not cool, just know that
have
you are cool because you're human and the aliens think we're cool.
Stupid way of doing that now, don't they? It's 2024. Need I remind you that the aliens have been around here since way before 1900? Why didn't they start getting to know how cool we are back then?
I'll try turning it back on and see what happens.
How come they haven't come and shown themselves to all of the nations already? Because we are so cool. What is this? Really? Right, patience.
Thank you for the baby.
All right, let's keep going. Boy.
That, I think, is, like I say, that aspect of it, the contact aspect of it, will be happening here in December and all through this melee period. So if we look at the data...
Okay, so we're talking the melee period is going to be for several months. This is his most recent commentary on what the data means, and so I will go with this, okay? So we're talking a stretch of time here, okay? All right. Let's see where he's taking this.
as it laid out in 2009, and then we had a big tranche of stuff come in 2012, 13, and 14. So over a course of 2 years there, this data set really grew. It stabilized a whole lot in 2015, as though it was like like the universe had said, oh, okay, that's all you really need to know now. And it was pretty stable and held there until we get into the Trump interview period, right? Anyway, so.
Okay, now this is important because I've actually had folks comment to me and all that he never mentions Trump in this. There you go. Yeah. The key is the Trump interview, period. It began with the Trump interview with Joe Rogan. That's Cliff's status. He didn't mention Joe Rogan here. He's mentioned it in other videos, but he absolutely does mention Donald Trump here. His interpretation says we are in the Trump interview era right now. The 39 days from that interview have arrived, and we're in the 40th day right now on December 4th, depending on where you start your calculation at. I know I've had some people saying, no, it's supposed to be the December 4th. It depends. He said December 3rd in some video, so who knows?
What I'm suspecting is going to happen here is that the data said that there would be contact, and then in a sense, round contact, swirling around contact would be the melee, all right, would be the quote invasion, which is how this could be characterized by mainstream media and these kind of fuckers. And
like that,
the fighting with the alien reproduction vehicles.
It's a form of contact, but it's
from my take on it, the only reason social media is talking about invasion is because he used the word. He doesn't know what people are going to call this. Has everybody out there, everybody started calling all these drones an invasion of UFOs? No one that I'm aware of. I did for my videos because I'm following his chosen word that may not actually be real. If it's contact, that is entirely different. So this is really interesting. Invasion and melee now are all wrapped up into one and stretched over several months. It's not invasion, fight, and then melee. It's all just sort of blobbed together here now so that he can stretch it over a few months. And my impression, based on what you're about to hear, is that he's trying to fit the world data into his creation of what it means in order to make it look valid. If that's what whets your appetite, yeah, okay.
The data was basically saying all throughout these months, from some point, there's going to be contact. So while all of this shit's going on, we can expect that these space aliens are going to have provable, not just someone saying, oh, they came down and talked to me. No, bullshit, dude. A video that, has no AI component.
You put on your redneck tinfoil UFO hat of conspiracies. They travel light years from wherever it is to fly here to steal cows and stick things in people's bodies. They should just go to Walmart instead.
December 3rd was the invasion.
The idea is no longer that they come from space, but rather that they actually come from Earth, and potentially they come from within the Earth or from the ocean or something. And the reason why... That's one theory, right? Another thing, the reason why cow mutilations are a thing is because the grays, the grays, I think that's what they're fed, like basically cow protein, and that would explain why the cattle mutilations, because they need the grays to be fed so that the grays can do their bidding, which is some kind of something. We watched a video on it, and I can't remember the exact terminology, but there's apparently some sort of mission that the Greys are on that they need to complete, and it has something to do with entropy, but backwards entropy. I don't know. Basically, what it sounded like to me was like an implosion of the, how there was the Big Bang? So whatever, maybe the opposite of the Big Bang. I don't know. It's still hard to wrap my head around.
39 days after the interview, and December 3rd it was going to happen. Here comes the invasion. And now
you've seen some non-humans in Walmart. You see dead people as well.
I just use that word because it was going to rile everybody up. And you got
all
that
over
right.
the Walmarts. I ran into
thousands of us.
I ran into
right?
Elton
but now
John
you're saying, oh well, what it
in
really
Detroit
is
in a club once.
Wait till you hear how he
I don't know
describes
if it was
contact
really
in a few
him,
minutes.
but everyone thought it was.
So, and now in a few more months, it's going to be
we played freaking
contact again, but this time
we didn't just meet him, we played foosball with him.
not with officialdom. In other words, the governments. The UFOs aren't going to contact the governments. They're going to contact the people, and not just some Joe out there in a farmer's field saying, yo, hey, I got visited by a UFO. He's leaving the impression again that lots of people, I shouldn't say everybody, hold on, I'll calm down here. His impression he's leaving is not just anybody, but you've got to have the receipt. So there's going to be groups of people so that there are huge amounts of witnesses when the aliens do show up and contact and begin to talk with us and help us get rid of our bad behavior, as he was talking about earlier. That's my impression I'm getting, right? I mean, isn't it obvious that the aliens aren't going to contact the government? Why would they? I mean, if they can communicate telepathically, and there are several witnesses that say that's how a lot of these things do communicate with us, if they're going to communicate that way, they already know the government is not the people they want to be in communication with, right? So in some respects, his interpretation, his fantasy that he appears to be building up actually makes sense, you know? I'll give credit where credit's due. There's not too much of it yet, but let's keep going.
I suspect from the things I've seen in the data that I have some understanding of what may occur, and we can get into that
Oh, yeah, hold on. Now he's just blubbering. He's starting to brag about how much he knows. I'm not impressed with what he claims he knows right now, so I've got to bring it up to here.
In the space alien invasion, right? Now, invasion word aside, so I'm not trying to create the connotation of, space alien paratroopers falling out of the sky, right? Nor thousands of little UFOs attacking us. So nothing at all like Independence Day, okay? So it's not like that.
All right, then. Why in the hell use the word that leaves that exact impression in all of our minds? Now you're changing the tune entirely. Oh, well, that's not what I meant. Then don't use the goddamn word to deceive people. You knew full well that's how we would take it. That's what you counted on. You wanted to rile the people up, as opposed to gentle contact. Yeah, I'm giving you an F on this. I hate to come across as being self-righteous, I really do. But this is bullshit. You get to pick the words when the data doesn't indicate that, so that you can get people's attention, so that they can imagine they're seeing that your program actually does accurately predict the future, and 90% of this is guesswork, and you're using phony words in order to make it into a story about UFOs. I am not buying this, Jack. Sorry, I'm sorry. I know I'm coming across as self-righteous. I apologize. That is not my intention. I'm just a little bit hot under the collar right now.
Hot under the collar.
Let's keep going, because
I'm going to use that next time I get heated. I'm just a little hot under the collar.
Every fucking place over these next 30 days in social media.
Exactly. You're using it for the effect. You're not using it because that's what your stupid, phony data said. That's what pisses me off. Let's keep going. He's admitted he's making this shit up. And then he's going to gather all the information that makes it look real. That's what we're seeing here, folks.
But really, it's contact, okay? It's a very gentle contact. It's contact with people, us guys, who have been very abusive to them and have caused them all kinds of problems and have been really stupid about shit.
Are you going to explain how we cause problems? If they don't live here, then how did we cause them problems? Unless they do live here, like I said, because what the new theory is that whatever these are, these aliens or whatever, supposedly they actually are from here. So if they are from here, then yes, I can see us causing issues for them. But if they're not from here, how are we causing issues?
Wait. And can cause real problems. So I think we're being treated with a very delicate and gentle
touch. Hi, Landon. Aliens live in America. About 20 million do.
No, government doesn't have to do that. You have. You just described why.
Is it 20 million?
Contact is not invasion. Thank you for telling us how you're deceiving us. Very good. Because invasion is D-Day. That's war. Contact is gentle, just like you said. It's gentle. It's not aggressive. UFOs fighting UFOs, and UFOs fighting jets. That's what happens in an invasion. You get the alarm bells. Invasion.
Yeah,
Get
he's
all the
good at that.
F-22s and F-15s in the air. We've got enemies coming in, etc. That's the impression you admit you wanted to give when your
They
data
say lower, but
didn't.
when you consider the fact they don't know
I'm not
everyone that
impressed.
comes through, I'd say about 20.
I'm just not. You start saying what you mean and meaning what you say.
And there's
No
people
more
who
word
went
games.
through the
No
Canadian
more word
border
games.
as well, you know, like
Not
who
acceptable.
knows? And that's
Cliff
why
High,
Trump is like,
your word
tariffs
games are
on
not
you.
acceptable, mister.
Fix
Unfortunately,
your
there is
shit or
more.
else.
Okay, so the data suggested that there were governments on the planet that didn't buy into the mother weffers approach of, there are governments, I'm not going to name them, but you'll see them. They'll be publicly, they'll be doing things in a public fashion that will bring them to your attention if you follow social media. As we go through this month leading into the melee period.
When did he post this, is my question.
Those
because that
governments will be
matters.
successfully contacted. Those governments will not, in my opinion, include the five Western liberal republics, English-speaking guys. So it won't be the UK. It's not going to be the US or Canada, New Zealand, or Australia. If they're not initially, there will be attempts by the breakaway civilization to cause these issues. So the breakaway civilization may come and attack U.S. military bases in their UFOs in order to make us think that the UFO invasion is undergoing, and we're being fiercely attacked by Draco reptilians or some damn shit.
This, come on. So you're not going to name the governments. Did your data? Then how do you know which government is going to do what? How
I
on
mean,
earth
it
do you
looks like somebody's doing
possibly
something.
know? You're guessing, you're giving your opinion. Well, this may happen, this might happen. Well, it's probable that this might happen or whatever. But you're not going to name any names. You're not going to get very specific. You're just giving us tripe here and there. Oh, well, hey, look over here. That could happen here.
U.S.
Is this the guy he was bashing 2 days ago?
Is this actually supposed to help us? This kind of speculation? Where you don't name names, you don't name dates hardly, except for the initial invasion that's phony, because it's not an invasion. I mean, holy cow. We deserve better than this. We really do.
So, which, the whole reptilian thing, it's a fantasy, it's not real. Anyway, so,
yeah. Kind of like your whole invasion thing is a fantasy. It's not real. Is your interpretation any better? You haven't given me any facts hardly at all tonight. What you've done is you've given me your opinion. You're guessing this, you're guessing, well, maybe this group, well, maybe that group's there. Well, in a war, they might do this, they might do that. People are going to be taken hostage. They're going to have to be negotiated for. That happens in every war there ever has been.
Home
I'm not going to name the governments. No, I can't get into specifics.
NA7,
Someday
thank
I'll
you
tell
so
you.
much for the follow. How are you?
This is useless.
So that'll be occurring over these next 30 or so days. We'll get into melee, where this shit will pop out.
Well, now that we know you meant contact instead of invasion, and you're saying, well, all this shit's going to pop out. Shit pops out all the time. It depends on how you interpret it. It's not like the Earth is in the millennium of peace, and then all of a sudden shit pops out because of something. There's constantly been arguing and fighting, and different groups and different nations and different states arguing about things and passing laws and all this stuff. Give me something I can sink my teeth into. Oh my gosh. And the corporations that's going to be fighting the UFOs, and they will gently appear to the people and not invade Earth. Are these what the data say, or are you guessing wildly, having fun, making shit up as you go along? That's the real question I have for you.
Then that melee period will continue for some period of time. There will be a period of unknowing. During that period of unknowing, there's also all this unknowing about all the financial shit. So I'm expecting, major banks to fail real soon, and I'm also expecting officialdom to have to do things relative to the economy, like freezing price controls, that sort of thing. I don't think they'll do that, but I mean some, officialdom kind of an action that they try and spread across the whole economy to try and keep things stable during this period of time.
So the data doesn't give us anything. So I'm expecting this, I'm expecting that. I think this, I think that. I'm expecting this. Well, maybe not that way, but the data is too vague. It leaves it out, etc. What is this noise? Really?
And at some point, but it'll probably be after the Trump return, and so it'll probably actually be after mid-February. I suspect that we'll start seeing economic moves announced and so forth with and proffered with the explanation that these measures are being taken in order to deal with the space alien invasion. So officialdom sometime after February should be referencing our unfolding reality in much more clear and also much more factual terms.
God, I hope so, because you're not being clear at all. Listen, seriously, so in February, what you're telling us is, in February, something's going to happen economically. Really? Boy, that's profound. I am so sorry to be sarcastic. This is technically not my style, but you have got to be kidding me, man. There's something going to economically happen in February. Mind you, nothing will in January, but it will in February. Something economically has been happening all over the world since the creation of the First Nation state. Were you not aware of that? Again, I apologize for the sarcasm, but damn, man, this is so vaguely moronic as a basis of evidence. Wow. This is what I'm seeing and hearing tonight. That's what you've presented to me. Now, your computer, sifting through trillions of bits of data, can't even give us anything. And so you're just simply trying to fill it in, is the impression I'm getting here. And it's also vague that you can make this apply to anything and any.
China is exploding with rage and embarrassment because of North Korea. China's once steady relationship with North Korea is now crumbling under a storm of political embarrassment, military failures, and fractured alliances. Tensions are rising as North Korea's reckless actions drag down Beijing's global standing, from deadly weapons smuggling to growing instability in South Korea. China and North Korea's disastrous alliance is causing chaos in the region. Let's break down how China is being dragged into a geopolitical disaster and why they're starting to panic. But also, why we in the USA are also starting to panic because of North Korea. This video is brought to you by Incogni. Chances are you probably don't want the entire world to know every little thing about the most disgusting jobs out there. You know what sucks too is if you were to try to get rid of all of your information from these data, they go and find all those data brokers. Or else there's going to be legal consequences. Take your personal data to get 60% off an annual Incogni plan. Take your personal data off the market today. Over the past few years, China and North Korea have been like awkward neighbors, but they're neighbors that have to get along. They are officially allies, but the cracks in their relationship are absolutely starting to show right now. Especially with North Korea's reckless behavior. Everyone already knows that North Korea's unhinged missile tests and arms deals and unpredictable moves are starting to embarrass China. China really needs North Korea to behave, but it also needs it to be an ally. I mean, it's right there on the border. They border each other. It's a border, in fact, that I've spent a lot of time on. If China there on the border, they border each other. It's a border, in fact, that I've spent a lot of time on. If China loses North Korea, then South Korea, the US's ally, is right there knocking on China's door. For years, Beijing has propped up Kim Jong-un's regime with economic aid and military support and diplomatic backing, although it's not supposed to, by the way. But now those efforts are starting to backfire, like very badly. This is just absolutely insane, though.
The person that we've charged is an individual named Shenhua Wen. He was arrested this morning. We allege that he conspired with government officials in North Korea to obtain military supplies, including firearms and ammunition, to obtain technology, and then conceal that technology and those materials in shipping containers that departed from the port of Long Beach. and then ship those materials on to North Korea.
In California, in the USA, just recently, an illegal arms trafficking operation was uncovered, where a Chinese national, Shenghua Wen, was charged with helping North Korea smuggle military equipment into the country. Stuff like ammo, weapons, and even military-grade electronics. A Chinese national was sending weapons to North Korea from the US. Authorities seized 50,000 rounds of ammunition, sophisticated chemical detection equipment, and a tool used for detecting listening devices, which Wen allegedly said he intended to also ship to North Korea, apparently for a surprise attack on South Korea. During the search of his cell phone, the FBI discovered numerous messages between Wen and several North Korean co-conspirators with images of firearms and electronic devices. There is no telling what additional damage Mr. Wen could have committed if not for the intervention of law enforcement, said U.S. Attorney General Martin Estrada. If convicted of violating the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, he faces up to 20 years in prison. Akil Davis, head of the FBI's Los Angeles division, said, not only did the investigative team prevent additional restricted items going into the North Korean regime, but they gathered valuable intelligence for the United States and our allies. This scandal isn't just a black eye for North Korea, it's also a huge embarrassment for China, which is already under scrutiny for its own military ambitions in the region. This guy Wen, this Chinese dude, he had overstayed his student visa in the USA and was allegedly smuggling materials to help North Korea prepare for a surprise attack. What did he get in return? A whopping $2 million from the North Korean government. This is the kind of international mess that China simply does not need right now. The $2 million was apparently to set up a Texas-based company to get weapons for the North Korean regime. But why is this so significant? Well, it's because this is a huge violation of international sanctions that China itself has been dying to avoid. While Beijing publicly calls for peaceful solutions for the North Korean issue, behind the scenes, China is deeply entangled in North Korea's military operations. While China is trying to distance itself from North Korea's provocations, the situation in South Korea is spiraling out of control. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol recently declared martial law to address domestic unrest, only to reverse it hours later amid massive protests. This political chaos couldn't have come at a worse time. Hours later, Yoon Suk-yeol recently South Korea is spiraling out of control. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol recently declared martial law to address domestic unrest. South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol recently declared martial law to address domestic unrest, only to reverse it hours later amid massive protests. This political chaos couldn't have come at a worse time for China or the US military, which has thousands of troops stationed in South Korea. Any instability in South Korea is a huge problem for the US, which views South Korea as a key ally in countering both North Korean aggression and Chinese expansionism. North Korea, which has already ramped up its military cooperation with Russia, is likely watching this situation closely. If the domestic chaos in South Korea worsens, it could give Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, the perfect opening for a more aggressive move. I think, personally, now would be the time to watch what is going down in South Korea, because if North Korea is anything like China, from what I've witnessed in the past, and actually currently, there would be massive amounts of disinformation and psyops being unleashed on the South Korean public right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if China was behind some of them. And also, there's this growing alliance between China, North Korea, and Russia. As Russia continues to wage its brutal war against Ukraine, both North Korea and China have found themselves becoming deeper military partners of the Kremlin. China has publicly called for peace talks in Ukraine, but behind the scenes, we all know it's been sending critical military support to Russia. And the insane thing is that North Korean soldiers are getting obliterated for someone else's war for. The insane thing is that North Korean soldiers are getting obliterated for someone else's war for Russia in Ukraine and then defecting into Ukraine to actually fight for them. China is absolutely furious about this because this paints everyone into a corner. You see, there's this axis, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and China only wanted to be part of that axis, not on paper, but behind the scenes. This overt cooperation throws caution to the wind and makes the world realize what team China is really on. But China needs the rest of the world to trade with it, so they can't afford this to happen. It also shows that North Korea doesn't necessarily answer to China anymore, and it's cozied up to Russia. In fact, if I were Russia, I'd be pissed off. China's been using the war in Ukraine as a litmus test for its own dirty deeds. It watches how the world reacts and sanctions Russia so it can skirt the sidelines and play its own selfish game for a future Taiwan invasion. China, worried about Western sanctions and pressures because it will literally implode its economy, has been studying Russia's tactics and navigating the global sanctions. But China's increased ties with Moscow and its roles in supplying North Korea with military hardware is only making matters worse. As China becomes more isolated, it faces an uncomfortable choice. Stand by its ally in North Korea or risk alienating its already shaky international standing. China is increasing its military assertiveness. It keeps bragging about its military developments, its new fighter jets, all this stuff, particularly in the South China Sea with the Philippines. And its growing alignment with Russia is causing alarm in the West, particularly in the USA. This strategic pivot is only made worse by chaos in its backyard, specifically the rogue, reckless actions of North Korea. China's strategy of supporting North Korea's regime is becoming so hard for them to justify, especially as the US and its allies ramp up military presence in the region. We're seeing the US backing the Philippines, South Korea, and all of its allies like Japan. China's not too happy about this, but this makes their position very, very difficult. With both Russia and North Korea making reckless moves on the global stage, China's foreign policy is under intense pressure. Looking ahead, China's in a tough spot. North Korea's behavior is causing serious embarrassment, but Beijing does not want to abandon its most unpredictable neighbor. China's options are becoming incredibly limited. So will China continue to back North Korea's provocative actions, this rogue state, or will it try to distance itself and risk losing its influence in Asia? The next few months could be critical. I would watch this entire area. If the political and military instability continues to escalate, it could lead to a major shift in the balance of power in Asia and the world. In fact, we're watching China lose grip of its own military. It keeps firing officials, it keeps firing generals and moving people around. It looks unstable. So what do you guys think? Do you think China can afford to keep supporting North Korea in this situation? Let me know in the comments below. If you like this kind of video, you're absolutely gonna love The China Show, which is my weekly show that I do with Serpents a Day over.
Yes, it's wrong. And this is the kind of stuff that erodes trust among the American people in our various institutions, including our justice system. There's very clearly a two-tier justice system at play here.
Sorry, guys. I don't know
and so
how long
look,
I
I
was
think
muted.
that there should be a law preventing presidents from pardoning individuals where they have a
Stop,
conflict of
that's for
interest,
you.
family members, right?
Bread
There
my butter,
should be
butter my
protections
bread.
to prevent that kind of activity from taking place.
Hello,
Anna
and I'm sorry if
Kasparian
I
has
was
once
muted
again set
earlier.
the Young Turks fans and the woke left on fire after her take here on this episode of the Young Turks. If you go to this video and you look in the comments, it's a whole lot of angry Young Turks fans, angry Cenk Uygur fans. They're not really liking Anna Kasparian over there anymore for obvious reasons, because she's calling them out constantly. And this is also one of those times. This time, Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur are discussing the Joe Biden pardon of Hunter Biden. And obviously, Anna Kasparian is noticing that there's some nefarious things going on. Let's check this out here from Anna and Cenk.
In 2015, Hunter Biden was hired by this Gabriel Popoviciu, who is a Romanian businessman. He was facing prosecution for corruption in Romania. And in 2015, he hired Hunter Biden, who is a lawyer, while his father was vice president, to help fend off charges. That effort was unsuccessful, to your point, Cenk. And in 2016, this Russian businessman was convicted on charges related to a land deal in northern Bucharest. So there are other specific examples that have been provided by the New York Times in their reporting having to do with China, as you referenced, Cenk. I don't know what the truth is, right? This is not really something that has been investigated by prosecutors. But again, I do think that the length of time in which Hunter Biden has now been given cover.
If you enjoy content like this, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It really does help me out a ton. Let's get back to the video.
Is too long, and I think could potentially be done on purpose to protect Biden, Hunter Biden, if he engaged in any illegal corruption, which does happen time to time, believe it or not. Some corruption is still considered illegal in America.
Yeah, I know, because especially the Corrupt Foreign Service Act prevents you from bribing foreign officials, as an example, or them bribing you, because one of Trump's top donors, Sheldon Adelson, had that charge against him, which magically went away with a tiny little fine in that context when Trump got into office. So, but I'm sure the Republicans are livid about that. Are they? No. Oh, yeah. I'm getting news from my non-existent earpiece that they are not livid about that. And I'll come back to that in a second. But so prosecutors, I don't know if they did the right thing or not in unearthing everything they could about Hunter Biden. But I do know that James Comer had all the time in the world to investigate him. And here's how many connections that he found between Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. Zero.
Exactly.
Nothing. Okay. So if you're pretending that he found something.
Hold on. Surely he just misspoke, right? Did this guy just say, here are all the connections that James Comer found between Hunter Biden and Joe Biden? Zero. I think one connection is a pretty big one. Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. But I'm sure he's talking about when it comes to corruption and being bought out by Russia or some foreign entity. I just don't believe that at all. What I think happened, I know this is crazy conspiracy, town. And let me know in the comments what you guys think happened with the whole Hunter Biden stuff. I think he did get bought out, and this is just hypothetical, crazy conspiracy. Actually, I heard this from somebody on the street the other day. This isn't actually my theory. What I heard from this guy, this very smart man on the street, I think Hunter Biden was bought out by a foreign entity, let's just say. And then I think there was a bunch of evidence planted to make him look stupid. There was a bunch of those videos with him, smoking crack with the prostitutes, all this stuff. I think it's to make him look stupid. I don't think he was that stupid all along. The guy was a lawyer, right? He passed law school, he passed the bar exam. He's a lawyer. I don't think he was that stupid. I think they planted that stuff to make him look stupid. And I think he actually was an agent, or sorry, I don't think this. This is something that I heard on the street. I think he was actually an agent from another country. That's what I think. Let me know in the comments. What do you guys think about this whole Hunter Biden stuff? What do you think was a real story now that he's officially been pardoned? Also, let me know in the comments, would you pardon your son if you were in Joe Biden's position? I think I probably would. I know a lot of you would say, no, I wouldn't. It's better for the country. You got to put the country first. I think in reality, a lot of you would as well. I think if you're a loving father, you probably would pardon your son. And I just think that's the case. Let me know in the comments what you guys think, though.
Well, where is it, brother? Where is it? So he's full of crap. He never found anything. One of our members here, Box on Super Chat, made a good point. So on the gun charge, he said, so I'm pretty pro Second Amendment. I don't like that he pardoned Hunter without fixing the question of the gun form too. That question needs to be changed.
I agree.
This has nothing to do with any substance. If you thought that was bad, you should change that line in the gun form. And I agree. I'm not a gun rights advocate. I'm probably the opposite. But that line makes no sense, and it should be taken out. But nobody fixes anything that affects the average American. They only do things that affect the very, very elite. Now, finally, to that point, I'm allowed to be outraged by Hunter Biden scams. I'm allowed to know, hey, wait a minute, did it connect to Joe Biden or not, et cetera. But that's because I'm consistent and principled, whether it's Republicans or Democrats. But if you're a Republican or a right-winger who's saying Hunter Biden is the worst thing in the world, blah, 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 but then you don't mind that Donald Trump pardoned Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, and Charles Kushner, let alone dozens of other incredibly wealthy people and people connected to Donald Trump that I could tell you about, well, then you're a giant hypocrite. So you got to own up to that. So, for example...
Obviously, dear, come on. You can make this argument. Of course you can make this argument. It's a completely different situation. And I said earlier that I would also pardon my son. But there's no doubt about it that it's a completely different situation for Donald Trump to pardon people who the majority of people felt like if they took their political bias out of the equation, they would have said, yeah, okay, that makes sense. You would pardon that person. Just in, unbiased, bird's eye view, you would say, okay, that makes sense to pardon that person. And then, you can go and find the ties to Donald Trump behind the scenes. But he also pardoned a bunch of people that had zero ties to Donald Trump. He pardoned a bunch of rappers and celebrities and stuff. He pardoned one of Kim Kardashian's friends or something like that. And then Kim Kardashian goes and endorses Kamala Harris, But he pardoned a ton of people that had nothing to do with Donald Trump. No ties to him. He was just pardoning people that he felt like should have been pardoned. That most other presidents wouldn't actually take the time out and wouldn't actually take the risk of actually going pardoning those people. Who did Joe Biden pardon? He pardoned, the Merchant of Death? I mean, he didn't pardon him, but he gave him back to Russia, basically pardoned him. Got Brittany Griner back. Wow, what a great trade that was. And the only person I can think of that he actually pardoned was his son, Hunter. So, I mean, you can make this argument, of course. Of course, this is where Cenk's going to go. Of course, this is where the Young Turks fans are going to go. It just doesn't make sense. It's a bad argument because Trump also pardoned a ton of people who were just high-profile people who were in jail or, people felt like they should have been pardoned that had no ties to Donald Trump. Let's see what Anna Kasparian has to say in response here.
Well, Steve Bannon's crimes had nothing to do with the Trump administration. He was building a fake wall. He just robbed his own viewers, and his co-conspirators went to jail. And Trump's like, yeah, but he's my guy, and I like that he was robbing people. I pardon him. But if you say, okay, well, but Bannon and Stone, maybe they're crooks, but they're his crooks. Charles Kushner is obviously his son-in-law's dad, Jared Kushner's dad. That crime that Charles Kushner committed was both awful, was a white-collar crime, looking to rip other people off, and happened before the Trump administration. It had nothing to do with lawfare, and the guy who convicted him was Chris Christie. So why did you pardon Charles Kushner? Because he's part of the Trump family. So I could be mad and you could be mad about Hunter Biden, but Trump and his allies don't get this fake cry about, oh, I can't believe Biden pardoned family members. All right, why'd you pardon Charles Kushner, that giant criminal? Oh, right, because he's now part of your criminal family.
Yeah, and in fact, Donald Trump has named him the ambassador of France, which is what? Yeah, wait, Jared Kushner is going to be the ambassador of France?
That's what I thought.
Oh, I thought it was going to be his dad. Maybe I'm mistaken. Is it his father or is it Jared Kushner?
It's his father?
Yeah, it's his father.
Criminal ambassador to France?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
God.
Yes. It's wrong.
Christ.
And look, this is the kind of stuff that erodes trust among the American people in our various institutions, including our justice system. There's very clearly a two-tier justice system at play here. And so, look, I think that there should be a law preventing presidents from pardoning individuals where they have a conflict of interest, family members, right? There should be protections to prevent that kind of activity from taking place. But if there isn't, we're going to continue.
Yeah, it shouldn't be pardons. It should be like redo the case or something, or I don't know, like if someone's innocent, then redo the case. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think?
Seeing more of
Should
this,
presidents
and we're going to
be able to pardon anyone like this?
to continue seeing more trust eroded among the American people toward our institutions and our justice system. It's just
I agree. If we're going to frown upon people for pardoning people who are close to them, there needs to be a law that bars people from pardoning people who have familial ties or anything like that. If there is a conflict of interest, like Anna Kasparian said, I think, number one, Joe Biden probably kind of broke the dam with pardoning his son Hunter Biden, who is an actual like criminal according to the information that we have about him. He's an actual criminal. You know, whether or not he was bought out by foreign entities is kind of up in the air, but still, I mean, even it being up in the air is kind of weird to pardon him. And then, you know, he is a drug addict, all this stuff that we know about him. That broke the dam. Number two, though, I don't know how many more presidents we're going to have that have drug addict, criminal, possible foreign agent sons. It's probably not going to happen too often. And we're probably not also going to see many more presidents that are actually senile, that actually don't have, you know, a very high functioning brain at all. The only reason why Joe Biden was elected is because TDS was so strong. Is honestly, being completely honest, because of shows like The Young Turks with Anna Kasparian, Cenk, all those other people like The View, people like Sam Cedar, all of those guys out there who were contributing to the TDS and who still are, other than Anna and Cenk's also coming around a little bit as well. But those people are contributing to TDS and were, especially back in 2020 after Donald Trump was in the White House. They were freaking the hell out and they were just going to vote for whoever was on the other side. You could have put a dog up for the nomination for president on the Democrat side and they would have voted for him. That's just the reality of it. I don't know how many more times we're going to see an actual criminal son or daughter or something like that of the elected president. But I think if we do, this has broken the dam to where they're most likely 90% of the time going to be pardoned by the sitting president, because this guy pardoned not just a normal criminal, but possible a foreign agent, and nothing's really happening. Like, there's not much outrage about it. It's kind of like people have forgotten that Joe Biden's even in the White House. Once again, I'll state, I would have done the same thing if it was my son. No doubt about it. I would have done the same thing as a father. But as the president and looking at it objectively with no emotional ties to the situation, objectively, it's a bad decision. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about Anna Kasparian calling out Joe Biden for pardoning Hunter Biden. Of course, they also had to call out Donald Trump as well. That TDS is still in there a little bit for Anna, and it's definitely in there for Cenk. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about this whole Anna Kasparian versus Joe Biden situation.
It would be crazy if this girl ended up going to jail. I will tell you that. It would be insane if that happened. Okay.
I mean, if she goes to jail before Logan Paul does, like, what do you all think about that?
Here we go. Let's watch it.
Everybody loves memes and everybody loves crypto scams. So why don't we take the crypto scams and turn them into memes?
All right, we already kind of covered this.
Welcome to the Backyard Professor Responds videos. I have decided I'm going to share a couple of videos that I think are really pretty good with video recording UFOs.
What a day.
This first one I found from a reference in the UFO and the 21st Century, the 21st Century Mind by Richard Dolan over on page 251. Let me give you the context for this. Another interesting piece of video evidence of UFOs was recorded on August 23rd, 1995. So 95, 2005, 15, 25, almost 30 years ago, 29 years ago, near Gulf Breeze, Florida. This area had been well known for UFO sightings since the late 1980s. However, whereas most of the photos from Gulf Breeze had been associated with Ed Walters and had come under dispute, although in the opinion of many analysts without justice, this video was shot by a man named Mike Hawkins. Strikingly, it showed an object that looked identical to those photographed previously by Walters. The video is compelling. Notice how Dolan describes this video, and I'll show it to you. And it lacks any reasonable conventional explanation. He refers to a couple of other video clips, and when I went to see them, the clips are broken. The link is broken, so I couldn't see them. So I was going to show you 3 video clips tonight that Richard Dolan thought was pretty decent.
Of course it is.
Unfortunately, for right now, I only have one. So let's take a look at this video clip and see what you think. Now, at first, it is somewhat shaky because he drives to where the UFO is trying to get closer, but there's a bunch of trees between him and the UFO. And then he's running through the trees while he's trying to video it so he can get as close as he can. And he finally gets to a spot. Well, let me show you. He finally gets to a good spot.
There it is. I got it now. After spotting the illuminated craft near Redfish Point with a few other investigators, Hawkins drives his car as far as he can before being blocked by trees. I can't drive, man.
This is not as interesting as the stuff we were watching before, Eyes on Cinema. That was like daytime UFO.
Here at the same time. Get out,
Oh.
man. Get out.
I've seen this one before.
I can't drive, man. Get the zoom in here at the same time. Get out, man. Get out. Braving mosquitoes and thorny vines to get closer.
Interesting.
Hawkins does everything he can to keep the portal-encircled UFO in frame. His running description is breathtaking. I got it now. Whoa.
What's
That's
it?
man.
What's going in front of it? I wonder.
That's it. That's it. Man, did you see it blink off?
Maybe like
Oh, killer, man.
trees. Or...
We got it, man. That thing's for real. Just find it. Crap. Where it is. Come on,
I like this music.
Focus, focus. Check that out.
Drum and bass.
Check that out. It's right over the bay. If we can see reference points in this video. I'm telling you. We can see reference points. I see trees. They have reference points. This thing takes off. There's no kind of video.
Okay, it's a little rough here, but keep watching.
It looks like, you know what it looks like? It looks like the CN Tower, like the piece, or like the, what do you call it? The, any tower with like the spinning restaurant. That's what it looks like. That's what it reminds me of.
It's real.
What is that?
No balloon, man.
Check out Eyes on Cinema. I have to type in code because YouTube doesn't like me.
No balloon. That is real. That's a real thing, dude. That is the real thing.
About 20 million or more that came through our bodies. Wait, what?
Gone, man. Gone.
About 20 million or more that came through our
Hawkins
bodies.
was able to videotape the bizarre craft extremely
Oh, borders,
close up
sorry. Borders,
and had
not
it
bodies.
perfectly in frame just as it seems to vanish in the blink of an eye.
But it's not just through the border. Like, people flew in too.
There you go. There's a great alien right there. Very interesting. Dolan thinks that one's pretty good, and I think it's pretty good. It'll be interesting to see what you guys think of that. Now I've got one more video clip, and understand I'm going to take one from one of the recent orb videos of Chris Bledsoe over there on the east coast of the United States. Now he does gather people together with him to go stand on this ocean shore, and these orbs, he will call these orbs, and they will come up out of the ocean and then come and float directly over him, and they glitter and shine and move around. Are they fireflies? No, they're not. I've seen fireflies in Missouri, and these kind of flit around sort of like fireflies, but fireflies don't glow like this thing does. It's very interesting. He's made hundreds of these videos. Also. I've seen quite a few. This one is particularly interesting. Let's take a look at Chris Bledsoe's UFO.
And they don't glow like constantly. They glow for like... See, this is like not really impressive to me. I prefer the stuff I was looking at before. Eyes on Cinema, like that's more
almost looks like a medieval fairy, doesn't it?
This looks like the lens of the camera is wet, like there's a drop on it, and then that's just like maybe some like light in the distance. I don't know.
Amazing.
That's certainly not a jet.
It really to me looks like the lens of the camera is either dirty or wet. The way this thing is twinkling. do you say? Lens. 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 Lens? Oh. Lens. I was spelling it wrong. That is 100% like a wet, there's a drop. There's like a drop on the lens. Cause that's what happens when that's exactly what that looks like. It's just a drop on the, come on. Oh! It looks like the drop went away. Looks like the water went away.
I really want to go out
it's back.
and do this with him.
I don't know.
That'd be cool. I gotta move around the tripod here.
It does look like it's moving though. Wait, it does look like it's moving because there's stuff. You can see there's like flickering stuff moving along. So that's interesting. What if it's like a... It could be a lens flare, but lens flaring off of what? Kind of, no, that's a lens flare. Second, it's a lens flare and with a wet camera lens. Second one is a lens flare plus wet camera lens. Safe. Check out Eyes on Cinema because that has real shit. They have more compelling footage. Compelling.
And it's huge.
It's so big. It looks so much closer.
It really does look like a drone, though.
My camera doesn't do it.
To
It looks
me.
like a spaceship, right? Like that doesn't look like a drone, right?
It does look like a drone to me.
That
Like,
looks like a spaceship.
maybe not its shape necessarily, but the way it's flying makes me feel like it's a drone. I don't know. Like that's an airplane.
Like a small plane. It really is.
That's
like
a
small
freaking
plane.
airplane. What are people thinking? That's just an airplane. It even sounds like an airplane. Oh my god. Why is everyone saying this is UFOs? That's an airplane. It's an airplane. They just put the lights. They just put the lights on different spots on an airplane that where lights normally aren't. And now everyone's like, "Oh my god, UFOs." That's just an airplane. It's just like they just put lights. That's an airplane. Why is everyone freaking out over this?
Small plane. It really is like a small plane.
Okay, it's a small plane. Okay.
We still have no answers
are they flying
as
strangely?
to what in the heck these things are that are flying in the sky over New Jersey. They're being described as drones, but they're also being described as being the size of a car or a minivan.
So
these aren't your
they're
daddy's
mini
drones.
planes?
These aren't your kids' drones. These are military-grade drones, if these even are drones, because at the end of the day, as far as we know, they haven't been shot down. They haven't been tracked down to wherever they're taking off from. And that's the weirdest part of the story to me, because I feel like this should be such an open and shut case. You got the FBI.
I mean, they look like that looks like a commercial plane even to me. It just looks like they illuminated the underneath of it, and then they put these bright lights, brighter than usual. But the people in the video are saying that it's like a small plane. It did sound very much like a plane. So, but okay, so are their planes. Why are they flying around? Why are there so many of them?
U.S. military on the case. How about you follow these drones until they land? And then whenever they land, hey, you know what I mean? I feel like it should be so simple. But somehow they're evading the U.S. military and the FBI. In fact, reports are that these drones are following FBI agents home. The same FBI agents that are on the case investigating these drones are now being followed back to their homes and harassed by flying objects in the sky. Really weird, really wild stuff. But the one thing they keep saying is that these drones pose no threat to the public. And I'm just going to be blatantly honest with you folks. How do they know that? Do you think these things are flying over our military bases for our health? Do you think they're flying over New Jersey every night just to make your life better? No, they're not. And they say, oh, if one of these things crashes, don't approach it, don't touch it, don't go near it. But supposedly these things don't pose a threat. Obviously, they pose a threat, folks. And if they don't know what they are, then how can they say that they don't pose a threat? We don't know that. Now, these drones aren't flying around and, freaking laser beaming people from the sky. I get it. They haven't done any harmful things yet. But I don't think they're here for a good reason. And now we know that they're disrupting certain things going on in New Jersey, including one helicopter that was flying to a car crash that couldn't land, that couldn't even go do its job because these drones are stopping medical helicopters from flying around the city. It's really weird, wild stuff. Let's go ahead and dive into this article. Mystery drones flying over New Jersey kept helicopter from taking patient to a hospital. The mysterious New Jersey drones being investigated by the FBI recently kept a medevac helicopter from transporting a seriously injured patient to the hospital. The medical helicopter was flying to an accident in Branchburg Township in Somerset County on Tuesday last week, but was unable to pick up the crash victim due to drones hovering in the landing zone. 2 security officers from Raritan Valley Community College closed roads to secure the crash site in preparation for the helicopter to land, Brian Surge, supervisor of security at the public college, says. But the request was canceled by the local fire captain just before 7 p.m. due to the hazardous presence of drones. We never found out what the drones actually were. It's kind of a mystery.
I mean, they look like planes, but why, right? Like, whose planes are they? But
nobody knew anything. This comes after a flurry of other drone sightings have been happening over the past 2 weeks in central New Jersey, not far from President-elect Donald Trump's Bedminster golf course. The drones have been spotted hovering in groups for hours in the vicinity of the Raritan River on a nightly basis as of late. One woman claimed
it's like that's
she saw up to 5 of the mysterious aircraft buzzing overhead on Sunday night. The Federal Aviation Administration has issued 2 temporary flight restrictions over Morris and Somerset counties following multiple reports of the unusual aircraft activity in the airspace over Trump National Golf Club, Bedminster, as well as U.S. Army Hub in nearby Dover, New Jersey. The FAA said it received reports as far back as November 18th about the drones. The FBI requested the restrictions out of an abundance of caution, an agency spokesperson said. The restrictions will remain in effect until December 26th. The FBI has also asked witnesses to send in photos they've captured of the drones to its office for further review. So the FBI is out here asking people, hey, if you have photos and videos of these drones, send them to us. We need all the photos and footage that you guys got for our investigation. And I feel like if you put me on this case, I feel like I could find out very quickly where these things were coming from. So is there a reluctance to really track these things down from their place of origin? Are there certain restrictions, you know what I mean, that are stopping the military and the FBI from going in certain places, flying certain places, and doing certain things? I don't know. Or are these things just that evasive? To the point that they can not only dodge local police, they can dodge the FBI, and they can dodge the military. You know, because when you see these things just flying and hovering in the sky, you don't think that, oh, this thing could dodge a fighter pilot, but maybe it could. I don't know. I honestly
it doesn't look like
do not get it.
Those UFOs we
but
were
we
looking at
are
earlier
at
from
a
the
point
90s film
where, and I'm sure there's more stories like this one, we're at a point now where we're hearing about how these things are disrupting everyday life in New Jersey. Now, out of all the places you could be flying in New Jersey, why are you flying in this area where this medical or medvac helicopter needs to land? And that makes you wonder, are these things there purposely to disrupt life? Are they there purposely to disrupt, you know, the city? That's one thing. That's like next level warfare. And when I tell people about World War III, and when I talk about World War III, I always mention things like this. We're not going to see the conventional warfare that we're used to from the past. We may see things like this. Cyber attacks. There's going to be a hell of a lot of drones. And yeah, just simply going into a city and disrupting their flights, disrupting their medical helicopters, disrupting traffic and random things like that, it could cause confusion. It could cause loss of life. So I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm just wondering, you know, what is really, really going on? Because at least in this situation, it seems like almost as if there was an effort to disrupt this helicopter from landing in this area to pick up these people who needed to desperately be transported to the hospital very quickly. So if they're disrupting things like that, I wonder what else is going on that we don't know about yet. You know what I mean? But all in all, this is one of the biggest mysteries of 2024 as we close out the year. And it feels like a mystery that should be able to be solved very quickly. And the fact that it hasn't been solved quickly is very concerning because it makes you wonder, what are these drones actually capable of? You know, it just, like I said, I could say it 1,000 times. It really confuses me how the U.S. military and law enforcement and FBI, with everything they have at their disposal, they supposedly can't figure out what these things are. And the FBI agents who are investigating the case are supposedly being harassed by these same very drones that are now flying back to where they live, following them around and things like that. So really, really, really wild stuff. And I look forward to continue looking into this story in the future because as of right now, it's been weeks straight. I'm not so sure about tonight, but I know last night they were flying over New Jersey. And it's like every night we're getting more and more videos and more photos, which, like I've explained in the past, it's obvious that these things aren't trying to hide. They're not trying to hide. They're not trying to be a secret. So I guess we got to take whatever clues and little information we have and start putting, you know, 2 and 2 together here because the FBI and the U.S. military is failing at their job, you know, when it comes to figuring out what these things are. And for them to continue saying that this is not a threat, these things pose no threat, I'm not buying it. Who knows what these things could be?
I don't know.
I mean, honestly, is it really a conspiracy theory still when it is this obvious?
This prohibition takes effect immediately.
I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. And while a lot of people were called conspiracy theorists, right-wing extremists, ooh, funded by Russia, over this exact same thing, I don't believe in coincidences. And there are 2 things that Justin Trudeau's government has announced over the last 24 hours that really have me remembering
what are you doing?
The fact that the vast majority of the time when somebody is called a conspiracy theorist, a radical, they usually end up being right. Actually, throughout history, more often than not, they are right.
How about the latest electricity tax the Prime Minister's bringing in that will drive factories south of the border, or his energy cap
tax? So hold on. He's carbon taxing us. So you would think, okay, we have to go electric, so we don't go carbon. And now, but there's also an electric tax.
Will drive away our resource companies.
And the word conspiracy theory as a whole, it definitely has a negative connotation to it. But did you know that conspiracy theory was a word that was very popular in the CIA? Actually, it was very much used solely to discredit people. making them the target of ridicule. In fact, one of the earliest known times that the word conspiracy theory was used was in a writing that was published inside of the New York Times, January 11th, 1863, by author Charles Astor Bristed. When he was talking about how the British aristocrats were intentionally weakening the United States during the Civil War in order to advance their financial interests. So anybody who was starting to believe what the Brits were telling everybody during the Civil War was deemed a conspiracy theorist by the New York Times. That was something that became very popular. The New York Times, by the way, has quite the reputation on its own of propaganda, false information, and trying to shut up dissenting voices, which is one of the many reasons why I personally dislike the Liberal government in Canada all the more after Melanie Joly got an op-ed inside of it. It's a weird thing to have published in the New York Times of all places, which makes me officially think that Trudeau is actually a part of the deep state. Actually, on that note, here is a former CIA, now whistleblower, and his discussions about Justin Trudeau.
Saw during COVID his ability to just completely squeeze the freedoms of the Canadians.
Yeah.
What's your viewpoint on him?
Well, he's more, I think, has a communist leaning than even a socialist leaning. Hey, the guy's a tyrant, flat out tyrant. So that you got that part of the Canadian government that is directly connected to our shadow government, and of course Trudeau is their puppet. He's become a tyrant. There's no question about it. He's a deep stater from the word go, and as usual, all about his career. You know.
And it is interesting the power that the media has and world leaders to dismiss very genuine, real concerns as conspiratorial. And they want to write off everybody who utters a single word that is a dissenting voice that is against the narrative. And what appears to be underlying this narrative is certainly something incredibly dark, incredibly sinister, evil, malicious. And while some people may resort to calling you a conspiracy theorist, radical, you must be paid by Russia, still waiting for that deposit to enter my bank account, I honestly don't really blame them. Because yeah, this sounds crazy. But when you start to follow the tracks, you certainly see that something is going on here, and it's not good. So yesterday afternoon, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau posted a tweet, an X, a post, whatever. He said, there are more than 200,000 short-term rentals across the country like Airbnbs or Verbos. That could be turned into housing. So we're giving cities more resources to crack down on those rentals and unlock more homes for Canadians. Certainly, there's been a lot of people that have, been, I want to say abusing, but are you? No, you're just lucky enough to have the income to do this. I suppose some of the foreign people who were purchasing homes in Vancouver, as an example, and renting some of them out could fall into this list. But overall, the vast majority of Canadian citizens who have a rental property bought it legally, and it's either their full-time business or it is their side income of which they pay taxes for, right? It's not like they're illegally operating any of this stuff. So, to say 200,000 short-term rentals across the country, we're going to unlock them for more Canadians. In essence, Justin Trudeau is actually suggesting that the government is going to force people out of their side hustle or main business and take away the paid for homes, because unlike what he says, that could be turned into housing. They're already turned into housing, buddy. So, yep, the Liberal government is now planning to take away your privately owned property. They're trying to control what you do, how much you earn, and they want to redistribute that to the less fortunate. Not sure if that is already dinging off some alarm bells, but then of course
I'm staying at my
today,
parents
the clown
because
show
I broke
did not
my
stop
leg. I'm
there
recovering.
because Justin Trudeau's government also announced that they are now essentially arms dealers.
That's why today, as Hasan said, we're building on the historic advances we've made since 2015 by taking further action. Today, the government is adding a further 324 unique makes and models of assault-style firearms to the list of prohibited firearms in Canada. This prohibition takes effect immediately.
Despite all of the data out there, and I do mean all of the data out there, proving time and time again that legal guns do not account for almost any crime that occurs on the street. In fact, this is from Statistics Canada
Why
themselves.
are you laughing?
The firearms used in homicides were rarely legal firearms used by their legal owners who were in good standing.
I live
because
in
again,
Canada.
In order to have a firearm, get your license and everything in Canada, not only is it expensive, you also undergo background checks. It's a whole
Why wouldn't I
process
look
there.
at Canadian
Statistics Canada
news?
also clarified that when it comes to homicides related to firearms, that the firearm in most cases was illegal. It had never been legally owned
Because
in Canada.
our Prime Minister is a freaking dictator tyrant. Like, he's He's taking away all our freedoms. Like if you own property, you own it. It's your property. He wants to take away like your right to do a short-term rental, so Airbnb and stuff like that.
In fact, we know that the vast majority of them are coming
and so many other freedoms and liberties that are being taken away
and illegally from the American border into Canada. Yet Justin Trudeau says that there's no reason at all why we need to beef up our border security. Additionally, in most firearm-related homicides, again, according to Statistics Canada, the accused did not possess a valid license for the specific class of firearms used. Effective immediately, an additional 324 firearms are being banned in Canada, must be given up by legal, law-abiding, and background-checked Canadian citizens. And of course, by the way, they're being taken from us for our safety, even though they're not the cause of our unsafety. After being taken from us, the Trudeau government has shared that they will then
in Canada, and you're like, oh, okay, oh, I see.
Fight for democracy.
That's funny.
It's kind of weird, isn't it, how the liberal government is taking them from us to protect us from mass shootings and firearms-related deaths, again, of which next to none are committed with registered guns, but wants Ukraine to use them to kill Russian troops and possible innocent people caught in the crossfire. You're literally taking them away from people who aren't using them for murder and giving them to people knowing that that is the only purpose of their use. That is really something. Because
Canadians who own people,
like many other countries
if you're
in
Canadian
the West,
and you own a gun, it's for like recreational purposes, more so than not.
Canada
like
has given
shooting range or maybe hunting even.
And way too much money to Ukraine, especially when there's some really terrible things happening and all of these illegal guns crossing our borders. Man, if only we had more money to hire back all of the people that the Conservative Party let go 10 years ago that they keep talking about. Oh my gosh, where are we going to get all of that money? My goodness. But worse than that is the fact that now we are also giving them weapons. What? In what world is that a Canadian value? Since when were the Liberals the ones who were encouraging war? What?
As my colleague, Minister LeBlanc, has indicated, we've been working very closely with our friends in Ukraine to ensure that weapons that were intended to be used in combat could be made available to them. And since Russia's brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, Canada has and continues to make every effort to support our Ukrainian allies in their fight to defend their territory, their sovereignty, their citizens, and to win this war.
And you know what? If anybody calls you a crazy conspiracy theorist, I want you to take a listen to this list and tell me how many of these things have already been done. These are the 8 levels of controls to transform a nation through socialism into communism. Number 1, healthcare. You control your healthcare and you control the people. Poverty is number 2. Increase the level of poverty as high as possible. Poor people are easier to control and will not fight back if you provide everything for them to live. Number 3 is debt. Increase the debt level to an unsustainable level. That way you are able to increase taxes, and this will produce even more poverty. Gun control. Remove the ability to defend themselves from government. That way, you're able to create a police state. Number 5, welfare. Take control of every aspect. Food. National School Food Program. Housing. The Housing Accelerator Fund. Taking away people's properties to crack down and unlock new housing for Canadians. You could also factor in there the absolute lack of housing and inaffordability when you can actually find it. And income. How much has our wage kept up with the cost of everything else? Ooh, that's not a fun one to look into. All of those things make people fully dependent on the government. Education, when you take control of what people read and listen to, you take control of what children learn in school. That means that they're no longer able to see outside sources. I do recall Justin Trudeau passing that whole News Act thing. Oh, well, it's for Canadians. We want Canadians to profit more off of their stuff. So now when Canadians go on social media, there's all kinds of news that you are blocked from. All sorts of different influences that aren't controlled by the Canadian government that you can no longer see on social media anymore. Not to mention the CBC, which receives upwards of $1 billion every single year in funding. The CBC, whose articles we have seen used time and time again when people are under oath and testifying, and they use the CBC as reference for certain statistics, comments, accusations. The federal government has many times used the CBC as an accurate source to try and insinuate or either charge somebody with an offense. Seems weird that an organization that they pay for would be credible in a court of law. But in the Canadian law, it sure is. Religion. Remove belief in God from the government and schools, because if people don't believe in God, the only thing they need to believe in is that the government is doing what's best for them. Has the removal of God happened in schools? Yep. Has it happened in government? Yep. But it's to be inclusive, everybody. Inclusive. Okay? Class warfare is number 8 on the list. Divide the people into wealthy and poor. Eliminate the middle class. Well, this is something we have certainly seen play out. In fact, we currently have the largest divide from middle class to wealthy that we have ever seen in the history of our nation. More and more people who were once middle class are now much closer to poverty line if they are not already in it. More Canadians are living check to check. More Canadians are relying on food banks, so much so that some food banks are running out of food. In a country like Canada, that's a pretty crazy thing, isn't it?
So the radicals have definitely taken over Canada, and it's really quite bad. So when Trudeau was elected, we were at parity for per person GDP in Canada. And that's historically about where Canada has been. Sometimes a little ahead.
Parity with America, you mean?
Parity with America. Sometimes a little behind, more often a little behind. But now we're at 60%. Canadians are poorer in per capita GDP than Mississippi residents, right? And our real estate is twice as expensive. And the Liberals, who are now the socialists, farther to the left than the NDP, who are the actual socialists, they're going to get demolished so hard that they might disappear federally. It's going to be a bloodbath, and it's so well-deserved. But, this is a big but, you said, you know, that Biden now has an opportunity in the next 2 months to do the right thing, and maybe he will. Trudeau has a year, and I believe Trudeau is a wounded narcissist. So I thought he was narcissistic right from the beginning. One of the problems with narcissists is that when everybody likes them, they can be quite benevolent because their greatness is recognized. But when people decide that they're detestable, which is pretty much where Trudeau has gone in Canada, it's very hard for him to go out in public now without people like literally cursing him. Then it's time for revenge.
I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. You can also subscribe to the channel, like the video. That helps YouTube show it to more people. And I will talk to you tomorrow.
New reports are coming through that Prince Harry is raging at Meghan Markle for mis-selling to him the American dream. Perhaps he's finally realised that the grass is not always greener on the other side. Steph the Alternate, your nerdy alternative, and welcome to the Dose of the Daily Nerd, where I break down the royal news and gossip of the day that's pretty much caught my eye. And oh my goodness, yeah, let's jump into this madness, shall we? Because yesterday, Prince Harry broke his silence surrounding the divorce rumours between him and Meghan Markle. Now, if you want to know more about that, then check out the video I released a couple of hours ago. The link will be in the description bar below. Now, this is the thing, right? He did not released a couple of hours ago rumours between him and Meghan Markle. Now, this is the thing, right? He did not convince me that all is well in the Montecito household, and this article just proves that to me even more. A new source coming out saying that Prince Harry is raging that he was missold the American dream by estranged wife Meghan. They ended up living like Rapunzel in her tower. Now, this is an exclusive from Radar Online, and they describe Prince Harry as being disenchanted, angry, and frustrated at how his new life living the promised American dream has turned into a behind-closed-doors nightmare, locked in a Rapunzel-like tower with his wife Meghan Markle. Now, sources have revealed that 5 years since Megxit set in motion the plan that would see Megxit happen, Hasan feels like he was missold the idea. Radar Online can reveal exclusively. Now, a more reveal to this outlet, quote, Meghan sold their move to America as a way for their family to be happy, free, and relatively normal. But that doesn't seem to be the case for them and their kids at all. No, it doesn't. We hardly see Lilibet and Archie at all. How is that normal? Are they locked away in this Rapunzel-like tower as well? I mean, you see, you know, the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children, and we see them regular, and they're in the royal family, right? They're working members of the royal family. Yet we hardly see Hasan and Megxit's children. This whole kind of element of freedom that Megxit sold to Hasan, that she said would be attained as soon as they moved to California, doesn't seem to have come to fruition, right, guys? Now, this article then goes on to state that it's almost as if they are, as a family, living like Rapunzel in her tower. Even the locals in Montecito are puzzled. Archie and Lily are rarely seen with Meghan or Harry at local events, like trick-or-treating at Halloween, for example. Harry is angry and frustrated at how things have turned out. And I'm not surprised if that's the case. I mean, when myself and my big brother Andy, we went to Montecito last year in September when I was there in LA, and we spoke to a few locals there and a few business owners, and they said they hardly saw Hasan and Megsy out and about. We went to a shop, and it was a tailor shop, and we asked, does Megsy come to, to use his services to tailor dresses, this, that, and the other? He says no, which, it proves even more to me that Megsy does not know the existence of tailors, let's put it that way. But yeah, guys, I can attest, me being on the ground last year in Montecito, they are hardly ever in that town at all. And so the source then turns around and says he feels like he's been missold a life. Plus, he and Meghan are also leading pretty much separate lives. It's like they're an estranged couple living under the same roof. And yeah, when you've got Hasan on one side of America in New York City and Megsy on the other side in California at the Paley Honors Gala to honour Lilibet's godfather, Tyler Perry, when I could get my teeth back in. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, for what we're seeing, yes, they are living separate lives. So Hasan breaking his silence yesterday in New York City, trying to downplay the divorce rumours, really hasn't worked as far as I'm concerned whatsoever. And so the children, this article says, are believed to attend a local school and nursery. And some online commentators have dubbed them Invisibet. But since turning 40 in September, Harry has been taking a closer look, apparently, at his family's current situation, and he has concerns. And so the source is saying here that the biggest shock for Harry is that he thought raising his kids away from the royal family would give them more freedom. In California, though, the opposite has happened. In fact, Archie and Lilibet's world seems even more cosseted than his own upbringing as an heir to the British crown. And it goes to what I said earlier on, which is when you look at the children of Prince William and Princess Catherine, we see them out and about. We see their existence, and they're fine, they're safe, they're protected. Whereas on the other side of the world, you've got Prince Harry, Megsy, Archie and Lilibet, and we hardly see Archie and Lilibet, even though they moved to California for more safety and more security because it was unsafe in the royal family, blah, blah, blah. But instead of actually getting more freedom outside of the royal family, it seems like they've got less freedom. And that they're prisoners within their own prison that they've constructed themselves. And when allegedly Megsy turns around and says to Hasan, let's leave the royal family, the grass is greener on the other side. Like I said earlier on, perhaps Hasan has realised that the grass is not greener on the other side and has finally realised that this American dream that Megsy was trying to sell him was just misinformation or lies. And so following Megxit, we know that their taxpayer-funded security detail has been amended in the UK. It's not being removed by the UK government, as, Radar Online is saying there. It's not being removed. What happens is 4 weeks, 28 days before Hasan returns to the UK with his family, he has to apply to the government for the security. And then the government then turns around and says, okay, based on your application, this is the level of security that is appropriate for you and whoever's coming with you, blah, blah, blah. But now Megsy seems to be applying those security fears and a desire for privacy to their life inside their gated community in Montecito. And so the source is now saying here that Harry feels as if they are living in a bubble. He's beginning to think he had more freedom as a kid growing up in a palace. Of course, while Harry, like Meghan, will always prioritise their kids' safety, he's worried Archie and Lilibet are missing out too. And a lot of us are thinking that as well, because Archie and Lilibet, from what we can see, doesn't really have that much contact with the outside world, or that much contact at all with the rest of their family, whether that be on Megsy's side or Hasan's side. They've got cousins that, from what we can gather, they hardly have any contact with whatsoever. And so, yeah, I would not be surprised, right, if Hasan has woken the hell up and is now raging at Megsy for scamming him and misselling to him the American dream, because when they left the royal family 5 years ago, I bet they didn't think it would turn out this way. What do you think? With that being said, if you appreciated this video and you want more, and believe me, of course, there's going to be more, you do not want to miss my next video, then make sure you subscribe to join our Alter Nerd Tribe.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. You guys remember 2017, right? Maybe not all of you, because I know some of my viewers are very young, and this last election might have been the first that they were around for, but for the rest of us, I mean, we remember it wasn't that long ago. We remember back in 2017 when Donald Trump was first inaugurated, entering his first term in office. He had a rough time, a rough first go at it. There was less of a political mandate going in back then, and more just shock from the system. When Trump got into office, it was obstruction at every turn. The left, and even the right, did everything that they could to undermine him and stop his agenda. I said there was no mandate, but there certainly was a deep state mandate, and that was stop Donald Trump no matter what. But let me tell you, it feels these days as if those days are over. And how exactly do I know this? Well, just think about it. Back then, the obstruction was so bad that no Democrat would go anywhere close to supporting anything even remotely or tangentially related to Donald Trump, and it was so bad that even Republicans were basically acting the exact same way, the phenomenon of the anti-Trump rhino Republican. But nowadays, we're not even necessarily talking so much about Republicans or anti-Trump Republicans, because not only is that not really an issue anymore, but it seems as though even Democrat opposition has become less of an issue these days, as now even top-level Democrats are jumping on board, siding with the Trump administration. I mean, let's not forget we had a Democrat in Pennsylvania during the last election season, not running to impeach Donald Trump, but rather running as a Trump ally.
Casey's leading the effort to stop corporate greedflation and price gouging. Casey bucked Biden to protect fracking, and he sided with Trump to end NAFTA and put tariffs on China to stop them from cheating.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that things have changed.
Hi,
and
Vega.
boy,
How are you doing?
things changing real quickly. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. I mean, this Tom Homan situation, this border situation, usually would have Democrats salivating, but their party has collapsed so badly that they can't even play the whole Donald Trump's a racist because of his border policies angle anymore. More and more Democrats are now jumping on board. It's the end of resist Trump no matter what. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's break it down. Last week, we had Boston Mayor Michelle Wu backtracking hard. You know, she was one of the first Democrats that tried taking the lead in attacking Tom Homan and Donald Trump, but very quickly she was there eating her words and essentially groveling and apologizing. Then we had Democrat Governor Kathy Hochul, who cracked under the pressure and essentially went on record supporting Donald Trump and Tom Homan's immigration stances. I mean, can you believe it? Kathy Hochul siding with Tom Homan.
Someone breaks the law, I'll be the first one to call up ICE and say, get them out of here.
Are you supportive or not supportive of deporting undocumented immigrants whose only crime is either crossing the border or overstaying?
If they're here with legal papers, like they came and they're seeking asylum, like the 224,000 people came to New York, they're here legally in search of asylum. And that process will play out. But there are other people who commit crimes or are known to be criminals before they arrived here. When those are identified, I'll be the first one to help get rid of them. I don't want them here.
Then, of course, we had the Denver mayor. I don't even care to learn his name, just Soy Boy Denver mayor. We all know exactly who I'm referencing. You essentially had this guy taking the baton, taking the lead from Michelle Wu. Well, if she won't stand up and do it, then I will. Well, the response from Tom Homan came in pretty swift.
Me and the Denver mayor, we agree on one thing. He's willing to go to jail. I'm willing to put him in jail.
Oof.
Yeah, let's just say I think his resistance days are most likely numbered. And now on top of all of it, we've got New York City Mayor Eric Adams, another Democrat through and through, I guess cracking under the pressure.
Those who are here committing crimes,
Rika,
robberies, shooting at police
so
officers,
sweet.
innocent people, have been a harm to our country. I want to
That's so
sit down
nice
and
of
hear
you
the
to
plan
say.
on how we're going to address them. Those are the people I am talking about, and I would love to sit down with the border czar and hear his thoughts on how we're going to address those who are harming our citizens.
You're open to that.
Open to
Hearing what their plan is to deport some of these folks, and you think the city, in some circumstances, should cooperate with ICE.
Let me. You know what's interesting? And I was talking to the team the other day. I want you to all go back and Google Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Google what they said about those who commit crimes in our city and what they said in our country. They said those who commit crimes need to get out right away. That was their position. So this is not a new position, because in the state of in the era of cancel culture, no one's afraid to be honest about the truth. Well, cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of the city. And if you come into this country, in this city, and think you're going to harm innocent New Yorkers and innocent migrants and asylum seekers, this is not the mayor you want to be in the city under.
Boom, finally. I mean, finally, it feels like common sense is winning. Even the most woke of mayors and governors, representing the most woke of cities, the biggest Democrat strongholds in America, well, even they seem to be done with the woke crap. And I mean, if woke New York is falling in line, then what choice do the rest of these much smaller, less influential Democrat cities now have in this matter? Essentially, in my view at least, they've got no choice. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And
I think they're
stuck
in the wrong algorithm is what I think. Hi,
That's a really
YG
important
Japan.
point
How
here.
are
I want to be
you?
as clear as possible. A lot of people are saying, oh, the Democrats, they finally get it.
Bitcoin
They're finally
100K?
doing the right thing. Common sense is prevailing. But that's only partially true. Common sense is certainly prevailing, but the Democrats don't deserve any credit in terms of getting here. They didn't come to this conclusion
so
willingly. Mayor Eric Adams didn't all of a sudden, after I don't know how long he's been in office, I think 2 years,
isn't
whatever, it's
she?
been 2
What
to
do
3
you
years, and after
mean?
all this time of enabling New York City's worst humanitarian crisis ever, he didn't just have a change of heart and realize that what he was doing was wrong. No, of course not. They would have continued doing what they were doing showing had Joe Biden won, and so what ended up happening was the people spoke. It's the people. Absolute outrage, not only from the American people at large across the nation, but probably even from their own constituencies. I mean, Democrats see, and especially New York Democrats see, that the country is shifting. Even the most left of left cities, districts, counties are trending right, and now their hand has essentially been forced. They went too far, and now they're scrambling to clean up their mess.
To me,
But
it's
boy,
not
oh boy, I
even
think
trending
this spillage,
right.
this
It's
mess, it's gonna be a tough
trending
one
to
clean.
the
This
center.
last election,
Like it's not about trending left or, it shouldn't be about left or right. It should be about balance. It has to be about balance. It's not like the right is right or the left is right and the other is wrong. That's just not how it works, right? You need like there's pros and cons to both sides. And you need a balance. And now what happened here with Trump is that the people in the middle did not feel like the Democrats were doing their job in like in general, with the economy, with everything, with everything. And they lost the trust of the people, and the media lost the trust of the people, and that's what happened.
was nothing short of absolute pure devastation for the Democrat Party. I mean, just think about it. Immigration was their biggest attack angle against Donald Trump. It was the crux of their entire, he's a racist
But it was also like the abortion thing.
Argument. They weaponized it. They called him a racist because he wanted to secure the border. They changed their entire stance on immigration. They went from this.
So I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
I think the American people, they appreciate and believe in immigration, but they can't have a situation where you just have 500,000 people pouring over the border without any kind of mechanism to control it.
It makes sense that no great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders. We've been arguing for the need to put more protection at our borders, meaning that you have more border guards.
They went from that to essentially all doing their best Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez impressions. They went from common sense to woke lunatic. They made it their everything. It was the crux of their entire argument. And now, look at them. Now they're stuck adopting the exact same policies that they've been demonizing for years. They're basically greenlighting Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign. I mean, that's not a pivot. That's a full 180-degree turn. I think the biggest meta-political backfire I've seen probably in my life. And I'm just so glad it's finally happening. I'm not surprised. I'm just glad it's happening. I have been counting the days till we would finally get here. Now, I wasn't sure how long it would take, but I just knew that what the Democrats were doing was not sustainable, and eventually, it was going to lead to this. And it's not like I'm some mega brain genius who was able to read the writing on the wall before everybody else. It was just basic common sense. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to realize that this is indefensible.
The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem, and not Kamala Harris's open border.
I mean, who would have seen that backfiring? Seriously? Come on. The Democrats act so self-righteous, so morally superior, but time and time again, they come crawling back, essentially admitting that we were right all along. It's always the same playbook. They push and push and push, then they push too far, face the backlash, and then adopt conservative policies under the guise of a new solution. How many times have we seen this? These are the people, this is the political party that claims to be so much smarter, so much more educated, so much more successful and ethical, forward-thinking. Oh, they're the progressives. And yet they just keep taking L after L on every single issue, proving us right and then moving right back to where we were after years of calling us every ism in the book and claiming that we're wacky conspiracy theorists. And now here we are with the greatest proof that politics is shifting. I needed like we've got top Democrats now endorsing Donald Trump's immigration policies.
Excuse me.
I keep seeing clips of...
Stop playing auto-playing Asmongold, please, YouTube. Thank you. YouTube loves to autoplay Asmongold, Joe Rogan, and freaking Lex Friedman. That's the worst one of all. I'm not interested in watching Lex Friedman. He sounds, and no offense, please, no offense, this is just an opinion. He just sounds and looks so boring. I'm sorry. It's just an opinion, alright? It's also an in-game and an alleged opinion. Yawn attack. No, that was a stretch attack. And a yawn-ish. Now it's a yawn attack.
This is whataboutism in the extreme. You can't do it. You can't accept criticisms of Trump.
Tell me that I'm whatabouting by
you can criticize those people. You can criticize those.
Tim Pool destroys woke Vaush in this clip, as Vaush is an insufferable leftist with Trump derangement syndrome, and Tim Pool still invites him onto the podcast. And in this part of the episode, Vaush and Tim Pool get into it, discussing Trump and tariffs. And Tim Pool wrecks Vaush over his absurd comments because Vaush, being one of the left's influencers, always knows less than what they claim to. So let's get in the video, folks.
Fauci, I've criticized Fauci over and over again. Early on, I was very
and not Trump.
And because Trump's repeating what Fauci says.
Trump does not just wait. They fight constantly.
No, early on they didn't. Early on, Trump made the mistake of just parroting Fauci, and I got to the point.
He did not exclusively parrot Fauci early on. Wait. I know. I can watch the clips. Wait. I understand there was a lot of complexity here when it comes to the information that was disseminated, who did it. But that doesn't change the fact we know Trump was given information and then lied about it.
And that's your opinion is.
That's not an opinion.
Yes. No. I'm saying, and your opinion is he shouldn't have, and mine is. I don't know. Maybe there would have been a panic. Maybe there wouldn't.
Like in Canada?
Trump made a call, and you're criticizing him, and we don't know what the result
would have been. You've criticized Fauci for what he said about the masks.
Canada?
Trump made he shouldn't have, and mine is, I don't know. Maybe there would. No. I'm saying, and your opinion is he shouldn't have, and mine is, I don't know. Maybe there would have been a panic. Maybe there wouldn't.
Like in Canada?
Trump made a call, and you're criticizing him, and we don't know what the result would have been.
You've criticized Fauci for what he said about the masks. How can you say?
I personally didn't mind the mask thing. But that's besides
Trump,
the
well,
point.
maybe it would have caused a panic, but then not say the same thing about Fauci when he said that masks
thing
weren't effective sometime
wait,
in March.
We should have worn masks the entire time.
Are you sure?
We don't know.
Are they like made of cloth and dirty?
We don't know if a panic would have destroyed everything and killed 10 times the people.
How would that, being honest about the extent, first of all, hundreds of thousands are dead, and they're dying in large part because we don't have a consistent national policy about social distancing and about mask wearing. That is...
And obesity.
No, dude.
I don't know.
Sickness in general.
Trump can't issue. Look.
What was that side comment?
Issue a mask mandate.
He has. Wait. First of all, he has war powers. He absolutely can. He uses executive actions all the time. This is not something that he would do. This would not be legally challenged. He was being called for to do this, even by the Democrats. He was being called to do this. He disbanded the pandemic response team. He removed people.
And consolidated it.
No. He withdrew their power.
So who did he consolidate then?
What?
Can you pull I want to pull the fact check on this. Trump consolidated the roles of the pandemic response team. Factcheck.org. I've been through this like a million times.
See if I can find it.
So Trump did disband the pandemic response team.
And where did they go?
And allocated those functions into a group of people.
Wait, was that Pence's task force?
No, this was the existing CDC.
The existing CDC that he defunded by like a massive percentage?
Factcheck.org, the way they put it was Trump was trying to streamline the process early on, and that it's been weaponized by partisans to make it seem like he just straight up got rid of it.
So he got rid of it, then took its functions and put it into the CDC, and he's cut the CDC's budget.
We got to pull up. No, it's factcheck.org. It's Trump disband.
I'm familiar with the site.
Wait. Factcheck.org? Why don't I know about this website? So when people say like fact check, this is what they're doing. They're going to factcheck.org. They're not just like going to their own sources or whatever. Allegedly. What? What is this headline? No evidence. Musk threatened to ban ex-users celebrating Hunter Biden's pardon. Trump won the popular vote, contrary to claims online. Viral claim falsely suggests Trump ended violence in Gaza. Viral claim falsely suggests Trump ended violence in Gaza. Post misleadingly questions unfinished ballot counting in some states. What? This is a cool website. How come I didn't know about this? What the heck? Alright. Next time, Next time somebody wants to talk shit,
I know. I was just trying
But I mean, do we want to look at like CDC cuts or what he did with the people in Wuhan that he pulled out?
If we want to pull up the source and talk about Trump consolidating the roles of
what I'm trying to talk about is the totality of evidence that he's mishandled this pandemic, and it's interesting to me that you were extremely unwilling to criticize him for that.
Because what's the alternative?
The alternative.
What would have happened in any other circumstance where we have no control group? What am I supposed to say?
So,
well, if
wait,
Trump
how many would have how many would have had to have died before you would criticize him?
I don't know.
Give me a number. Wait, so you could have let 1 million?
So what you're telling me is that we have no idea what would have happened if Trump did anything else.
We don't ever. We don't. That's you're making a tautological statement. That's how the universe works. We don't ever know what will happen if other
What
things.
am I supposed to say when Fauci early on praised him, when governors early on praised him? Now they're critical of him in an election.
Wait. First of all, the praise of governors is irrelevant. Are governors health experts? Second of all, Fauci praised him a couple of times. He's also under a lot of political pressure to do what Trump says, or otherwise there's a very decent chance of him getting canned. Fauci has made plenty of statements which Trump has never
That's the
Trump
noise
has been
whenever
back
you
and
pick
forth
up.
on the mask issue, going so far as to make fun of people for wearing masks.
Trump
didn't wear a mask in public for months. Wait. But again,
nor the clairvoyance to say if only Trump did X, Y would have happened.
But then you can't criticize anything. What if we didn't go into the Afghanistanian war? What if some terrible thing would have happened if we hadn't done that? What if we hadn't gone to Iraq?
No. I think we can objectively say, wow, that war was bad. We shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I can say.
Why did he change? Like, first his thing was, why did Trump eliminate whatever? And he's like, he just moved them to a different department or something. And then he's like, oh yeah, well then what about this? And then what about this? It's like, that's always seems like. Anyway.
This is objectively very bad. We should be doing.
Oh, you know what?
Should have done these things.
There's something that I should. Oh, you know what? Let's pause for a second because I want to read back to the Korea issue, South Korea. I was wondering what was happening in South Korea. Why was there civil unrest in South Korea before the whole martial law thing? Like, why was there? And so it says here, before December 3rd, 2024, South Korea experienced significant civil unrest stemming from political tensions and dissatisfaction with President Yoon Suk-yeol's administration. Key factors included public discontent over alleged government corruption, economic struggles, and perceived undemocratic actions by the administration. Okay, I mean, yeah, okay. I feel like that's kind of what I was expecting to hear. So
things, but I can't get overly angry about making assumptions on what I think would or wouldn't have happened.
So you are of the opinion that you should not be able to criticize a sitting president as long as you don't have.
You're using semantic arguments.
This is not semantic at all.
Because I actually said you made a good point, and we don't have a measure of success for what Trump should have done.
Yeah, that's.
I feel like Vaush is Captain Hindsight from South Park. If you've ever seen the show, I mean, he was the character who always came up and he would rush up like he's a hero and like always in hindsight. Oh, you should have done this. This should have happened. This should have happened. And then like his hero for pointing it out. I mean, to me, the way I'm reading this, Tim Pool is just pointing out, look, you can go and you can see things and say like, okay, yeah, this war was a bad idea. This was a bad idea. But when you're talking about in the moment of someone, whether they handle or mishandle, that looks differently. It looks different in the moment. It's easier, after the fact to say like, oh yeah, well, like now that we have all of this data, of course, yeah, he should have done this. But that's just how people learn. But to take a moral tone to it and say, Trump was evil and, he's insane and this and that while he was being lied to by Fauci, of course, because that's all Fauci did pretty much was lie about everything. I mean, what do you want him to, what do you want to do? I mean, this is the polarization effect of the left with the Trump derangement syndrome in saying that like, oh, he's Hitler and everything that he's doing is a nefarious, evil way or whatever it is. Look, and all Tim Pool is saying, you can take him individually, but Vaush's over emotionality getting into this about Trump, like that's the real problem. That's the issue with the left. It's like you can't just take a simple issue and break it down. There has to be something else to it because they're crazy. I don't know. I mean, it's insane how much they try to justify everything. But let me know in the comments what you think so far and leave a like. Let's get back in.
That's to indicate we can't know for sure, but we can make reasonable arguments.
You're using hindsight to make it seem like you could have done a better job.
No, we know he lied at the time. Wait, right. Wait. I'm not the president. I'm not saying I could have done a better job. I'm saying that he messed up. And if you actually are anti-establishment, wait. If you actually are anti-establishment, as you claim to be, you are shockingly unwilling to criticize Trump on some of the most objectively. Wait, you listed the tariffs that he did, even though it destroyed American farming for essentially no benefit, as a positive.
As a policy he did
to the economy, as a positive.
And then we ended up with a good economy.
We had the good economy.
$27 trillion in debt right now.
As we had the good economy, you mentioned that as a positive, even though all that did was hurt American workers. You are willing to defend him.
American workers?
The subsidies that we needed to provide farmers because they were being destroyed, the manufacturing that was being hurt from our inability to import.
Came back.
Also, there's a flood.
So Trump threatened
that's not tariff.
to put tariffs on their vehicles manufactured overseas, and then they brought their factories.
We brought back a shockingly low number of
The
jobs that
point
don't
I
come
was
with
making about panic
the point
was I don't know what would have happened if Trump caused a panic by coming out and saying, you know, America, there's a dangerous pandemic coming.
Why not constantly downplaying it? Like he did. This is going to be over any second. We're rounding the curve now. The heat's going to get rid of it. Constant statement.
Why did George W. Bush come out and say, keep shopping, keep shopping?
I don't like George W. Bush.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying there are presidents, and there's a decision to make, and sometimes they're hard, and we don't know what would have happened.
The issue,
this is or otherwise.
This is the fundamental
so
issue that I have.
You're coming out and saying Trump should have told everyone. Maybe he should have. I don't know.
If you actually consistently held to this, then you would never be able to criticize anything a president does because you don't know what would have happened if they hadn't done it.
You're not arguing
what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. I would like to. What I'm saying is your standard for assessing the validity of this behavior is nonsensical.
Is a panic bad?
You don't know that it would have caused a panic.
Trump said he wanted to avoid a panic.
Why not lie about it? Why not say, hey, why not say we need to buckle down as a nation and we need to recognize that we need to be wearing masks and socially distancing?
Yeah, he could have done that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's great.
Why
isn't it okay for Fauci to have been wrong about the mask because he didn't want to incite a panic?
That's not incorrect. That's great.
So you're in favor of Fauci saying that you didn't need to wear masks?
I think it's like you're purposefully misunderstanding to make an argument.
No, the argument that I'm making, fundamentally.
You can't criticize Trump over masks and then act like Fauci was a saint the entire time.
I have never done that.
I'm not saying it's the rhetorical view.
You're talking with
other
me.
People. If people are going to look at Trump and say Trump said all these things, and then I can go back and see that Fauci was the one who said them to Trump, and Trump repeated them, then my issue is maybe we could have done better. Maybe we could have done worse. Trump banned travel early on. He formed the task force. He brought Fauci on in the first place. And the New York Times is estimating if the infection rate reached a certain level, it could even be as high as 6 million.
First of all,
I don't know what would have happened in any other circumstance.
Nobody ever knows. We don't have vision into alternate futures. We have to make reasonable assessments based on the fact that we are doing terribly.
Blasio contributed to all of this the same as Trump.
This is exactly what I mean, and this is the issue that I have.
They're all bad.
You claim to have like this a disaffected sort of like anti-establishment view of all of this, but your channel is hyper partisan against the left, and then when anyone criticizes Trump, you'll either defend him harshly or you'll back up and say, well, they're all bad. You are taking the choice to defend Trump. You are the partisan here. You're not a distanced anti-authoritarian. You are standing with him, and you are saying, yes, I am anti-authoritarian, I am anti-establishment, but also we don't know if him lying to the American people was bad. It could have caused a panic.
So should I make a video right now where I just scream about Nancy Pelosi causing all of the problems? I haven't done that.
Well, I don't know what that has to do with what I just said.
So if Nancy Pelosi went out to Chinatown and said, everyone come party, if Bill de Blasio went out to...
This is whataboutism in the extreme. You can't do it. You can't accept criticisms of Trump.
You can't tell me that I'm whatabouting by
You can criticize those people. You can criticize those people.
Wait, what about Trump? What about Trump?
This is whataboutism. You can criticize those people. I criticize those people.
I love the paradox of you whatabouting me on Trump and then claiming I'm whatabouting when I...
Let's talk about Trump. This is the insanity of the left. They will go to all ends of the earth to try and win an argument and completely just miss the whole point to begin with. Like Tim Pool was saying about Trump, not saying that. Look, are we really going to sit here and say to ourselves that every president has told us the truth all the time? Are we really going to, sit here and say that presidents have not lied to us in order to avert panic? Like presidents have done this, governors have done this, all sorts of people have done this before in order to avert a panic. Like eventually, yes, you got to let people know, but you can do it in a way that doesn't make people lose themselves. Like everybody remembers COVID and what happens when people panic. They go
I'm
crazy.
a tolerant liberal. Hello,
and that's always what you're trying to avoid. It's that mob mentality.
Thank you for
and yes, when you're
I was saying, yeah, I don't even know why like people are platforming the guy. Like, wasn't there a big scandal regarding him? Like, shouldn't he be like quote unquote canceled or whatever? And I was saying, why does anyone platform him? But then again, like, why am I here like listening? Not that I heard about the scandal. I didn't even know who the guy was before that. And so when I saw this thumbnail, this is the Apostle. I think he's like on the right. I'm like, well, see, cause like I wanted to see if this has anything to do with that, because like, if not, like, why are you guys even talking? Like, this guy's kind of I don't know. What is your opinion on the guy? There you go. Exactly. Allegedly PDF file in game, right? So, like, why is anyone
the show? That is
just talking to the guy about? But again, why does anyone care what he has to say about politics at this point? Is my question.
And again, this goes to show why identity politics doesn't work. Like he's trying to talk to Tim Pool as, if you're this and if you're that, then what you're saying doesn't match what you are. Stop putting people into boxes.
The guy with the glasses.
Like you can have a nuanced conversation about each event as it transpires. To say, oh, you're anti-establishment. Like, I mean, Trump's never been in politics. He wasn't exactly the establishment. Like, Everybody else was who's been there for 30, 40, 50 years. That's the real establishment. But Vaush doesn't get that. Folks, the woke left.
They want to coexist right up until you don't fall in line and agree completely with them on everything. You're talking about, oh yeah.
Ranking Mark Zuckerberg, the lizard.
I think that's like mostly the people online, because I feel like people in the real world are not that extreme. And I think it's important that we remember that, because it's like somebody said that they're a small group, but they're very loud, right? I don't know.
The lizard Mark Zuckerberg wants an active role in President Trump's
The lizard, he does kind of like, why do his eyes look like that? Why does his neck look like that?
Policies from the
Why does Trump's neck? No, I'm just kidding. He's like 70.
Sometimes is that Mark
I won't
Zuckerberg
go
wants
for
to
his neck.
do what? Why was he invited? Nobody wants him. Nobody trusts him. Everybody knows that this guy is a snake, like literally, and nobody, literally nobody
like,
wants
literally.
him. I had one comment on X and said, well, he's got access to a lot of evidence, and that's true, but I don't know. Maybe you remember that
This is called the shady reason Zuckerberg wants to help Trump.
It was in July 19. Mark Zuckerberg praising Trump was definitely not on my 2024 bingo card. This was immediately after the assassination attempt. I guess that at that point, you know that Mark Zuckerberg is like Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos did all that. I made sure that the Washington Post did not endorse Kamala Harris because he had access to vast amounts of data. What was people buying? People were not buying Kamala merch at Amazon. People were buying MAGA merch at Amazon. Bezos knew that. And Bezos had already seen the writing on the wall. They were prepared. And after the assassination attempt, I'm pretty sure that Zuckerberg already knew that Donald Trump was going to win.
Oh, excuse
and so
me.
he began to, align himself with the Dawn.
I've done some stuff personally in the past. I'm not planning on doing that this time. And that includes, not endorsing either of the candidates. Now, look, there's obviously a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. The historic events over the last, over the weekend. And, on a personal note, it's, seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life.
I feel like that shouldn't be the reason why you suddenly like Trump. I think it, in a way, it kind of woke up a lot of people to the seriousness of things, but it shouldn't be like that necessarily that makes you, I don't know. I just thought this was weird for him to say. It's kind of weird.
But look, it's as, and I think, look, it's, at some level as an American, it's hard to not get kind of emotional about that spirit.
Yeah,
fight, I think
the problem is that one can also get emotional about all the data and all the power and how you have misused that, Mark. Some of you already must remember that I don't have a Facebook page anymore. I have no presence on Facebook whatsoever. Any trace of anyone resembling myself on Facebook is a bot, an AI, copycat, or anything. I don't have any presence on Facebook whatsoever because Facebook just suspended my page just by sharing my videos about Kamala Harris in there. And you remember that my videos were complete.
Do you see? His Facebook page got suspended for sharing videos of Kamala Harris. How is that not censorship? And how is that not the media controlling how you should think and feel? And how is that not propaganda working? How is that not propaganda in action? Censorship. It's sad because it's so many people are not just seeking, I don't know, the truth. They just take what they see and hear at face value and they don't question anything.
Professional. There were no outbursts. There were no.
And now there's a bunch of people thinking that the U.S. is gonna like become some sort of dictatorship, and there's gonna be concentration camps, and like, no, what are you talking about? Sad, lonely, tired. Hello, thank you for the follow. I don't know. Show the video that got him banned. Oh, I don't know.
Cousin, there were no.
He's probably just like exposing Kamala. Like, it's probably just an expose, and like they're like, nope, because we all know that the mainstream, and I guess you could call Facebook mainstream at this point. I guess like it's different. It's different because news outlets, like, they have to give you the information, whereas platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and stuff like that were not necessarily, well, they are like, when I search something for you on YouTube, like, it gives me mostly just news, like mainstream news. But what they do is they censor the truth, or they censor whatever they want, whatever they feel they should censor. And so that to me is just another form of like bias.
Were completely family friendly, and even that
And
without right to appeal was deleted. And also, you have to remember the Cambridge Analytica scandal in 2018, when it was revealed that the political consulting firm Cambridge Analytica harvested data through a quiz app on Facebook, ostensibly for academic research. This data, however, was used to create detailed voter profiles to target individuals with political ads during events such as the 2016 US presidential election and the Brexit referendum. We knew this. We knew that this was being used to weaponize, and you cannot tell me that, oh, Mark Zuckerberg had no idea about this. This was happening with Facebook's data. And I remember when I was a Facebook power user, it was really complicated. It was difficult to create things on like this. Because you needed to have a developer account, you needed a series of permissions, you had to state the amount of the nature of the data that you were going to acquire, and what were you going to use that data for. And of course, if you were working at Facebook and you saw a huge spike of data of people just filling a quiz app on your platform, you at the very least you should take a look. And I'm sure they took a look, but they already knew what was going on, and they decided to not do anything about that. So that's why nobody trusts Mark Zuckerberg and Kash Patel less than anybody. And he made sure to be clear about that. Let me see if I can. I need to generate the captions for this. Let me generate them right now. I forgot this. Should be like 10 seconds or so. Less than 10 seconds, and then we go here. Okay. What did Kash Patel say about Mark Zuckerberg?
Zuckerberg is a fraud, pretending to care about American democracy and the election. This guy spent $400 million last election cycle, and I don't care what he says, he is going to spend money somehow, some way in this election cycle. And let's put that aside. He owns one of the largest social media companies on earth in Facebook, Meta, and Instagram. I didn't hear the CEO and owner, Mark Zuckerberg, come out and say, I guarantee you my companies will not participate in censorship.
This is important, and many people in the United States are not aware that Facebook also owns WhatsApp. I noticed that he mentioned
guy spent $400 million last election cycle, and I don't care what he says, he is going to spend money somehow, some way in this election cycle. And let's put that aside. He owns one of the largest social media companies on earth in Facebook, Meta, and Instagram.
Yeah, Meta is the company. Facebook and Instagram are two of the main products, but the third main product is WhatsApp. And I know that many of you in the United States do not use WhatsApp. It's not a requirement there. For all of us in every other country, we use WhatsApp all the time. And yes, I remember that it was 18 or 19 billion dollars that Zuckerberg shelled out for WhatsApp back in the day. Why? What for? Well, of course, the data. WhatsApp is to be very private. All the conversations could be private. They are not anymore. Zuckerberg has access to all the data that is shared on Facebook, on Instagram, and on WhatsApp, including your direct messages. So everything that you have done in Facebook, every message that you have sent in Facebook, every message, a messenger, right, is the name, on Instagram or on WhatsApp, he owns all that. He can take a look at all of that. He can, well, have all the predictions with all that. And of course, he can control what people see in real time. And so many people get their,
sorry, I'm not
their
sure which language
Facebook,
that is.
and so many people share their stuff on WhatsApp worldwide, then the amount of power that Zuckerberg has is it's immense. It's something that is it's brutal. It's brutal. So you need to realize the amount of power that we're talking about. It rivals Jeff Bezos' power, but as far as I know, there are no direct messages on Amazon. So if you think that you're having a regular conversation with somebody on WhatsApp or through Instagram messages or through Messenger on Facebook, all that is just open for any person at Facebook or Meta to check. Okay, I guess that they will have their levels of clearance.
I'm good. How are you?
Stuff, but they can see your message.
Sorry, I don't speak.
They can see your message.
I'm not
in
sure
every
which
shape
language.
Or form. So make sure to be careful of what you send in there. Maybe
I'm
it's
not
too
sure
late.
which
Maybe
language
it's too late.
that is,
The warning
but-
was too late. Which platforms
I'm good.
should
How
be
are you?
safer? Telegram should be
Oh,
safer
I'm
if you use the
sleepy.
encrypted mode. Signal should be safer if you use the.
I'm in Canada.
Signal, I think, is already encrypted. Signal is a great option, but still, it's like they say.
How about you?
In general, you need to assume that you have to be careful what you do with this kind of platforms. This kind of platforms, because, well, these are the issues that we have to deal. People with immense power over our lives only because they know where we are. It's like Google Maps or Apple Maps. They know where we are, what we do every day. They predict the things that we're going to do. That's if you have enough data, if you have an AI big enough to crunch all the data, you can predict what is people going to do in the
Russia.
future. And predict, of course,
Very cool,
maybe predict
very
crimes
cool.
at some point. Unless, of course, it goes against the narrative of DEI. If it goes
Hope you're
against the
doing
narrative, then
well.
no, that AI has to be.
My leg hurts.
I didn't hear the CEO and owner, Mark Zuckerberg, come out and say, I guarantee you my companies will not participate in censorship at the behest of the FBI or anyone else in the federal government, like we did in the last 2 elections, like we did with Hunter Biden's laptop, like we did with the 51 Intel letter. He could have said that, but he didn't because he wants it to happen. And as a sort of proactive, preemptive move to say, oh, I told you so, he came out to the media and said, oh, my bad, I'm sorry. But it doesn't matter to these guys because they're going to go past November 5th. And if they get their way and Harris is awarded the victory,
Did not happen, thank God.
they're just going to be like, nothing to see here. And if Donald Trump wins, they'll come back and say, see, our companies tried to comply, but it's BS.
What is happening right now? Yeah, it's Zuckerberg is trying to get himself into default. Zuckerberg is trying to buy himself some time, do something about it, and well, it's will it work? We still don't know. What I hope that they just shut the door on him. I think that anyway, I'm sure that Donald Trump trusts Elon Musk a lot more, and Elon's gonna do the actual work with Vivek in Dodge, cleaning up shop.
I broke my leg on an electric scooter. That was one of my hobbies. It was only my hobby for a week, and then I crashed and broke my leg. So dumb.
Shit, and you think that drives ratings, and you want me to show humility to those morons? None. Zero.
Chunky Yogurt gets into a heated debate with his own nephew Hasan Piker during their Thanksgiving thing. They're actually family, and they get into a freaking huge family fight. And I actually already recorded a different video from this like 3.5 hour live stream debate that they had, so I'll put that linked below or a card up here. But this one is more about identity politics, and this one gets even more explosive. Let's get right into it.
The right side, you say the corporate interests, the donors, right? So, and the populist right agrees with that. So that's actually an interesting point that we should come back to, a point of agreement we should come back to. But the part where we disagree, Haas, is you say, well, if they're digging in on a wedge issue, ignore it. But Kamala Harris literally did that. They had a giant debate about whether to address it or not.
No.
They even pulled ads
You're
where they
misunderstanding me.
addressed it.
You're misunderstanding
and they decided, let's not address
You're
it. It was a
wrong.
mistake.
They literally also, like, they did this with immigration especially. Like, they were like, we're not going to ignore it. We're just going to get ahead of it. And what they did with immigration, they're going to do with trans issues next election cycle. And it's the same principle over and over again. It makes you look like a hypocrite, and it makes you look like the Republicans were right all along. And the only thing it does is prime your base into conceding and agreeing with the Republican framing on an issue. If
So
there
what
was
do you
any
do instead?
What, he should lie to his audience then just because like he doesn't want them to become conservatives one day? How about he follows the truth? He speaks the truth and his changing positions on his show, and he guides his audience there, because at the end of the day, we should be seeking out truth, and that's probably what you guys want from the political commentators or people that you watch on YouTube, right?
Say is I delineate. So when you say, hey, Andy Bashir runs against it, but which issue? So if you're talking about constitutional rights, you fight for trans rights 100%. You're talking about military, you fight 100%. I'd fight on bathrooms, I'd fight on high school, but I draw the line on sports. I draw professional sports. I draw the line on giving free surgeries.
That's the thing.
Then you can defend your position and get back to where the great majority of
there's
American people agree with you.
You want to know why there's no reason to draw any of these lines? Because Kamala Harris did actually bring this up, which I thought was like, especially because like she didn't have a clear or consistent position on this at all. It was like it was left out there in the dark. But like Trump did the same thing as well for undocumented migrants. It's just like it's a thing that nobody gives a shit about until people are primed into caring about it. That's my point. It's been happening for a very long time.
They should care about it.
And for prisoners that want to get this component of healthcare, and nobody technically gives a shit about it. It's already like a incredibly tiny, minuscule, marginal percentage. So it doesn't matter. Like it ultimately doesn't matter. I'm saying if the Democrats had
But it
something
did
to,
matter.
if Democrats had, but it didn't, and I'll get to that in a second.
If they have complications, you know, like they're in prison. I don't know. It's like at the end of the day, it's not. Anyway, I'm gonna stop talking about it.
Second, if Democrats had something that they were fighting for, nobody would give a shit about this. That's the point.
Yeah, but
you brought up Bernie Sanders, and you said, "Oh, healthcare, universal healthcare." Bernie Sanders has also said trans rights and human rights. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like.
But that's the difference
it's
between
not
2016 and 2020.
It's not like Bernie Sanders. It's not like Bernie Sanders himself is saying like, "Yeah, trans people, we got to cut them out of this bargain."
Trans people. You guys are just making that up.
No,
but when you frame it
first
that
of all,
way, you get all these crazy
Republicans
people
are saying
online.
that. Republicans are saying that.
No, I know, but we're not saying that.
No,
You get
I
all
know.
these crazy people online who are like, "Oh my God, if you don't agree to free surgeries for every trans person on planet Earth, you're a Nazi." Well, you know those people exist, and those people. That is the radical left, and they are stupid, and they do cost us elections.
No, you're.
Amen.
You're hyper focusing, and I've had this conversation privately with you many times over. You are hyper focusing on people that are in your replies on Twitter.
You feel good and calm here? That's good.
Because
I'm glad
all
to
you
hear that,
interact
even though
with
we're
dumbasses. Do you agree?
listening
There are
to
a million.
some
Comment chunk
high
yogurt
cortisol
for the algorithm, by the way, and make sure you subscribe if you enjoy
individuals.
videos like this, because I post 2 new ones every single day.
That are both in your replies that have also gotten mad at me as well, Timon.
And like, why would Hasan agree with Cenk on anything? Because Hasan is quite literally the radical left that Chunky Yogurt, Chunkster, is annoyed with and can't stand. It's his own nephew, and that's why they.
I feel like Hasan is a different kind of radical left. Like, I don't know. You know what it is? You know what it is? The left and the right. Sorry. The left, I'm going to do this. The left and the right, it's not so much that it's like a left and a right. I feel like it's actually a circle, and at some point you can go so far that you're just like back where you like back around where like. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like here's the center, and then here's the radical, and each side can be so radical that they're basically just like the same. Am I right or wrong about this? This is how I feel it is. It's not like, I don't know. Anyone? I feel like that's what's happened here.
They get into a crazy fight. They can't stand each other anymore, and they used to agree on everything. It's crazy.
And time again on specific issues, maybe ones that even pertain to trans rights. Okay, it literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's 13 douchebags online. That's what I said from day one.
I know, but why the would you ever hyper focus on
but
people
Haas,
like
because
that?
You, look, no. So you might be
No,
doing the
you're
right
doing-
thing. Hold on.
You're doing the
on
Bill
your
Maher
show-
thing.
No,
You're
bullshit,
demanding that there needs to be a sister
bullshit, bullshit.
No, you're
Hold
doing
on,
the
let me
sister
explain.
soldier moment.
No,
That's it.
bullshit.
No, you're trying
okay,
to.
so the minute we said things on Earth, which you now agree with apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serves and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every transposition get free
Listen,
surgery.
we got
Even in China, even though we have nothing to do with China,
You gotta
we
stop.
hate them. They're Nazis.
You got to okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every
You
dirtbag show
gotta-
did it.
you gotta calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it.
And that's precisely what Hasan does on his own show.
I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online. We are
So do you agree left-wing media online? Those guys that I listed are full of shit.
I have
and in a tiny, stupid minority.
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but
It sounds like someone in the background went, "Shut up."
Tiny, stupid minority.
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but there's a
Maybe
reason
not.
why, seemingly, I don't catch the same amount of strays that you do because I don't
I
hyper-focus.
can tell you why.
I don't hyper-focus. What do you think it is?
They think you're hot, young. I don't mean attractive. God bless on that. Okay, I'm also obviously hot.
No, you're chunky yogurt. Come on.
I mean,
expired chunky yogurt at that.
as in they think, oh, the young people watch Hasan. He's cool, and you give the thing of like,
I
oh no,
don't know why people listen to Hasan, to be honest.
no, trans people are right on everything, right? You don't come out and make the distinctions that Anna.
It's funny because it's at one point I thought, because before I really knew anything about him, some of the videos I watched of his was like, oh, like he was, actually exposing important issues. But then like now it's like, what the hell? Like he's kind of radical. Allegedly.
And I made okay, so they think, oh no, he's good. He's extreme as we are.
I think
he's woke left. Yay, extremeness.
I think the reason, first of all, you're
okay. By the way, Majority Report and all of you guys, you better attack him. He apparently agrees with me. Okay, you better attack him. You're not going to attack him, are you?
You're hyper.
Cenk is so done with his audience and the radical left. You can just see it. He's like, go, do your thing, guys. Go attack. But they're not, because Hasan is the radical left.
You're hyper personalizing this into like criticisms that you've
comes and punches you in
received.
the face 12 times, and you go, what? Why are you hyper personalizing it?
Because
just because I called you a Nazi, not personal to you.
Myself, you, Majority Report.
But I never changed my policy.
All of this is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And whenever there's like drama, for example, I've been getting attacked mercilessly by my former podcast co-host that has been actively trying to deplatform me for the past 2 months because he thinks that, or he's claiming that I am creating a space that is anti-Semitic. The way I've dealt with that,
Based Hasan W. Just kidding, YouTube. Just kidding.
for the most part, is by just actively ignoring it leading up to the election because I was like, this is some silly nonsense. And in the aftermath, I covered some of the broader points, and I've moved on. If you
but then like, why is he like
extend
I
the
don't
if you extend the
understand.
conflict
I don't
that way
understand.
instead of trying to find a reasonable middle ground and even show humility in a
I don't
certain
agree.
even show humility instead of saying I'm right, there's never going to be any sort of real
Why am I gonna show
solidarity.
humility, you bunch of idiots who are wrong?
Because I
freaking men. I respect that, Cenk. I do. Come on, Cenk. Go off, King.
Like, what is humility?
I can't believe I have to agree with Cenk again. Like, it's crazy. Hello, 2024, and I'm sitting here agreeing with Anna Kasparian and Chunky Yogurt. I cannot believe my eyes, but it's happening.
What do you mean? Like, oh, maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that's going to cost us this election. Maybe you're right about your dumb opinion that gets the
Hasan doesn't care about winning elections. I think what he cares about is making his audience super happy, because the more woke he is, the more he gets support, the more money he gets. So who cares about the election? Who cares who's actually running the country, as long as I get my streamers and my money? I think that's really what it comes down to.
the majority of the country to hate us when our economic positions are overwhelmingly popular. Maybe you making us intensely unpopular when we should be focusing on universal health care, higher wages, paid family leave. But you idiots hate policy. All you want is identity politic bullshit, and you think that drives ratings, and you want me to show humility to those morons? None.
See, he's done. He is done with this identity politics BS, and I love to see it. If you made it to the end of the video, comment an orange heart for the algorithm, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hi Odin, Hasan is all about communism. His viewers are either socialist, communist. I don't understand like why anyone would think that's a good idea. Also, like the argument that You know what? I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. You couldn't see a capitalist in his streams? Hey, Pappy the Pizza, Cenk turning on the left was not on your bingo card for 2024. I don't think he's fully turned on the left. I think he's turned on those like the loud minority left, you know, the ones that are online saying these things that he's complaining about. But Anna Kasparian pretty much turned. I wouldn't say it's not a turning. It's really not a turning. It's not like you know, she's their enemy now or anything like that, or that Cenk is, you know, turning on the people. It's an awakening. It's not a turning, it's an awakening, in my opinion. And it's not even like, yeah, I don't know. Him and Anna both kind of awakening. Yes, exactly. Because it's just common sense at the end of the day. Like, I had to, exactly, a turn towards rationality. You think socialism is a good idea if it's handing back to the people of this country? It's like, but at the same time, it's like, just don't take the taxes in the first place. If you have to tax people just to hand out the tax, like just to hand out bonus, like just to hand it out, just let the people earn what they make. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with earning what you make. You know, if you start a business and it becomes a huge business and you're profiting, like, it's your business. You should be allowed to do that. That's the whole point of like land of the free. You know, you should be able to do that, you know, in my opinion. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with earning your keep. So, but that's not to say that like there shouldn't be programs for those who are, you know, starting off with a disadvantage. But to try and equalize every like to try and like make everything equal when like that's not like, why should one person be paid the same that someone else is being paid if their work ethic is not the same? What if one works, the other one slacks, and they both get the same? Like, that's already something that happens, but now with communism and socialism, even more so. And people will take advantage. So it's just not a good idea. And then also like, doesn't that kill progress in the sense of like wanting to advance in, you know, consumer goods and technology and all that kind of stuff? Because if everyone's making the same amount of money, well, there's no point in trying to make any cool new inventions, because like there's no, what I'm trying to say is there's no incentive to like do more with your life, I guess. Because you're I mean, unless you just want to do you know, something that's, unless you want to make some kind of invention that will better people, because like that just makes you feel better, because there are people out there who are philanthropic by nature, but a lot of the tech and stuff that we have today, it's because people want to make money, right? So you're going to make a product that's better than the competitor. And that's how you get stuff, right? That's how you get cool stuff. And that's part of not just stuff, but services and all that kind of crap. So when you take away like that incentive to, you know, earn a lot of money because you're gonna make a cool thing, like do you get what I'm trying to say? So I don't really see like how it benefits a society in general, I guess. And then just keeping like people on a certain level of lifestyle. Like, if you should be free to earn, like, to make what you earn and live a lifestyle that you've earned. You should be free to live a lifestyle that you've earned. There you go. There. That's what I'm trying to say. And I don't think that you can do that in a socialist or whatever communist society. Am I right, or am I right about that? Let me just put a tiny bit of music. You also think you should bring American nationalism focused purely on the American citizens and legal immigrants and remove those who aren't documented and restrict them from benefits? I think that's kind of seems to be the direction that, like, Trump is leading things in, right? Like, with the whole deportation thing. So we'll see. I don't know. You agree with not paying taxes, though? People are taxed on everything, and a weird thing is the government prints what they take from us in taxes. If you're afraid of people taking advantage of an economic ideology, why have these ideologies? Then we become a third world country. And some taxes are good if it goes towards... Yeah, like, I'm not saying never... Like, I'm not saying no taxes, but... Like, here in Canada, for example, we are taxed up the wazoo! We are taxed up the wazoo! And we are promised benefits and bonuses and rebates and refunds and programs and all this shit we're promised, and we never see any of it. The money's taken, it's pocketed, and then we don't see any of those benefits. And that's what I have an issue with, and that's why I have an issue with this whole, like, socialism thing, because and, like, do these idiots actually think that everyone's gonna get an even piece of the pie? When, like, you know how government is. You know government is corrupt. You, like maybe the peons will get a peanut each, but not the people sitting, not whoever's, like, controlling things. So, like, why the F would anyone want that? It's so stupid. I don't understand this. I don't understand. Like, people that talk about this shit as, like, a good thing, to me are how is that not some kind of collusion? You know how they're like, oh, all these creators, Russian collusion. Meanwhile, you have people saying crazy things and hosting terrorist type stuff on their channels, allegedly in game, wanting socialism, like, hating America whilst living very nicely in America and very comfortably. It's like, it's a grift, it's a shilling of something, allegedly in game. This taxing you speak of is socialism. Sweden has socialism. They have higher taxes, which gives them free schools and free schools already free. So I don't get it. School's already free. School doctor's visits are already free. I mean, they are here in Canada. School's free. Like, just, like, obviously not college or anything like that. Doctor's visits are free here. Like, but we get taxed a lot. I don't even know what kind of technically, like, social, what is it? Not social. government. What kind of government is Canada anyway? It feels like a dictatorship right now. And it kind of is, but communism stagnates all it touches. I'm 100% correct. Thank you, Pappy. Some taxes are good if it goes towards the right thing, like fixing the roads, funding the police, and free. Yeah, of course. Like that's the normal stuff that you should tax, right? But like carbon tax on in a country where like the country is responsible for 2% of the carbon emissions or whatever, and we're being carbon taxed, and they want to tax us for rain. They want to tax if you have rain falling on your property and it doesn't get soaked up by dirt. So if you, let's say, lands on the roof and then lands on your side driveway and then goes into the Toronto sewers, they want to tax you for that. So it's that kind of shit. It's that kind of bullshit that is not gonna fly. It's like that's not the. It's that kind of bullshit taxes that is not okay, and that's the kind of shit they I feel like they would do under socialism. They're gonna tax you for having rain fall on your property. They're gonna tax you for you having, for you breathing. They're gonna tax you for you being born. They're gonna tax you, if they don't already do that. They're gonna tax you for growing your hair out, okay? Because if you grow your hair, then I don't know, they gotta tax you for that. It's gonna be extra carbon on the earth if you have long hair, even though that makes no sense because hair is hair. It's gonna grow whether you like it or not. And they're gonna tax you for flushing the toilet. Wait, they already do that. They're gonna tax you. Let's see, what else are they gonna tax you? They're gonna tax you for I don't know. Anyway, I'm over it. I'm over it for now. I'm over it for today. Tax the sunshine when it's not raining. They're gonna yes, exactly. They already tax you on your taxes. Anyways, guys, I have to go to sleep. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Bye, Landon. Thank you. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of looking for someone to raid here. Alright guys, we are gonna do a raid. I am doing a random raid of a just chatter. And yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you all have a great night. Thank you for those who followed and who chatted. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys probably tomorrow. Yeah, go give lots of love, lots of hype over to Nighthawk Luna.